Greetings, fellow wanderers of the unknown. Before we dive into this story of hidden lights in the sky and desperate chases across back roads, please share in the comments, where in the world are you listening from and what time is it for you right now? Also, if you crave more journeys into the mysterious edges of our world and beyond, be sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories. Now, settle in, clear your thoughts, and prepare for the tale of a humble farmer who witnesses the unimaginable and finds himself caught between a fallen craft and the forces determined to hide its secrets. Jack Calloway was never one to stay up late. His farm in rural Nebraska demanded an early rise, so he typically shut off the lights by 10, drifting to the lullaby of distant crickets. But on this particular night, the restlessness wouldn't leave him. A strange heaviness pressed against the humid summer air, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Shortly after midnight, Jack found himself on the back porch, sipping lukewarm coffee and staring at the star-studded sky. Clouds drifted over the moon, turning the farmland into a patchwork of shifting shadows. He almost retreated inside, deciding he was imagining the tension in the atmosphere, when a sudden glow flickered above the distant treetops. At first, Jack assumed it was an airplane. He lived near no major airports, yet small planes occasionally passed overhead. But the glow brightened too quickly, blossoming into a searing white flash that tore across the sky. Within seconds the light streaked overhead, trailing wisps of fire, lurid reds and oranges crackling with sparks. A shockwave rattled the windows strong enough to make the porch rails tremble. Jack's heart pounded. That can't be normal. Grabbing his phone, he sprinted off the porch and into the cornfields. Fear coursed through him. Fear of what might be falling from the heavens, and fear for the crops he'd nurtured all season. The farmland's rows felt endless as he ran, phone light dancing across towering cornstalks. Above, the once starry sky was obscured by swirling smoke. Just when it felt like his lungs would burst, Jack reached the far edge of the field. Beyond it was a wide clearing he used for storage, tires, rusted equipment. Something had crash-landed there, slicing a ragged trench through the earth. Sparks popped and fizzled along twisted shards of a silvery metal half buried in the ground. The craft was about the size of a large truck, shaped in a way that defied immediate description. It wasn't a plane, helicopter, or any design Jack recognized. Part of it glowed with an eerie internal light, bright enough to illuminate the orchard in flickering pulses. Jack's first instinct was to film. He raised his phone, pressing record. The footage captured the craft's warped hull, the shimmering heat waves pouring off it. He tried to speak, narrating that something had crashed, that it wasn't an airplane, but his voice shook so badly the words jumbled. Then, from within the shattered metal, a sliver of movement caught his eye. He inched closer, phone at arm's length. Steam hissed. An acrid smell like scorched wires choked the air. Something was definitely inside, a shape contorting behind the half-melted panels. Jack's heart hammered so loud he thought his chest might explode. Still, he crept forward, bracing himself for any sign of life. A sudden jolt of electricity arced across the debris, snapping him to a halt. He didn't want to risk stepping into a live current. Instead, he circled around, capturing angles of the crash from every side. The phone screen displayed a perfect shot of the wreck. Chunks of metal that glowed white-hot, unearthly symbols etched along the edges. In the distance, a twisted piece of plating flared with colour, like a neon hue that shimmered between purples and blues. Jack whispered to himself, "No one's going to believe this." but he had the footage, and that alone sparked hope that the truth might come to light. Suddenly the craft's lights dimmed. The field fell silent, except for crackling flames. The shape inside retreated deeper into the wreckage. Unsure what else to do, Jack took a few steps forward, balancing caution with curiosity. Then an unexpected surge of static flared from his phone, the screen going haywire. He cursed, stepping back as the phone beeped in protest. He managed to steady the device just as the screen returned to normal. Thank God, he thought. He hit stop on the recording, preparing to call 911, but the phone read, "No service." Jack wasn't surprised. His farmland sometimes struggled for signals. He jogged back through the corn rows, returning to the house. Once inside, he used the landline. It rang once, then cut off. He tried again. Same thing, a dead line. Tapping at his smartphone, he noticed the Wi-Fi icon flicker, then vanish. Confusion twisted in his gut. The night was calm, no storms. Was the crash interfering with signals? Possibly. He rummaged for his laptop, fired it up and attempted to connect. Nothing. Even the router's usual blinking lights were locked in a static glow. A pit of dread sank in his stomach. If he couldn't call out or upload the video, how would he get help? He decided to drive into town. Maybe from there he could call authorities. But as he stepped onto the front porch, headlights appeared at the far end of his dirt driveway. 2 black SUVs rolling up with their beams off. They advanced silently, an ominous presence cutting through the dark. Jack's pulse raced. Normally, unannounced visitors after midnight might be drunks or lost travellers, but these vehicles looked official. Tinted windows, standard government plates. He took a step back, adrenaline spiking. The feeling of being trapped rose in his chest. The SUVs stopped, engines humming. Doors opened and figures in dark suits spilled out. They carried flashlights that cut across the yard. One man, tall with a military-like bearing, stepped forward. "Mr. Calloway," he called, voice calm but unnervingly authoritative. Jack didn't answer. He realized they might want his phone, the precious footage. Even if they were from the government, something about their arrival felt sinister. He slipped inside, locked the door and sprinted to the kitchen. Peeking through the window, he saw the men fan out across his property. Another SUV arrived from the other direction, sealing any easy escape. The man in charge barked orders in a low tone. Despite the distance, Jack caught snippets. Secure the perimeter, search the barn, find the subject. Subject. As if he were some kind of criminal. A surge of defiance lit inside him. They're here for the crash. The pieces clicked. They must know about the fallen object. They wanted to contain it, hide it from public knowledge. Jack clutched his phone tight, sinking into a corner. Think, Jack. Don't let them seize that video. The file was his only proof that something extraordinary had landed in his fields. If these agents got it, the truth might vanish forever. He peered out again, noticing more men stepping around the side of the house. In that moment, Jack made a choice. He would not surrender the footage. Summoning courage he never knew he had, he pocketed the phone, grabbed a flashlight and hurried toward the back door. They hadn't reached the house's rear yet. Maybe he could slip away. The world beyond was ablaze with tension. He sensed it wasn't just about a crashed craft. It was about a revelation bigger than anything he'd ever imagined. Now, forced to stand alone against these black-suited strangers, Jack felt a spark of determination. He was a simple farmer, but he'd stumbled upon something that defied reason, and come what may, he would not let it be buried. Jack Calloway's heart hammered as he ducked out the back door, creeping into the shadows behind his farmhouse. The night air clung to him, heavy with the echo of distant engines idling. He had no illusions about outrunning a team of trained agents, but desperation fueled him. Keeping low, he skirted along the fence. The farmland behind him was vast, miles of cornfields broken by a scattering of outbuildings. If he could disappear into the rows, maybe he'd have a chance to slip past these intruders. He peered back at the house. 2 men in suits hammered on the front door, demanding Jack open up. Another pair circled around, shining flashlights across windows. Anxiety churned in his gut. They'll figure out soon enough he's not inside. With shaking hands, he pulled out his phone. He swiped to open the video he'd recorded earlier in the field. For a moment, relief. The video thumbnail appeared, showing the glowing metal debris. He tapped play. The screen flickered, a swirl of static. Then an error message. File corrupted. No, Jack muttered, panic rising. He tried again, but the same glitch repeated. Next, he attempted to upload it to a social media site, forgetting that his signal was gone. The upload bar stuck at 0. Offline. He closed his eyes, fighting the wave of helplessness. The only thing that gave him hope in this impossible situation was the video, now apparently worthless. But maybe the file could still be salvaged. He retreated deeper into the farmland, aiming for the rickety old barn he used for storing equipment. Inside the barn, dust motes drifted in the faint glow of his flashlight. Jack rummaged for an old laptop he sometimes used for tractor diagnostics. It was battered, but it had a functioning USB port. If he could move the footage off his phone, maybe he could fix it. The laptop booted up with a grinding whir, making Jack cringe at how loud it seemed. Every second counted. In the barn's gloom, the beams overhead creaked, and outside he caught the faint silhouettes of flashlights sweeping across the property. The agents were close. At last, the laptop loaded. He plugged the phone in, frantically clicking to access the video file. The software recognized the phone, but the video thumbnail displayed a warning icon. Corrupt file. Even the laptop spat out an error. Jack cursed. Trying a half-dozen times, the footage refused to open. He sat back, trembling. So that's why they're so confident. Something about the crash or the craft's energy had garbled the data. For all he knew, it might be salvageable, but he didn't have the technical know-how. I need an expert. Remembering the commotion outside, Jack eased a peek through a gap in the barn wall. The black SUVs sat near the farmhouse, headlights illuminating part of the yard. Agents combed the area, scanning with thermal gear. Fear pinched his chest. If they had advanced tech, he'd be as visible as a heat signature behind these wooden walls. Quietly, he powered down the laptop and stuffed it into a battered tool bag. He had to get out of here. He grabbed an old hunting rifle from a rack just in case and made for a side exit. The moment he stepped outside, he heard footsteps crunching on gravel. Instinct kicked in. He darted behind the barn. A voice, low and commanding, called out, "Hold! Show yourself!" Jack froze, pressing himself to the barn's rough wooden planks. He recognized that voice from the man who had called his name earlier. Footsteps drew closer. Jack's mind raced. If he surrendered, they'd likely confiscate everything. He'd be black-bagged or simply vanish. No one would ever see that footage. Not that it was playable right now. He forced himself to move, slipping between the barn and an old tractor with rusted wheels. The flashlight beams swept over the ground. One agent hissed, "He was here." Thermal picked him up. Another responded, "He can't be far, spread out." Jack waited for a break in their pattern, then bolted into the cornfield. The tall stalks enveloped him, rustling as he stumbled between rows. He cursed each time his shoes snapped a twig or crunched dried leaves. Any sound could give him away. The overhead clouds parted, letting a faint moonlight highlight his path. Behind him, the agents' voices grew more distant. They were branching out, but the field was vast, and Jack knew its layout intimately. He used that knowledge to navigate a diagonal path, eventually emerging by a narrow dirt road at the far edge of his property. Breathing in ragged gasps, he paused behind a tree. The phone in his pocket remained lifeless. No signal. The laptop in his bag was all but useless if he couldn't fix the corrupted video. He needed someone with hacking or data recovery skills, someone who understood digital forensics. But who? A memory surfaced. During a county fair last year, Jack overheard a rumour about a reclusive tech wizard who lived 2 towns over, a woman named Olivia Carter, though folks called her Liv. She had once worked for the government in cybersecurity, then left under murky circumstances. Maybe she could salvage the footage. Deciding that was his only shot, Jack took the dirt road leading away from the farm. He hopped into his old pickup truck, which he'd parked out near the tree line for hauling feed earlier. The keys were still in the ignition. Country living had made him lax about locks. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. As he drove, he risked a glance back at his property. The headlights from the agent's SUVs glowed, and faint figures moved across the farmland. A pang of loss hit him. This farm was his home, his life. Now, it was seized by faceless men in black suits, but he refused to let them bury the truth. Hunched over the steering wheel, he pressed the gas, determined. If Liv Carter existed, if she truly had a gift for hacking, maybe she could fix the file. Jack allowed himself the faintest glimmer of hope. He had no illusions about outrunning the government forever, but he'd at least put up a fight. The truck rattled along the back roads, dust kicking up behind. He spotted no immediate pursuit, which unsettled him more than comforted him. The entire fiasco felt unreal. Aliens in his field, men in black SUVs. His phone's footage turned useless, yet the memory of that smouldering, unearthly craft lingered. As he turned onto the highway, Jack thought about the object's occupant. Something inside that craft had moved. Was it alive, injured, already contained by those agents? The questions multiplied in his mind. He clenched the steering wheel, jaw set. One thing at a time, he told himself. If the video was truly salvageable, it might blow open everything, if they didn't get to him first. Dawn broke over a lonely gas station on the outskirts of a neighbouring county, where Jack Calloway huddled by a payphone. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed, half of them flickering. A battered vending machine spat out stale snacks. Exhaustion weighed on Jack's eyes, but he forced himself to remain alert. He used the payphone's directory to find a listing for Olivia Carter. The number rang endlessly until a groggy voice answered. "Who is this?" it demanded. Clearing his throat, Jack identified himself, explaining that he got her name through local rumour, that he needed urgent help with a corrupted video. A pause followed, then the voice turned suspicious. "You got the wrong line, buddy," it said, starting to hang up. Jack insisted. "I have proof. Something that crashed. I caught it on camera. The government's after me. I was told you used to do NSA-level security or something." Another stretch of silence, then a half-laugh. "So you're the kind of paranoid who calls a random woman with a UFO story. I'm not that gullible." Desperation clawed at Jack. He quickly described the craft, the men in black suits, how his phone's file was corrupted after the crash. He added details about the signal jamming around his farm. The voice on the other end grew quiet. Finally it said, "Meet me at the old train depot outside Rockville, near mile marker 114. Be there in 2 hours, alone." Then it clicked off. Jack exhaled relief, though a kernel of doubt lingered. What if this is a trap? but with no other leads he had no choice. He drove an hour on dusty roads until he found the abandoned train depot, a dilapidated brick building lost among weeds and rusted tracks. The place felt deserted, except for a single battered motorcycle leaning against the wall. He parked the truck and stepped out, scanning the area. A figure emerged from the depot's shadow. A woman in her 30s, lean and sharp-eyed, wearing a hoodie and clutching a backpack. "You're Jack?" she asked warily. "Yes. You live Carter?" She gave a tight nod. "We don't have much time. Show me the phone." Jack handed it over, anxiously summarising the night's events. Crash in the cornfield, black SUVs, corrupted footage. She offered no immediate reaction beyond a raised eyebrow. Settling on a crumbling bench, she booted up a compact laptop from her backpack, hooking Jack's phone to it via cable. "Your data's scrambled," she muttered, eyes flicking across lines of code. "Could be electromagnetic damage or some advanced jamming tech." Jack paced, scanning for signs of watchers. The old train tracks vanished into the horizon, no other vehicles in sight. Liv typed furiously, occasionally murmuring about header corruption or audio anomalies. After a tense half-hour, she said, "I can see partial frames, indistinct shapes, bright lights. This is definitely not a normal glitch." A flicker of hope ignited in Jack. "Can you fix it?" Liv sighed. "I might restore enough to see something, but I can't promise clarity. The real kicker is these weird signals embedded in the data, like some kind of layered frequency. I've never encountered anything like this in normal phone footage." Jack's stomach tightened. Something about the crash evidently messed with the electronics. Before he could respond, the roar of engines drew their attention. Down the deserted highway, a convoy of black SUVs approached, just like the ones at his farm. Liv snapped her laptop shut, eyes widening. "Who the hell are they?" Jack's pulse surged. "FBI, CIA, I don't know," he said. "But they're after Moore." Liv snatched her gear. "We have to move." The two sprinted to their vehicles. Jack scrambled into his pickup. Liv revved her motorcycle. As the SUVs closed in, they sped off from opposite sides of the depot. The agents split, some pursuing Liv, others tailing Jack. Gravel sprayed beneath Jack's tyres as he lurched onto the highway. He glimpsed Liv in his mirror, weaving her motorcycle off-road in a cloud of dust, outmanoeuvring the black SUVs behind her. Jack's own pursuers kept tight, lights flashing. Suddenly a siren whooped, and a different set of lights flared in the distance, local county sheriff vehicles. They blocked the road, forcing Jack to swerve. He recognized the lead patrol car's driver, Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The older man stepped out, arms raised in a calm down gesture. One of the black-suited agents hopped from his SUV, flashing a badge at Mitchell. Though Jack couldn't hear their exchange, it was clear the agent demanded Mitchell to stand aside. Mitchell frowned, glancing at Jack's truck. He motioned for Jack to pull over. Faced with no immediate path to escape, Jack braked, wheels skidding on cracked asphalt. The agent approached, dark sunglasses masking any expression. "Jack Calloway, we'd like you to come with us. There's been an incident on your property. Official business." Mitchell cast a confused look at Jack. The sheriff had known Jack for years. "Jack, what's going on? Why are these men chasing you?" Jack, chest heaving, answered, "They raided my farm. They want my phone. They're covering up something that fell from the sky." The agent tensed. "That's nonsense, Sheriff. We're investigating a possible meteor strike, no threat to the public. Mr. Calloway is interfering with our operation. Please, step aside." Mitchell's gaze flicked to Jack. He saw the fear, the sincerity in the farmer's eyes. Something about the agent's calm, clipped tone felt off. "I'd like to hear more from Jack," the sheriff said, folding his arms. The agent's jaw tightened. "This is a federal matter. You're out of your jurisdiction." Jack took the moment's distraction to speak quickly, explaining the crash, the craft, the suits. He insisted he had footage, though corrupted. Mitchell's face paled, but he stood firm, telling the agent, "Federally or not, in my county, I want to see a proper warrant." The agent stared coldly, then motioned to the SUVs. 2 more men joined, brandishing official documents. "Here's your warrant, Sheriff. Satisfy your procedures." He smirked, as if expecting compliance. Mitchell studied the pages, then gave Jack a grave look. "Let me see your phone," he murmured. "I trust you, Jack, but I got to see something." Jack hesitated, but he fished out the phone. Mitchell scrolled the corrupted file, gleaning only flickers of static and partial frames of a bright object. Even that snippet was enough to rattle him. He glared at the agent. "I want an explanation for this. Doesn't look like a meteor to me." The agent stepped forward, face stony. "Sheriff, you're obstructing an active federal operation. If you continue, we will have to place you under arrest as well." Mitchell stiffened, mind clearly torn. He faced Jack, voice hushed. "I can't protect you if you fight them here." Then more audibly he said, "I won't let you arrest my citizen without just cause. But if Jack chooses to leave, I won't stop him." Silence stretched. The agent's eyes narrowed behind tinted lenses. In that heartbeat, Jack understood the sheriff was giving him a window, a fleeting chance to flee. Not wanting to waste it, he gunned the truck's engine. The agent barked an order, but Mitchell positioned himself in the agent's path, forcing him to sidestep. Jack roared past the police cruiser, rubber squealing. The black SUVs swarmed, but Mitchell's deputies manoeuvred to block them, even if just for a few seconds. Those precious moments let Jack speed onto the open road. In his rearview mirror, he saw the convoy eventually break free, resuming pursuit. His chest pounded with gratitude toward the sheriff. Though uncertain how long that little defiance would protect him, he pressed on, scanning for any sign of Liv. She'd vanished on her motorcycle, presumably escaping the other cluster of agents. He prayed she'd regroup with him soon. The battered phone on his passenger seat was his lifeline, and also his greatest curse. If the FBI or whoever these suits truly were got their hands on it, the crash evidence might be erased forever. Jack gritted his teeth. "I won't let them bury it." Pressing the pedal harder, he raced into the horizon, unsure where he was going, only that stopping meant capture. The morning sun climbed higher, lighting fields that had once seemed peaceful. Now they were a battleground of secrets and unstoppable pursuers. Jack had become a fugitive, all because he had witnessed the impossible. Dust trailed behind Jack's pickup as he careened down a rural highway, adrenaline surging with every mile. The black SUVs were relentless, their distant headlights a grim reminder that he was hunted. His mind spun with possibilities. Find Liv, fix the footage, and broadcast it somehow. But how could they outrun a government that seemingly controlled everything? He tried calling Liv's number again, still no service. The phone's reception flickered in and out as if jammed. Approaching a fork in the road, he decided on a route that led toward deserted farmland, hoping the pursuers might lose track. Half an hour later, he spotted a single motorcycle parked off to the side near an abandoned diner. Jack pulled up, heart lifting at the sight. Sure enough, Liv Carter emerged from behind the crumbling building, scanning the horizon. She raised a hand in a signal. Jack hopped out, forcing a smile. "You okay?" Liv brushed dirt from her jacket. "Ellie, they nearly boxed me in, but I took a side route through a field, dumped my phone's SIM card, hopefully it slowed their tracking." She eyed Jack's truck. "And you?" Jack exhaled. Sheriff Mitchell gave me a chance to escape. Now I'm out here. Liv nodded, a flicker of regret crossing her face. The government doesn't mess around. If they want to bury this, they will. She gestured to her laptop bag. Let me see your phone again quickly. I made some progress at the depot but had to bail. They ducked behind the diner's weathered walls. Liv opened her laptop and typed commands with practiced speed. Jack hovered anxiously, trying to keep watch for approaching vehicles. Liv's expression grew focused, eyes flicking between lines of code. I've recovered partial frames, she murmured. If I can reconstruct them. There. This is definitely not a normal aircraft. Maybe a chunk of the footage is salvageable. Jack saw glimpses on her screen. A bright metallic curve, swirling smoke, and a distortion that might be an alien symbol etched in hull plating. Even half-broken images were enough to confirm it was no meteor. His pulse quickened. Proof. Liv frowned. There's an embedded data pattern. Could be encryption or some weird frequency. If we had better equipment, I might decode it. Before Jack could respond, a roar of engines made them jump. 2 black SUVs roared into view on the diner's main road, dust clouds rising. Liv slammed her laptop shut. We need to move. Like now. Jack sprinted to his truck, Liv to her motorcycle, but as they revved engines, another SUV blocked the diner's exit. Doors flew open, men in suits rushing out with firearms drawn. Jack's hands tightened on the wheel. They were pinned. Then unexpectedly, a brown pickup truck barreled in from the side, smashing into the blocking SUV. Metal crunched, sending the black vehicle spinning. Jack recognized the driver. Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The sheriff yelled, "Go! Get out of here!" Seizing the moment, Jack floored his truck. Liv roared off on her motorcycle. The sheriff's daring intervention had scattered the agents, giving them enough of a gap. They didn't waste it. Within seconds, they were back on the highway, engines screaming. Jack's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Somehow he had a signal. He put it on speaker. "Hello?" Mitchell's voice crackled. The line faint. "Jack, I can't hold them off for long. Look, I don't trust them. They've got federal muscle behind them, but you can't keep running forever." Jack's throat tightened. "Sheriff, I'm sorry I dragged you into this." The sheriff snorted. "You didn't drag me. Listen, I saw enough on that phone to know you're not crazy. If this is real, the public deserves to know. Keep that footage safe. I'll do what I can, but they might come after me next." Suddenly gunshots rang out over the phone, followed by a crash. Mitchell cursed. There, the line cut abruptly. Jack's gut twisted with guilt and fear. The sheriff might pay dearly for helping him. Beside him, dust parted as Liv's motorcycle matched speed. She waved him down, indicating a turn-off. He followed her to a narrow road that cut through a wooded area. They rumbled along until they reached a concealed path leading down into a ravine. There, half hidden by vegetation, lay an old hunting cabin. Liv parked, gesturing for Jack to do the same. "A friend of mine used to use this place. Should be off-grid enough to avoid trackers." Inside the cabin, the air was stale, but the walls were sturdy. Jack slammed the door behind them, adrenaline surging. Liv pulled out her laptop and a portable router from her bag. "I can try to connect here, maybe upload what we have, but the speeds might be abysmal." As she set up, Jack's nerves kept him pacing. Every shadow outside felt like an approaching agent. "We have to get the truth out somehow, publicly," he said. "If we just run, they'll catch us eventually. But if the entire world sees the crash footage..." Liv nodded. "That's the idea, but we need a robust channel or a known platform, and the moment they sense us uploading, they might jam it." She typed away, establishing a signal. The portable router's lights blinked green. Surprisingly, they had a minimal data connection. A hush fell as Liv attempted to upload the partially repaired video. The progress bar crawled painfully. Then the entire window froze. A wave of curses spilled from Liv's mouth. She hammered keys, only to find the connection forcibly dropped. "They're jamming it," she hissed. "They have insane coverage." Jack glowered. "We can't do this pieceways. Maybe we physically bring the data to a big news station." Liv considered that, scanning the glitching laptop. "Possibly, but who can we trust? The men chasing us might have infiltration in major networks. They'll kill the story." Before Jack could reply, the door rattled. Both froze. Jack snatched up an old shotgun that hung on the cabin wall. Liv pulled a small sidearm from her bag, eyes wide. Another knock, louder. Jack crept to a window. He saw a single figure outside wearing the uniform of local law enforcement. "Sheriff Mitchell," he whispered, relief flooding him. He unlatched the door. Mitchell staggered in, face pale, uniform torn. "They're not just FBI, Jack. Something else is going on. They nearly ran me off the road. My deputies. Some are cooperating with them." Jack helped him to a chair. "You're hurt?" Mitchell shook his head. "Just bruised. Listen, you have to leave the state. They'll roadblock every main highway. Word is, they labelled you a domestic threat, claims about anti-government extremism. Ridiculous. But that means official forces are converging." Liv frowned. "We have evidence. Footage of an extraterrestrial craft. They're burying it." Mitchell let out a heavy breath. "I've spent my whole career in small-town policing. I never expected to see this." He pinned them with a determined look. "Jack, I won't chase you, but this is bigger than me. Get out of Nebraska. Find a safe place to blow the lid on this." Jack nodded, throat tight. "I'm sorry they came after you." The sheriff forced a grim smile. "Just promise me, if you succeed, you'll let the world know I tried to do right." Then he rose, stumbling. "I'll try to throw them off your trail as best I can. Now go. They'll track me here soon." With little time to talk, Jack and Liv quickly gathered their gear. Before stepping out, Jack clasped the sheriff's hand, gratitude etched in his face. "Thank you." Mitchell nodded, stepping away into the night, presumably to lead the hunters astray. Jack and Liv hopped into their vehicles, forging a plan. They'd head for the nearest big city, Omaha maybe, where they could attempt contacting national news outlets or even go public on the internet from a secure location. As they pulled out from the ravine, the distant rumble of engines sounded once more. But this time the pair had a head start. The farmland roads branched like a maze, and the rising moon cast faint light across their path. They might yet outrun the suits for a time. Still, an uneasy question gnawed at Jack. Even if they made it to Omaha, even if they found a major platform, would the men in black let that broadcast happen, or would an even deadlier force intercept them? He clung to a single hope, the possibility that the partially restored footage would be enough to spark a global outcry, that it would be unstoppable once it hit the public domain. In the glare of his truck's headlights, an enormous harvest moon loomed overhead. Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something else hung in the sky, something that had come crashing down on his farm, and unless he exposed it, those dark secrets would remain hidden, overshadowing the farmland for good. Under the pale glow of street lamps, Jack Calloway and Olivia Liv Carter found themselves in the industrial outskirts of Omaha. Factories and warehouses lined the roads, giant structures looming in the dark. They had evaded immediate pursuit thanks to Sheriff Mitchell's heroic diversion, but neither believed the chase was truly over. They parked behind a deserted loading dock. The stale odour of oil and rust drifted in the night air. Liv led Jack to a side entrance of an old distribution centre. She claimed to know a hidden corner inside where they could set up for a final attempt to broadcast the footage. Inside, the place was cavernous, echoing with each footstep. Corridors branched off, some leading to dusty offices. Eventually they found a small utility room near the back. Liv tested an electrical panel, lighting the overhead fluorescent tubes that flickered with a dull hum. "This might work," she said, dropping her gear. She set up her laptop, connecting it to a portable battery. The phone was placed on a makeshift stand, the recovered footage file displayed on her screen. "I'll try to route through a secure network. My old NSA backdoor might still exist." Jack crouched by the door, shotgun resting at his side, warily scanning the empty halls. The tension in his chest felt suffocating. "If they track us here," Liv shrugged, "we have no choice. This is our last shot. If we can't get the footage out, they'll keep hunting you down, and the world won't learn the truth about that crash." She typed a flurry of commands. The laptop's fans whirred. Minutes stretched. Jack's nerves thrummed. He recalled the horrifying sense of powerlessness as men in black suits commandeered his property, the intangible occupant inside that crashed craft, the glimmers of alien symbols in the twisted metal. All that weighed on his mind, fueling his resolve. We can't let them hide this. Suddenly Liv hissed in triumph. "Yes, I've bypassed some of their net blocks. The upload is starting." The progress bar inched forward. "I'm sending it to multiple mirror sites simultaneously. Video sharing platforms, news tip lines, every corner of the web. They can't kill it all at once." Jack allowed a hopeful smile. "So people will see it?" Liv nodded. "Unless they physically cut the power. But we have a backup battery, so even that might not be immediate." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a metallic clang echoed from somewhere in the building. Jack stiffened, finger sliding to the shotgun's trigger guard. Liv's eyes darted up from the screen. "We're not alone." Sure enough, footsteps resonated from the corridor, a measured, almost ominously calm stride. Liv frantically tapped at her keyboard, urging the upload to finalize. 4 minutes left, she muttered. The footsteps stopped outside the door, then a single knock. Thud, thud, thud. Rourke's heart nearly stopped. He raised the shotgun, voice shaking. "Stay back!" The door handle jiggled. Then, as if from nowhere, the knob turned and the door swung open. Standing there was Agent Daniel Briggs, the same figure who had led the raid on Jack's farm. Behind him hovered 2 more men in black suits, their faces eerily blank. Briggs's gaze swept the room, landing on the laptop. "Mr. Calloway, Ms. Carter," he said smoothly, ignoring the shotgun aimed at his chest. "This ends now. Step away from that computer." Jack gritted his teeth. "We're uploading the truth. Everyone will see what crashed on my farm. You can't silence this." Briggs sighed, his tone almost regretful. "You're misguided. The world isn't ready for what you've stumbled upon. Think of the panic, the chaos. We're protecting society." He nodded at the men behind him. They advanced, but Jack pumped the shotgun, halting them momentarily. Liv glanced at the screen. 2 minutes left, she whispered to Jack. Briggs's eyes narrowed. "Can't allow that file to spread. Stand down or we will be forced to..." A sudden boom reverberated through the facility, making everyone jerk in surprise. Something heavy crashed in a far corridor. The men in suits turned, momentarily distracted. Liv seized the opportunity, leaping forward to slam the door shut. She bolted it from inside, pressing her weight against it. From the hall, Briggs's muffled voice barked, "Breach it!" A heavy thud smashed against the door. Jack knew they had seconds. He joined Liv, pushing a nearby crate to barricade. "How long?" She checked the laptop. 1 minute. But they'll smash through any second. Already the door's metal buckled under repeated blows. Desperately, Jack rummaged for anything else to stall them, discarded shelves, debris. They piled it against the door, hearing the men outside coordinate. Another blow rattled the frame. "We're nearly there," Liv muttered, knuckles white on her keyboard. Then a final crash. The door burst open, flinging the makeshift barricade aside. Briggs and 2 men advanced, guns drawn. Jack raised the shotgun, but the men in black suits moved unnervingly quickly, disarming him with a blow that knocked him to the ground. Pain flared in his shoulder. Liv tried to shield the laptop. One suit forcibly yanked it away, slamming it to the concrete floor. Sparks flew as the screen cracked. With an impassive stare, the man crushed the device underfoot. Liv cried out, horror-stricken. Briggs approached the battered computer, verifying it was destroyed. Then he turned to Jack, who lay gasping on the ground. "You can't fight the entire apparatus, Mr. Calloway." A flicker of pity, or was it scorn, crossed his features. "You were never supposed to see that crash." Jack coughed, agony shooting through his ribs. The upload, it might have finished. Briggs knelt, retrieving Jack's phone. He tapped it. Somehow it was still connected, though a fractal of static danced on the screen. "We'll see." With a swift motion, he pressed something on the device. The phone screen went black. "Get them out of here," Briggs ordered. The men in black suits dragged Jack upright. Another grabbed Liv, forcing her arms behind her back. She spat curses, tears of frustration in her eyes. The upload might have been seconds from completion, but had it finished or not? Neither could be certain. As they were led away, stepping through the corridor, Jack glimpsed open warehouse doors. Rows of black SUVs were parked outside, red and blue lights flickering. A helicopter circled overhead. Any thought of escaping again felt impossible. Once outside, the men in black parted to let Briggs pass. He gestured for them to deposit Jack and Liv into separate vehicles. Jack fought weakly, shoulders screaming in pain, but there was no breaking free from these silent, relentless operatives. In the hush of the SUV's interior, the door slammed shut. Jack was alone, the windows tinted so dark he couldn't see out. A cold dread enveloped him. He realized they'd likely vanish him, just as they might do with Liv. The knowledge weighed heavily, but a flicker of uncertain hope remained. What if the upload had reached the internet in time? Could the truth slip out somewhere, unstoppable? But deep down, he feared the men in black might still find a way to erase everything. The SUV's engine rumbled to life. Jack sat pinned between 2 stiff-suited men, neither speaking. The vehicle sped off, disappearing into the night. Days later, the farmland of Jack Calloway lay silent, owned by a newly arrived family who claimed no knowledge of any Jack. The local records listed the property transfer as routine, with no mention of seized assets. Neighbours who once greeted Jack at the feed store shrugged, uncertain if they even recalled his face. Sheriff Wade Mitchell was suspended following allegations of misconduct. He refused to discuss the events publicly, haunted by glimpses of the footage that flickered on Jack's phone. Rumours circulated that Mitchell faced an internal investigation by federal authorities. Some claimed he was forced into early retirement. And Olivia Liv Carter vanished without a trace, her last known address found empty. Official statements offered no explanation. Some rumoured she fled the country. Others swore they saw her in a black car with tinted windows flanked by men in suits. Her online presence vanished, as if wiped clean. Yet in distant corners of the internet, obscure forums buzzed with rumours. Some users claimed to have seen a video snippet, a blur of silver wreckage, a swirling haze, and strange markings. The clip was incomplete, riddled with corruption. Each time it surfaced, it disappeared again. Accounts banned, threads deleted. But occasionally a screenshot survived, fueling endless speculation. One day, a user named FarmTruthSaw posted, "I am Jack Calloway. I'm alive. Keep digging. Look to the sky." The post vanished within an hour, replaced by an error page. No one could verify its authenticity. Still, a handful believed. They whispered among themselves that somewhere, the truth about that fallen craft was out there, possibly slumbering on a server in some forgotten corner of the web, waiting to be rediscovered. And so the question lingered. Did the final transmission slip through the net of secrecy? Or did the watchers quietly crush every trace? For those who glimpsed the evidence, the answer was obvious. The sky had indeed fallen that night in Nebraska. But for the rest of the world, life carried on in blissful ignorance, never suspecting that on one quiet farm, the biggest secret in history had touched down and then been swept away. Hello there, curious minds, and welcome to an extraordinary journey into the unknown. Before we plunge into the heart-pounding saga you're about to hear, I have a small request. Please take a moment to comment where you're tuning in from around the world, and let me know what time it is as you settle down with this story. Time zones fascinate me. I love seeing how a single tale can connect people scattered across countless latitudes and longitudes. Also, if you find yourself enthralled by late-night mysteries, conspiracies, and the sorts of tales that make you question what we truly know about our world, then I invite you to subscribe to Sleep Theories. We delve into the shadowy corners of knowledge, lost histories, unexplained events, and glimpses into conspiracies that just might hold a kernel of truth. It's a space designed to lull you into a contemplative hush, while simultaneously sparking your imagination. After all, sometimes drifting off to dreamland is best done to a story that leaves a hint of awe lingering in the air. Tonight's narrative is titled Route 51, The Truck Driver Who Knew Too Much. It's a conspiracy thriller wrapped around a long-haul trucker by the name of Jake Mercer, a man whose routine life on America's highways unexpectedly veers into the deepest state secrets. Picture those silent desert nights along Route 375, colloquially called the extraterrestrial highway, the distant glow of stars above, and the faint hum of a secret government base rumoured to hold unthinkable mysteries. That's the backdrop of Jake's last job, a contract that lured him with the promise of quick cash, but which turned out to be more than he ever bargained for. You'll meet a cast of characters who either propel him forward or stand in his way. Maggie Ruiz, the dependable voice on the other end of the CB radio. Dr. Eli Voss, an embattled scientist with too many regrets. Agent Nathan Cole, whose entire purpose is to fix problems like a trucker discovering secrets meant for no one's eyes. And of course, the men in black, those stoic enforcers who appear whenever the line between truth and rumour grows dangerously thin. Each part of this story unfolds with mounting tension, from a simple haul job to an eerie cargo, to a break-in that reveals evidence of extraterrestrial contact, to a final desperate scramble for survival. Sometimes in life, the scariest leaps of faith happen when you realise the world is not as you thought it was, and that those in power will go to any lengths to keep it that way. So, find a comfortable spot and let your mind wander into the desert. Envision the Black Ops trucks prowling nighttime highways, the hush of a top-secret hangar, the hum of hidden technology that defies earthly logic. And remember, as you listen, If the truth were truly out there, how far would powerful forces go to bury it, or bury those who discover it? Now, with the stage set, let us commence our journey alongside Jake Mercer, a regular, unassuming truck driver thrown headlong into a world of dark conspiracies and cosmic secrets. Buckle in, keep your headlights on, and prepare to traverse the lonely roads that lead straight into Area 51. Jake Mercer often said he'd seen it all during his years on the road, from giant dust storms in Arizona to sketchy rest stops on the outskirts of big cities. He'd once encountered a bull moose outside Boise that nearly totaled his rig. Another time a hitchhiker claimed to be a time traveller from the year 3010. Nothing shocked him anymore, until the day he was handed a government contract that came with an absurdly high paycheck and an equally absurd set of restrictions. It started on a scorching Wednesday afternoon in Albuquerque. Jake, nursing a cold energy drink, had just finished hauling medical supplies across state lines. While reviewing his next assignment, he noticed it was labelled High Priority Federal Clearance Required. His usual dispatcher, a gruff man named Martin, shrugged helplessly. "I don't know, Jake. They just said you're the driver for this. Pays triple though. Don't ask me anymore." The instructions were bizarre. Pick up a sealed freight container at a secure depot, no questions asked. Do not open or inspect the cargo under any circumstance. Follow the GPS coordinates to a location in the Nevada desert. Deliver by midnight, no exceptions. Speak to nobody about the nature of your load. Jake raised an eyebrow but accepted. Triple pay was triple pay, and there had been times he could barely cover the rig's maintenance. This job might set him up for months. Besides, he'd grown tired of daily monotony. A secret government contract carried a certain forbidden allure. He arrived at the secure depot by late afternoon. Towering barbed wire fences enclosed the yard, guarded by men in unmarked uniforms. A tall officer with the ice-cold eyes verified Jake's ID for an uncomfortably long time. Then, with a curt nod, he directed Jake to back his truck into a loading bay. 4 workers carefully rolled out a large metal container, about 20 feet long, its edges sealed with rivets. It had no markings except a small stenciled code, R51, classified. Jake watched them bolt the container to the truck's chassis. The officer approached again, thrusting a thick envelope into Jake's hands. "Your instructions. Stick to them. No detours. No curiosity. Understood?" Jake nodded. He could practically feel the tension in the air as though crossing some invisible threshold from routine life into the hush of clandestine operations. He hopped into his cab, fired up the engine, and eased away. Part of him expected to see black SUVs trailing him, but the roads around the depot were deserted. The miles slipped by in a haze of desert heat. With each passing hour, the sun dipped lower, painting the horizon a fierce orange, then a soft lavender. By dusk, Jake was coasting along an empty stretch of Nevada highway, the sign reading 75 miles to Groom Lake. He knew that name. It was rumoured to be near Area 51, the site of countless alien conspiracies. He snorted to himself. Aliens, right. Just bored people telling wild stories. Still, the distinct hush out here made him uneasy. Around 8 p.m, his radio crackled to life. "Jake, you out there?" The voice belonged to Maggie Ruiz, one of the nighttime dispatch operators he'd befriended over the years. She was a talkative soul who often kept him company on lonely drives. "Heard you took some big job," Jake hesitated. The instructions had been explicit, speak to nobody, but Maggie wasn't exactly nobody. She was a friend. "Yeah, Mags. Some weird government contract. Pays well, though." "Government, huh? They got you on hush-hush duty." You could say that, Jake admitted. Hey, can't chat much, the instructions. Gotcha, Maggie said, sounding intrigued. Well, I'll be on the line if you need me. Don't let them spooks get you. She ended the call with a laugh that only half concealed her curiosity. Silence returned, broken only by the whir of tyres on asphalt. Jake's mind drifted. Why all the secrecy? A new weapons system? High-tech gear? It's not your place to ask, he reminded himself. Then, from behind the truck, a faint sound reached his ears, a hollow clang like metal tapping on metal. He tensed. The cargo container was sealed. No reason it should make noise. Could something inside be shifting? He decided to ignore it. For half an hour the clang repeated every few minutes. Then it stopped. Jake's heart, however, continued to pound. He told himself it was just the rig's suspension or cargo settling. But a nagging thought persisted. What if something's alive in there? Night fell fully, and the desert around him turned into an expanse of blackness. With less than 60 miles to go, Jake planned to skip rest stops entirely. The job instructions demanded no stops. Fine by him. But the truck's fuel gauge told a different story. He'd miscalculated. He needed fuel or risked stalling short of the drop-off point. That spelled trouble on all fronts. Checking his map, he spotted a lone truck stop about 10 miles ahead. He considered the risk, but thirst and necessity overrode caution. He pulled in around 9:30 p.m. The place was half lit by flickering neon, a relic of the golden age of roadside diners. Only a couple of vehicles sat in the lot, an old station wagon and a battered pickup. Perfect. Less chance of prying eyes. Jake filled his tank, then stepped inside to pay. An elderly cashier nodded at him, barely curious. But just as Jake reached for his wallet, he felt something slip into his back pocket like a paper note. He whirled, scanning the aisles. He saw no one suspicious, only the old cashier slowly bagging items. Outside in the dim lot, Jake fished out the note. Scrawled in shaky handwriting were the words, "You're delivering more than just cargo. Watch your back." That was it. No signature, no explanation. Adrenaline surged in Jake's veins. Someone at this dusty rest stop recognized him, knew his job, and decided to warn him. He stuffed the note into his pocket, hurried back to his truck, and slammed the door shut. The container sat inert, moonlight reflecting off its metallic surface. "Watch my back," he muttered. "What's going on?" He stared at the container. The clang from earlier echoed in his memory. Curiosity gnawed at him. The contract said not to open the cargo, but the contract also never mentioned risking his life for ignorance. Gritting his teeth, Jake hopped down, grabbed a crowbar from the side compartment, and approached the sealed panel. If the old soldier at the checkpoint found out, Jake would lose his entire paycheck, maybe face legal trouble. But sometimes you have to see for yourself what you're hauling. He slid the crowbar under a seam, testing if the rivets could be pried loose. The metal groaned, then relented. Slowly, Jake lifted the edge, heart thudding with each inch. The interior was dark, but a faint chemical smell wafted out. A sterile tang reminiscent of hospitals. Then in the shadows he saw something that made his blood run cold. A heavy steel pod with a thick glass window. It was empty. Straps hung limp, as if they'd once held something in place. Jake felt the nape of his neck prickle. Something had been in that pod, but it wasn't there now. And that meant only one thing: it was loose, possibly inside the container, possibly outside. A flurry of possibilities seized him. He had to close it and drive, pretend ignorance, or he could investigate. But with each second his safe timeline shrank. The clock was ticking toward midnight. The cargo door he'd pried open wouldn't fully reseal without leaving evidence of tampering. Just then, a metallic clang echoed again from behind him. Jake spun around, crowbar at the ready, but saw nothing except dancing shadows. Fear twisted his gut. He needed to get out of here, ASAP. But how do you run from something unknown? He forced the container door shut as best he could, hopped into the cab and revved the engine. He had about 50 miles left to the coordinate, an unknown something presumably in tow, or on the loose. The note's warning replayed in his head. Danger lurked in the darkness, but he had a job to finish, however insane it was becoming. So Jake pressed the pedal, merging back onto the lonely highway. The thought of Area 51 no longer seemed so silly, because in that instant he knew one truth. This was no ordinary cargo, and he was no longer a simple truck driver. He was a man knee-deep in a conspiracy he couldn't yet fathom. As the highway unfurled beneath his wheels, Jake felt an unfamiliar sense of paranoia creeping in. He kept glancing at his side mirrors, half expecting government vehicles to appear with flashing lights. But the desert remained eerily quiet. He turned on his CB radio, hoping to reach Maggie again, some connection to normalcy. Static hissed, then Maggie's voice cut through. "Jake, that you? I was wondering if you'd gone silent for good." "Maggie," he said, his own voice shaky. "Listen, something's off. This cargo, whatever's inside it, it might have... I don't know, it's just not right." He hesitated to reveal everything, scanning the empty road ahead. I opened it, found a locked pod. Empty, like it was meant to hold something alive. The line crackled with tension. "Alive? Jake, that's not good. Did you see anything else?" "No, just straps." Then I heard noises, like metal scraping. "Something's loose, Mags. Could be an animal, or..." He couldn't bring himself to say the word alien, but the possibility danced in his thoughts. She inhaled sharply. "This is big. You sure you want to keep going?" Jake's foot pressed on the accelerator. "I've come too far. I've got to finish the drop. Maybe once I'm at the base they'll handle whatever it is. Then I'm done. Paid. Out." "Okay. But keep me updated. I'll see if I can dig up anything on that container code you mentioned, R51. Might be referencing Area 51, or it could be something else. Just be careful." He ended the call feeling slightly better, knowing someone had his back. The desert night pulled him deeper in. A battered sign reading "Restricted access beyond this point" loomed up, complete with additional warnings about lethal force. His GPS insisted he was on course. The drop-off coordinate flickered on the screen, still about 30 miles away. A swirling dust devil crossed the highway, forcing Jake to slow. For a moment he thought he spotted headlights behind him, but when he looked again, they were gone. Another flicker of paranoia. Focus on driving. At the next bend the road became narrower, lined with chain-link fences sporting no trespassing placards. This was definitely a different world, someplace built to discourage visitors. At last, around 11:20 p.m, the GPS beeped. "You have arrived at your destination." He found himself at a tall automated gate. A small speaker next to it crackled. "State your clearance code," a monotone voice demanded. Jake fumbled through the envelope for a badge with a printed code. He read it into the speaker. The gate groaned open. No turning back now. Beyond the gate, wide asphalt fields stretched out, dotted with hangars and low buildings. Dim security lights revealed soldiers patrolling. Jake was directed by glowing cones to an underground entrance, reminiscent of a bunker. The entire operation exuded secrecy, and the air felt thick with tension. A pair of uniformed men flagged him down. One motioned him into a cavernous elevator platform large enough for the truck. As it descended, the walls became concrete. Jake's heart hammered. He was going underground. presumably beneath the base's surface. The platform settled in a subterranean loading area, bright fluorescent lights washing everything in an antiseptic glow. Armed guards approached. One barked, "Power down the truck. Step out with your hands visible." Jake complied, squinting under the stark lights. Another guard used a scanning device over the container's locks. Jake tensed. Would they notice I pried it open? A beep. The guard frowned. "The container's seal is compromised. Sir, did you tamper with this?" Jake's breath caught. He forced an even tone. "No. Must have come loose on the road." The guard stared daggers at him, unconvinced. Before the interrogation could deepen, a tall figure in a crisp suit appeared, a man exuding authority. He wore no name tag, but his demeanour demanded respect. "Take the container," he told the guards. "I'll handle the driver." He turned to Jake, his gaze cold. "I'm Agent Nathan Cole. Follow me. Now." Jake had no choice. Agent Cole led him through a set of steel doors into a windowless corridor that seemed to stretch forever, each side bearing identical sealed rooms. They reached a small antechamber where Cole fixed him with a glare. "You're not to speak of anything you see here. I assume you read your contract?" Jake swallowed, trying to maintain composure. "Yes." "Good, because if you break your silence, we'll know. We always know." Cole paused, as if relishing the intimidation. "You'll wait here until we confirm the cargo. Then you'll be escorted off the premises." Jake gave a stiff nod. The door slammed shut, leaving him in a Spartan waiting area with 2 chairs and a silent guard. Minutes bled into an hour. Jake's mind whirred, replaying the ominous note, the empty pod, the possibility that some creature roamed free. He couldn't just leave. He had to at least see it through, yet now he was stuck, evidently untrusted. Suddenly, a blaring siren echoed down the corridor. The guard stiffened, pressing a finger to his earpiece. Muffled orders came through. Another beep, a door slid open, and a frantic voice barked, "We have a breach. Unidentified subject loose in Sector C. Secure all entry points." Jake's eyes widened. Sector C? Is that where they took the container? The guard dashed out, leaving Jake momentarily unguarded. Fear and adrenaline collided. If something truly broke loose, a creature perhaps, this place was about to become a war zone, and Jake had no desire to be trapped in the crossfire. He took a risk, slipping out of the waiting area into the corridor. Sirens kept howling and red emergency lights strobed. He turned a corner, nearly colliding with a cluster of uniformed men sprinting in the opposite direction. They ignored him, focused on the crisis deeper inside the facility. Jake spotted a sign that read, "Warehouse access, authorized personnel only." Heart pounding, he reasoned that was likely where his cargo had been stored. Maybe he could glimpse the truth. Maybe he could find answers, and maybe find an exit, because once the base settled, they'd probably arrest or worse. If I see something incriminating, maybe I can force my release. Steeling his courage, he slipped through the door and descended a short flight of steps. The hallway ended in a large open area that resembled an aircraft hangar, only it was buried underground. Harsh fluorescent lights shone over crates, pods and containers, and near the centre, resting on a heavy-duty dolly, was his container, the side panel still parted from his crowbar attempt. Military personnel crowded around, rifles at the ready. A slender, bespectacled man in a lab coat kneeled by the container, rummaging through what appeared to be alien-like apparatus inside. Jake recognised him from a news article he'd read about government scientists, Dr. Eli Voss, but the man looked older, haunted, his face drawn in panic. Jake crept closer, ducking behind some crates. He glimpsed inside the container, strange devices with glowing lines, a cylindrical capsule that must have once held the occupant of the steel pod. Dr. Voss fiddled with an electronic console as if trying to lock something down. Another soldier shouted, "We have movement in the vents, Sector C!" Chaos reigned. In the swirl of confusion, a shadow flickered across the far wall, tall and spindly, shifting unnaturally quick. Jake's blood chilled. Was that the creature? A guard fired a shot. Shouts erupted. "Hold your fire! We need it alive!" Another soldier scrambled to raise a tranquilizer rifle. Then, to Jake's horror, the shadow vanished from the wall and reappeared on the ceiling, impossibly defying gravity. Staccato gunfire erupted, the muzzle flashes lighting up the space in blinding arcs. Something hissed, a weird, unearthly keening. Then silence, broken by a guard's scream. Jake's instincts screamed at him to run, but his body froze. A part of him was transfixed by the bizarre reality unfolding. Something not of this world scuttled across the ceiling, too fast to track. Soldiers cursed and swung rifles upward. In the chaos, Dr. Voss turned, scanning the room. His eyes locked onto Jake, half hidden behind a crate. In that moment, recognition flickered in the scientist's gaze. Maybe he pegged Jake as a civilian who shouldn't be there. But instead of raising an alarm, Voss mouthed something akin to "Get out!" Jake's heart hammered. Did he dare trust this man? The swirling lights, the shouts, the lurking predator overhead. There was no time to weigh options. Dr. Voss beckoned, then pointed toward a door marked "Exit, Vehicle Hangar." Jake nodded mutely, realizing this might be his only chance to escape. Then, just as he started to move, another ear-shattering alarm blared. The creature hissed again, and the lights flickered, plunging the entire base into partial darkness. Jake felt the temperature in the hangar drop, or perhaps it was just cold sweat dripping down his back. The overhead fluorescent tubes sputtered, struggling to keep the space lit. In that half-lit gloom, shadows sprawled across the walls like living things. The shape of the creature, so swift and unnatural, kept flickering in his peripheral vision. Dr. Eli Voss dashed across the concrete floor, nearly tripping over a supply crate. Jake followed, keeping low. Gunshots echoed again, followed by a soldier's panicked shout. Then a monstrous clang of metal on metal, like something heavy was battered aside. One more shriek cut through the confusion, then silence. The hush was deafening, charged with primal fear. Voss and Jake reached the side door labelled "Exit Vehicle Hangar," but it was locked by an electronic key panel. Cursing under his breath, Voss fumbled for a keycard, swiped it, and the panel beeped red. Access denied. Another attempt. Same result. "Damn it!" Voss hissed, his voice quivering. He slapped the panel in frustration. They must have initiated lockdown. I need a higher clearance. He glanced over his shoulder. We'll have to find another way out. Jake's mind reeled. Doc, what the hell is in here? Did something break out of that container? Voss closed his eyes briefly as if in pain. Yes, it's an entity we recovered from a crash site. Part biological, part mechanical, still learning about it, but we call it Xenoform Beta. We had it sedated, locked in stasis, until your container got compromised. He cast Jake a conflicted look, half guilt, half blame. Now it's loose. Jake's stomach clenched. This is insane. Let's just get out. If that thing's dangerous, the soldiers can handle it, right? A bitter laugh escaped the scientist. You think a few bullets can handle something not made by human hands? We've barely scratched the surface of its capabilities. That's why they keep it here, in these underground labs. They have been trying to replicate or harness its technology, but God knows if they truly can. A flash of movement tore their attention back to the hangar's centre. The overhead lights finally died, plunging the entire chamber into strobing red emergency lighting. In that throbbing glow, Jake glimpsed a twisted silhouette perched on top of a giant crate. The creature's form defied easy description. Elongated limbs, an insectile curvature to its back, and an almost metallic sheen under the red glare. Its eyes, or what resembled them, glowed faintly, scanning the room. Jake's breath caught. Fear hammered in his chest. Then, in a heartbeat, the creature leapt upward, disappearing into the rafters. Voss grabbed Jake's sleeve. "We need to move. There's a side corridor that might lead us to the upper levels, then an exit. Hurry." They skirted the edge of the hangar, slipping past toppled crates and the scattered remains of advanced lab gear. Jake's mind flitted between horror at what he'd seen and the sheer adrenaline of survival. He recalled the hush-hush talk about Area 51, the rumours of alien remains, crashed UFOs, secret experiments. He'd always dismissed them until now. The reality overshadowed any rumour. A corridor branched off from the main hangar, lined with thick steel doors at intervals. Flickering lights revealed bloodstains on the floor. Voss swallowed hard, adjusting his lab coat. "We had staff stationed down here, if the entity attacked them." He didn't finish the sentence. Jake decided it was best not to look too closely. Just then, overhead speakers crackled and a voice boomed, "Facility-wide alert! Intruder protocol engaged. All unauthorized personnel must surrender immediately. We have lethal authority." Jake recognized the voice of Agent Nathan Cole, that cold official who'd greeted him earlier. "Secure or eliminate the asset at all costs. Repeat, eliminate if necessary." Jake locked eyes with Voss. "Intruder protocol. That's me. They'll kill us both if they catch us." Voss nodded grimly. "Yes, the powers that be want no witnesses. They'll blame any casualties on the creature, then bury the truth. You'll vanish, I'll vanish, everyone will vanish." Jake felt a wave of anger surge. He was just a truck driver drawn into this cosmic nightmare, but the injustice of it struck him. "We can't let them bury this. People have a right to know." The word surprised even him. A day ago, he'd have laughed at the concept of alien secrets. Now every fibre of him believed the public deserved the truth. The scientist studied him, something shifting in his eyes. "You're serious? You'd risk your life to expose them?" Jake hesitated, but the memory of that empty pod, that monstrous silhouette overhead, the hush-hush contract, it all churned inside him. "I can't just walk away after seeing this. They'll kill me anyway. Might as well try to do something." Voss exhaled, a mixture of relief and desperation. "Then we need evidence, proof. There's a secure server in Lab 7. If we can copy data from the research logs, photos, video, we can blow the lid off. But it's deeper in the facility, and we still have that alien creature roaming free." Jake's pulse pounded. "Let's do it, then find a way out." They continued down the corridor, passing locked doors. Voss used his keycard on door after door, some opening to reveal labs in disarray, others refusing entry. They found a small storage room with an overhead vent. A battered soldier lay unconscious near the door, apparently knocked out by the creature. Voss knelt, checked the man's pulse, then grabbed his keycard. He's alive. Let's hope he stays that way. They stepped over him, pushing on. One corridor led to a sign reading Lab 6, Biological Analysis. Another pointed to Lab 7, Xenoform Studies. Voss gestured to Lab 7. That's our target. They eased forward. The door slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Inside, monitors flickered, showing cryptic readouts of gene sequences, strange symbols and footage of a containment room. One screen displayed images of the alien craft's wreckage. Another showed the crashed remains with the label Project Lazarus. Jake's chest tightened. He was stepping deeper into a world no civilian was ever meant to see. Voss rushed to a console. "Keep watch. I'll retrieve the files." Jake scanned the hallway behind them, senses on high alert. The overhead sirens still wailed, and occasionally they heard the distant staccato of gunfire. The base was locked in a terrifying cat-and-mouse standoff. Who was the cat, the creature, or the men with guns? At the console, Voss inserted a portable drive. Data lines scrolled across the screen. "I've got logs, video of the entity in stasis, autopsy reports from earlier specimens. This is enough to rock the entire world if we get it out." Jake turned, fixating on the largest monitor. It showed security footage from inside the container corridor. Black and white graininess, a timestamp flickering in the corner. He recognized his own truck parked there, the container being moved. Then the feed jumped to a chaotic moment. Engineers scattering as the alien burst from the pod. "Jesus," Jake muttered. "No one's going to believe we got all this proof, but it's real." Voss tapped frantically. The progress bar crawled to 90%, then 100%. "Done!" He yanked the drive. "Now we—" A harsh clang behind them. The door to Lab 7 slammed shut and a figure stepped inside. Not the alien, but a uniformed man with a stoic face, Agent Nathan Cole. His sidearm was raised. "That's enough, Doctor, and you," he hissed at Jake, "have caused quite a mess." Jake's gut clenched. "We're just—" "Shut it." Cole's eyes burned with quiet rage. "Hand over the drive and face the wall. The only reason you two aren't dead is because I want to know how far this breach goes." He gestured with the gun. "Now!" Jake glanced at Voss. The scientist gave a tiny nod. Reluctantly, he extended the flash drive toward Cole, but as Cole reached for it, a thunderous crash reverberated overhead. The lights flickered off. Darkness swallowed the room. Then a single red emergency lamp kicked in, bathing everything in a sinister glow. A monstrous screech resonated from the corridor. Xenoform Beta was near. Cole spun, momentarily distracted. Voss seized the chance, fumbling for a button on the console that read, "Override Lab 7 door." The door slid open. "Run!" Voss yelled. Jake bolted, ignoring Cole's furious shout. Shots rang out. Sparks ricocheted from a metal panel, but in the confusion, Jake and Voss tumbled into the hallway, the precious flash drive still in the scientist's grip. They slammed the door behind them, locking Cole inside. Another screech echoed down the corridor, closer this time. Jake realized they were trapped between an armed agent and a rampaging alien. But at least they had the data. The question was, could they reach the surface and the outside world before the entire base sealed their fate? Jake's adrenaline soared. The corridor was dimly lit by flickering red emergency panels, casting dancing shadows on the concrete walls. Dr. Voss clutched the flash drive tightly, face pale but resolute. They could still hear Agent Cole pounding on the locked lab door behind them, shouting commands into a radio. More gunshots thundered somewhere in the distance. A scraping sound from the ceiling alerted Jake. He and Voss froze. Something large moved through the ventilation shafts overhead, slithering or crawling with unnatural speed. Then silence. Jake's heart hammered against his ribcage. The creature is close, so close. Voss motioned him forward. "If we can reach the main elevator, we might get to the surface, unless they've locked it down." They crept forward, the corridor branching in multiple directions. Each intersection was marked with cryptic signs. Sector E, testing labs. Sector F, holding cells, armory data center. Sparks arced near a half-destroyed control panel. The air smelled of burning wires. They passed a lifeless soldier slumped against the wall. Jake tried not to stare at the man's blank eyes. This base had become a battlefield, or maybe a slaughterhouse. They turned a corner and spotted the main elevator at the far end. A steel gate sealed it off. Another keycard panel blinked red. "We can try," Voss whispered. He ran up and swiped his card. Nothing. He typed a code, still no response. The screen displayed "Lockdown protocol engaged." Jake cursed under his breath. "What now? A staircase?" Voss nodded. "There's an emergency stairwell near the east side, but it's a long way up. And if they've sealed the hatches, we might be trapped anyway. Better than waiting around." Jake gestured for him to lead. They hustled deeper into the labyrinth. Alarms kept screeching overhead, messages about containment breach, mixing with intruder protocol. The base's disorientation left Jake feeling like a rat in a high-tech maze. A loud clang resounded from behind them, like metal being torn apart. Then came a roar of fear. A soldier's voice cut short. Jake's throat constricted. The creature was picking them off one by one. They had to keep moving. They found the stairwell door, heavy reinforced steel. Voss tried his card, the lock clicked, and they pulled it open. Inside, the shaft spiraled up. Dim emergency lights illuminated each landing. Voss peered upward. "We're at least 8 levels below ground. Let's hope we can get out on the top level." They started climbing. The sounds of chaos below gradually faded, replaced by their ragged breaths echoing in the concrete chamber. After 2 flights, Jake's calves burned, but adrenaline pushed him on. Voss lagged slightly, clutching the railing. "I'm not exactly in shape for this," he muttered with a grim humour. Jake offered a hand, helping him keep pace. By the 4th level up, a new noise drifted from above. Heavy footsteps, or maybe boots. They exchanged a worried glance. Could it be more soldiers, or the men in black? They pressed themselves against the wall, listening. The footsteps paused, then resumed, heading downward. Jake's instincts flared. A confrontation was likely. He looked around for an alternate route, but the stairwell was a single column, nowhere to hide. Within moments, 2 armed men in black tactical gear rounded the landing above, rifles aimed. They froze upon spotting Jake and Voss. "Stop, hands up," one barked. The other triggered a radio. "We have them in the stairwell, Sector G, Level 3. Request backup." Jake's mind raced. If they complied, they'd be detained or killed. The data would be lost. "We have to fight or flee." He looked at the door on the next landing, noticing a sign that read Maintenance Tunnel. If they could just reach it. But the men advanced, rifles unwavering. "Down on the ground now!" Voss clutched the flash drive like a lifeline. Jake raised his hand slowly, scanning for an opening. Then an unexpected roar shook the stairwell from far below. A monstrous wail, so loud it vibrated the metal railings. The men in black turned reflexively, faces betraying fear. Jake seized the moment. He lunged forward, slamming one guard's rifle sideways. A shot rang out, ricocheting off the wall. The second guard spun, but Voss, fueled by desperation, tackled him. The guard stumbled, lost his footing, and pitched down a half-flight of stairs with a sickening thud. Jake wrested the rifle from the first guard, who reeled from the blow. Another savage roar echoed. The guard's eyes widened with terror. He's heard that sound before, Jake realized. Without hesitation, the guard wrenched free, scrambled up the stairs, and fled. Clearly dealing with an alien nightmare outranked capturing them. Voss panted, adrenaline surging. That was close. He retrieved the rifle from the second guard's limp form, then eyed Jake. We can't do that again. Let's get to that maintenance tunnel. They ascended the last steps, prying open the door labelled maintenance tunnel. A narrow corridor greeted them, pipes running along the ceiling. Dim overhead bulbs flickered. The air smelled of chemical coolant. This wasn't a typical hallway for staff, more like a service route for engineers. If they were lucky, it might lead to a less guarded exit. They threaded through tight passages. Machinery hummed behind grated walls. Occasional signage read ventilation, power grid, or hazardous material storage. The base's sheer scale astounded Jake. He was used to big warehouse complexes, but this was on another level entirely, like a hidden city beneath the desert. Voss led them around a bend, consulting a small mental map he presumably knew from his years working here. This path should intersect an older cargo elevator that services above-ground hangars, less monitored. Maybe we can bypass the lockdown. They soon reached a rusted steel door labelled Auxiliary Cargo Lift. Voss fiddled with the control panel. Seems offline. Let me see if I can power it. He popped open a fuse box, revealing a mess of wires. While he worked, Jake kept an ear out for pursuit. The base's alarms had quieted, replaced by sporadic gunfire or distant screams. An uneasy hush lay over the corridors. Finally, the lights on the lift control glowed. I think it's operational, Voss said with relief. They pulled the heavy door aside, revealing a cargo elevator platform big enough for a small truck. A single overhead bulb cast feeble light inside. Voss stepped on, tapped a control. It might take us near the surface, at least. Let's hope the power supply holds. The lift groaned to life, lurching upward at a crawl. Each second felt interminable. Jake exhaled, letting tension slip momentarily. They had come so far, risked so much. If they could just break free. Halfway up, the entire platform shuddered. The overhead bulb flickered wildly. Voss paled. Powers dropping? Another violent jolt. The lift screeched to a halt, suspended in darkness, then a mechanical whine, and it resumed, but painfully slow. Stay calm, Voss urged. Jake stared at the grated walls sliding by. Doc, if we get out, how do we expose all this? The government will come after us. Voss swallowed. We'll need to broadcast the data widely, upload it to multiple news outlets, leak it online, something unstoppable. Even Black Ops can't erase everything once it's out, but we must move fast. The lift ground to a stop at what looked like a storeroom. A faint overhead sign read, Surface Access, Authorized Only. The door's lock glowed red. Voss tried his card, no luck, he exhaled, frustration seeping in. Security clearance. We need a high-level code, possibly from someone like Agent Cole, Jake cursed. They were stuck again. They peered through the grated door at the corridor beyond. It was dim, no immediate sign of guards. Jake gave the door a shove, solid. He read the sign, Biocontainment, please decontaminate. Another reminder they were dealing with top-secret alien research. Just then, a banging noise echoed from below the elevator shaft. Jake froze. Could the creature be climbing? They saw nothing, but the clang repeated, rising. Voss's eyes widened. It might sense us. We have to go now. Desperation blossomed. Jake scanned the storeroom. Near the door, a small control panel with a numeric keypad flickered. If only they had a code. Then Voss had a frantic idea. Check that dead guard's keycard. It might have higher clearance than mine. But they'd left the guard behind. They had no card. A metallic screech from the elevator shaft triggered panic. Voss rummaged in his pockets. "I have partial override code." Might not be enough, but let's try. He typed a sequence. The panel beeped, then displayed invalid. Another attempt. Invalid. The banging grew louder, closer. Jake braced himself, rifle in hand, finally on Voss's third try. The panel beeped green. The door hissed. They burst into the corridor, slamming it behind them. A heavy mechanical lock engaged. For now, they had a barrier between them and the horrors below. They found themselves in a wide hallway leading to a large blast door. Painted above it was surface hangar access. Jake's heart soared. They might just make it. But the corridor wasn't empty. At the far end stood several men, the men in black. Tall, expressionless, each clad in black suits incongruous in a facility like this. They stared at Jake and Voss with cold detachment. No weapons drawn, yet the threat they exuded was tangible. One man stepped forward, face devoid of emotion. "You do not belong here. Hand over the... now!" Another man reached inside his jacket, presumably for a sidearm. Jake aimed the rifle, the sieves jangled. "Stay back. We just want out." The lead man's lips twitched in what might have been a faint smile. "You've seen too much. People like you vanish all the time. Step away from the exit." Voss inhaled sharply. "No, not this time." He nudged Jake. "Look, there's a side door to the hangar. If we can slip past them." But the men in black advanced in a synchronized motion. Jake realized any negotiation was futile. They intended to bury them here. Another standoff. The corridor lights hummed, tension, crackling. Then footsteps thundered behind the men in black, uniformed soldiers sprinting toward them with rifles. Over a loudspeaker, Agent Cole's voice boomed, "Seize them! Secure that data!" Jake's grip tightened. They were pinned between the men in black and Cole's forces. No path out. So much for the surface hangar access. Then a thunderous crash shook the entire corridor. The lights flickered. The creature's eerie screech erupted somewhere close, reverberating in the vents. The men in black turned, momentarily distracted. Jake seized the chance, but to go where? In the flickering corridor, tension hung like a storm cloud ready to erupt. Jake and Dr. Voss stood near the blast door to the surface, confronted by the emotionless men in black on one side and heavily armed soldiers rushing in from the other. Overhead, the alien's shriek vibrated the air, chilling blood and bone alike. A soldier's voice barked, "Open fire!" Shots rang out, but not at Jake, rather at the men in black. Agent Cole appeared behind the line of soldiers, face twisted in rage. "Stop them all!" he ordered. "None leave this facility." The men in black responded with unnatural speed, dodging bullets with fluid motions. Two of them drew sidearms, returning precise, methodical fire. Jake dove behind a large crate, pulling Voss down with him. Splinters rained as bullets shredded the crate's edges, a swirl of confusion, soldiers versus men in black, each brandishing lethal force. In that chaos, neither side was particularly aiming at Jake or Voss, but it was only a matter of time before crossfire caught them. The corridor's overhead lights sparked, some failing entirely, plunging stretches into darkness. Jake's eyes darted around for an escape route. The blast door to the surface was sealed. Another key panel glowed ominously. But the fighting might give them an opening. If they could slip past the crossfire... Then came a thunderous crash from above. The ceiling vent tore open and the creature dropped into the fray. Its elongated limbs slammed onto the floor, bristling with otherworldly menace. Men on both sides gasped or shouted curses. In an instant, the alien lunged at a soldier, knocking him aside with terrifying strength. Another soldier fired a burst, but the creature leapt onto the wall, scurrying horizontally before vaulting toward a second victim. Jake's heart pounded, every sense screaming to run. The strobe of muzzle flashes illuminated the creature's shiny carapace, revealing eerie segments of biotech. It let out a piercing shriek that rattled the corridor. The men in black pivoted calmly, firing specialized tranquilizer rounds. Jake recognized the dull hiss of compressed gas, but the alien jerked away with inhuman agility, rendering their aim useless. Dr. Voss tugged Jake's sleeve, pointing to the blast door panel. "We can try an override!" Bullets and shrieks overshadowed all else. Jake nodded, quickly crawling on hands and knees to the door's side. Voss typed rapidly on the keypad, face taut with concentration. "I prepared a universal code for emergencies, but it might take a minute." A glance back, the fight raged. Soldiers hollered, "Fall back!" The men in black advanced systematically. The alien pinned one soldier to the floor, tail lashing, then sprang away. In the confusion, Agent Cole spotted Jake. Their eyes locked. Cole's expression contorted with hatred. He raised his sidearm, intending to shoot, but the alien abruptly crashed between them, scattering debris. Cole stumbled back, disappearing behind swirling dust. The keypad beeped. Voss whispered in triumph. The heavy door hissed, gears turning. Light spilled in, pale moonlight. They could see the desert sky beyond. Finally, an exit. "Go, Jake," Voss urged. They scrambled through the opening and found themselves in an open-air hangar. The night was clear, star-laden. The entire base lay behind them, a subterranean fortress. A pair of black helicopters idled near the perimeter, rotors spinning. On the far side of the hangar stood Jake's original rig, or so it appeared at a glance, though the trailer was missing, likely whisked away for processing. Uniformed ground crew scurried about, some brandishing weapons. Alarms blared outside as well, lights roving across the tarmac. If they tried to simply walk out, they'd be shot. Jake scanned for a path. A row of government SUVs sat parked near a chain-link fence. If they could hotwire one. Behind them, the corridor echoed with more screams. The alien might tear that entire place apart, or be subdued. Jake had no illusions about the government's willingness to use extreme measures. A fiery explosion rumbled from below, dust puffing around the door's edges. Red lights flickered on the surface as well, signifying a full-base emergency. Dr. Voss panted, adrenaline fueling him. "We must get to a vehicle and run. We can send the data out once we're safe. Don't let them corner us." Jake spied a break in the fence to the north near a ridge. Maybe if they reached that vantage, they could vanish into the desert. He grabbed Voss's shoulder. "Come on!" They sprinted across the open ground. A startled crewman shouted, raising a sidearm. Jake fired a warning shot in the air from the rifle he'd kept. The crewman ducked, letting them pass. They nearly reached the SUVs when headlights flared. Two black jeeps roared into the hangar from the opposite side, tires squealing. Figures in black suits hopped out. Reinforcements. One fired at them, bullets pinging on the tarmac. Jake and Voss dove behind an SUV. Voss fumbled for the keys in the ignition. Locked. No key. We'll have to hot-wire it. Jake had experience with older trucks, not modern, secure systems, but he wrenched open the dash panel, yanking wires. Meanwhile, Voss returned fire with the stolen rifle. Shouts rang out. Jake's fingers trembled as he tried bypassing the ignition. A bullet shattered the passenger window, glass raining. Voss gasped, clutching his arm. "I'm hit." Just a graze. Finally a spark. The SUV's engine coughed, then roared. Jake slid into the driver's seat, yanking Voss inside. With a screech they peeled away, bullets pursuing them. The chain-link fence ahead was locked, but Jake floored it. The SUV crashed through with a shriek of twisted metal, lurching onto a desert road. Dust engulfed them, freed from the base but not out of danger. Under the moonlit sky they sped across an unpaved route, the tyres bouncing violently. Voss clutched his wounded arm. "Keep driving. We have to get as far as possible from their perimeter. They'll have drones, helicopters." Jake glanced at the overhead starlight. "Then we need to lose ourselves in the terrain." He recalled a canyon area about 5 miles east, where the ridges might conceal them. The SUV's high beams carved a path through the dark. The night felt endless, the desert an expanse of shadows. Maggie's voice flashed in Jake's mind. "I'll be on the line if you need me." They had no stable radio here, but the SUV's console might have a secure channel. He fumbled with the radio dial's static, then an open channel. "Jake, you there? I heard rumours. Top secret base activity near Groom Lake." "Jake?" Relief flooded him. "Maggie, I'm out, but they're chasing me. Listen, I have proof, real proof. We have an alien life form down there. They tried to kill me. They won't stop." Maggie's voice trembled. "Jake, oh my God, send me the files now. I'll try to upload them. Maybe we can blow it wide open." Voss, hunched in the passenger seat, managed to pass the flash drive over. Jake rummaged for a data port on the radio console. The SUV, being government issue, had a specialised system. He jammed the drive in, praying it connected. "We're uploading," he told Maggie. "Get ready." But as soon as the transfer began, a whirring hum overhead signalled an approaching helicopter. The SUV's warning systems beeped. "Tracking signal detected," a robotic voice announced. They had no illusions about outrunning a helicopter. The digital progress bar in the console advanced painfully slow, 10%, 20%. A bright spotlight hit them from above. The helicopter swooped in, buffeting them with wind. Gunfire spat from its side, peppering the ground. Jake swerved, nearly flipping the SUV. The progress bar hit 50%. Another burst of bullets forced him to brake behind a rocky outcrop, losing line of sight with the chopper. Over the radio, Maggie's voice crackled. "Jake? The feed cut out. Are you there? I only got partial data. Hurry!" The console displayed signal lost. Jake's fists clenched. They needed a stable line. Voss gasped from blood loss, eyes drooping. "We can't hold them off. Maybe we should hide the drive. Let the next person find it." Jake refused to accept defeat. "We're so close." He looked around, noticing a side canyon. If they could lure the chopper away or jam its sensors, they might resume uploading. But even if they do, would the government manage to shut it down? Suddenly, a second helicopter roared over the ridge. The spotlight pinned them again. The SUV's engine coughed under the strain of the rough terrain. The dash flickered. This is it, Jake realised. They're pinned. No clear escape. He turned to Voss. "Doc, you did your best. Let me try one last Hail Mary." He grabbed the mic. "Maggie, if you can hear me, get the word out. Even partial data might be enough. Don't let them bury this." The only reply was static. The swirling rotors whipped up a sandstorm around them. A mechanical voice from overhead blared on a loudspeaker. "Jake Mercer, surrender now, Mom." Agent Cole's tone, no doubt. The first helicopter descended, kicking up a hurricane of dust. Jake shielded his eyes. "Voss, hang in there." Men in black tactical gear leapt from the copter, guns drawn. Jake tried to reverse the SUV, but the engine sputtered. A bullet shattered the windshield, grazing his shoulder. He cried out, slumping. Another bullet took out the front tyre. The SUV lurched to a stop. Doors flung open, men yanking them out. The next moments were chaos. Voss wailing in pain, the flash drive knocked from his grip. It tried to fight, but a rifle butt slammed into his temple. Stars exploded across his vision. He heard muffled shouts, felt his arms wrenched behind him. Then a final memory. Agent Cole's face looming over him, eyes cold. "You led me on quite a chase," Cole hissed, "but it ends here. You disappear now. All of this remains classified." Jake's world blurred. Dust stung his eyes. The last thing he saw was the starlit sky spinning, then darkness. 3 days later, Maggie Ruiz sat alone in her cramped radio dispatch office, eyes red from lack of sleep. She'd tried every trick to reconnect with Jake. Nothing. No calls, no signals, no sightings. Rumours spread about a massive incident near Area 51, some folks claiming to see unmarked helicopters, strange lights, entire roads sealed off. But official statements mentioned only routine military exercises. Maggie replayed the partial data Jake had managed to send. It contained 6 cryptic file names, fragments of lab notes referencing something called Xeniform Beta, and low-resolution images of a bizarre metallic skeleton. Not conclusive proof, but enough to imply something momentous. She'd attempted to share it with certain media outlets, only to face immediate pushback. The files vanished from her email drafts. Her online posts flagged or removed for violating guidelines. She feared her phone might be tapped. In a last-ditch effort, she posted the partial images on fringe conspiracy forums. A handful of responses trickled in, some proclaiming fake, others calling her a hero. Then the forum threads disappeared, replaced by 404 errors. The sense of an invisible hand erasing the truth weighed heavily on her. She found a single note in her mailbox one morning typed on plain paper, "Cease and desist for your own safety." No signature, of course. Her blood ran cold. Days turned to weeks, and official channels gave no news of Jake Mercer. His trucking company listed him as having resigned abruptly. No missing persons report seemed to gain traction with authorities. As for Dr. Ely Voss, the stories varied. Some said he died in an accidental lab fire. Others claimed he never existed. The desert swiftly swallowed their footprints. Meanwhile, inside that hidden base, Agent Nathan Cole compiled a final report. With the alien recaptured, barely, the facility resumed its hush-hush research. The Jake Mercer incident was chalked up to infiltration by a rogue civilian. Every mention of him within government databases was systematically purged. It was as if Jake had never been born. The same fate befell Dr. Voss, consigned to an unmarked file in an undisclosed archive, but scraps of data lingered. On a battered laptop in Maggie's apartment, partial logs remained. She spent her nights analysing the code, searching for a key to decrypt more sections. She discovered references to a Project Lazarus, possibly indicating repeated attempts to resurrect alien biology. She found mention of trans-species synergy. The deeper she dug, the more horrifying the inferences. Something beyond her comprehension was happening under those desert sands. One quiet evening, her CB radio crackled with unexpected static. She grabbed the mic. "Jake, is that you?" The only response was white noise. Then a faint beep-beep, like a heartbeat. It could have been an electrical glitch, or something more. She tried to respond, but the static swallowed her words. Eventually the signal faded. She was left alone in the dark, tears welling. She refused to let go of hope that maybe, somehow, Jake was alive out there. Across the internet, rumours flared and died. A grainy image circulated briefly, showing an open steel container with the label AFP classified. Some claimed it was a hoax, Others found it consistent with older leaked photos from Area 51. Conspiracy boards buzzed, only to be cleaned within hours. In hushed corners of coffee shops, truck stops and underground chat rooms, the story of the truck driver who vanished persisted. People swapped theories. He was abducted by aliens, he's in the government black site, he faked his death, no official answers came. Meanwhile, out in the desert, the nighttime winds scoured the highways, whistling through barbed wire fences. Far from the public roads, a discreet runway glowed softly, where black helicopters landed silently. Deep below the earth, experiments continued on Xenoform Beta. Powerful people ensured no slip-ups occurred again. Another near catastrophe might expose too much. If you drive that lonely Nevada highway late at night, you might glimpse a phantom taillight flicker in the distance. Some folks say it's the ghost of Jake Mercer, forever hauling secrets across dark roads. Others dismiss it as a trick of the desert wind. But if you recall his story, you might wonder, could he still be out there, a prisoner of secrets too big to reveal? Or did they truly vanish him to a place no one returns from? In quiet moments, Maggie whispers a final promise to the empty radio waves. "I'll keep searching, Jake. I won't let them erase you." For she believes wholeheartedly that truth has a way of surfacing, even if it takes time. Perhaps one day, a new whistleblower will unearth the full evidence. Alien bodies, advanced craft, living entities that defy human understanding. And the name Jake Mercer will stand as a testament to the ordinary man who got too close to the heart of secrecy. Until then, the desert remains silent, and the perimeter of Area 51 stands vigilant. Bright spotlights scanning for intruders, watchtowers manned by stoic guards, and hidden cameras capturing every movement. The base stands as a fortress of unanswered questions, and the highways at night remain eerily empty, save for the occasional 18-wheeler rolling by, its driver never suspecting how close they come to the greatest secret on Earth. Thus ends the story of Jake Mercer, the truck driver who knew too much. He stumbled upon evidence that could change humanity's view of the cosmos, and for that he paid the ultimate price. Whether the truth will ever come to light rests in the hands of those who refuse to let shadowy corridors remain unchallenged. Because sometimes a single man's curiosity can ignite a spark that refuses to die. Hello fellow thriller enthusiasts, and welcome to a special Storytime edition with a twist. Before we leap into the shadows of conspiracy, cover-ups and desperate chases, I'd like to invite you to do something. Drop a quick comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from, and what time it happens to be. It's always fascinating to see our global community bridging time zones to enjoy the same story. Also, if you're someone who thrives on nail-biting suspense and late-night reveals, consider subscribing to Sleep Theories. We share narratives that blend tension, mystery, and the uncanny, perfect for those nights when you just can't sleep. Tonight we're delving into a conspiracy thriller titled Dark Side of the Truth, a moon landing conspiracy thriller. It's set in the year 2025, yet it digs into events that occurred more than half a century ago, or so the official history says. Our protagonist, Elliot Graves, isn't the typical tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. He's a rational investigative journalist who's built his reputation on skepticism and fact-checking. But his life takes a sharp turn when he receives a mysterious reel of 16mm film, suggesting that one of humanity's greatest achievements, the 1969 moon landing, was staged on a secret set. As we progress through the story, you'll meet characters with their own moral compasses, locked in a deadly dance. There's Sam Reyes, a sharp-witted former NASA engineer who knows more about the organization's secrets than is probably safe. Dr. Bernard Calloway, an aging whistleblower haunted by regrets and memories so dangerous they could sign his death warrant. And lurking in the shadows is Agent Jonathan Kane, an operative who believes that national security demands certain truths remain buried, forever if need be. Expect twists at every corner. A single piece of film can become the spark that ignites an inferno of questions. If the moon landing was faked, what happened to the real astronauts? Could an entire government organisation keep such a massive secret under wraps for 5 decades? And how far will those in power go to ensure the lie never sees the light of day? In this narrative, trust is a fleeting commodity. Allies turn to enemies. Illusions of safety crumble under the relentless pursuit of those who believe the ends justify the means. Most of all, this is a story about the cost of truth. Is it worth risking one's safety, peace of mind, and very identity to challenge one of history's most iconic moments? Would you stand your ground if the price were everything you hold dear? So sit back, whether you're at home, in the office, or on a midnight train to somewhere distant. Let yourself be pulled into a reality where the lines between historical record and government-engineered fantasy blur, leaving only one certainty, that once you learn the truth, there is no going back. Ready? Then let's begin. In just a moment, we'll step into part 1, where a mysterious package arrives on Elliot Graves's doorstep, sending him hurtling into a hidden world of secrets and illusions. Keep your wits about you, and don't forget to keep the lights on. Welcome to Dark Side of the Truth, a moon landing conspiracy thriller. Elliot Graves had no reason to suspect the night would bring anything unusual. He sat in his small book-lined apartment in downtown Philadelphia, finishing an article on local corruption, a typical piece for his modest but dedicated readership. A coffee mug stood half empty beside him, thick smudges of ink marking the final edits on his notes. It was the kind of moment he usually relished, quiet, focused, and free of the outside world's chaos. Then came the knock, 3 sharp raps, unannounced and oddly urgent. Elliot glanced at the clock. 10:47 p.m. He wasn't expecting anyone. The hallway light flickered as he opened the door, finding nothing but a single battered cardboard box at his feet. No note, no name, just his address scrawled in black marker. It could have been a source dropping a tip, though most of his informants were digital ghosts, rarely venturing into the physical realm. Curiosity piqued. Elliot brought the box inside. It weighed more than he expected. Taped across the top, a plain sheet of paper read, "Watch immediately." The handwriting was jagged, as if penned in a hurry or under duress. Carefully he cut the tape, half expecting a bomb or a rig device. Instead, inside lay a vintage 16mm film reel in a metal canister, the label partially peeled off. He gently tilted it back and forth, hearing the soft shift of film spooled inside. Elliot felt a jolt of excitement. He'd handled old film reels before, but never one that found him in the dead of night. An archaic machine in his study closet, passed down by his grandfather, might be the only way to view it. He rarely used the projector, but he was determined to see what was on this reel, if only to figure out who had gone to so much trouble to send it. Setting up the projector took nearly half an hour. Dust motes swirled in the beam of a single lamp as he threaded the film carefully. As the flickering images began, Elliot's anticipation turned to pure disbelief. The footage was in black and white, shaky in places, but unmistakably capturing a large, elaborate set. A moon-like surface crafted on what looked to be a soundstage. Stage lights hung overhead, cables snaking across the floor. He squinted, recognizing the shape of a NASA lunar module prop, like something out of a historical documentary. But it wasn't a documentary. He saw men wearing astronaut suits, one of them bearing an uncanny resemblance to Neil Armstrong. Off to the side, a group of technicians hovered, adjusting cameras that weren't from 1969. They looked older, yes, but not quite from the era. A man stepped into view clapping a film slate. On it was scribbled, Apollo 11, Take 3. The adrenaline spiked through Elliot's veins. This reel showed the moon landing being filmed on a set. His rational mind scrambled for explanations. Could this be a Hollywood recreation or some kind of promotional footage? But the detail was too raw, too disorganized for a typical behind-the-scenes doc. There were sections where the astronauts removed their helmets, revealing sweaty faces. The lander and flag props looked hastily put together. One of the men off-screen shouted, "Watch the reflection, we can't show the lights," as if aware of how a real moon environment should look, no visible reflections of rigging in an astronaut's visor. By the time the reel ended, Elliot's hands trembled. He remembered hearing about the moon landing conspiracy theories, wild claims of stage sets and Kubrick involvement, but he'd always dismissed them. He prided himself on debunking such nonsense. Yet here was tangible evidence, or the best fake he'd ever seen. A single question throbbed in his mind. Who would send this to me, and why now? He reached for his phone, intending to call a trusted colleague, only to find the screen black. No power. He was sure it was charged. Strange. He tried to boot up his computer to search for any reference to lost Apollo footage, but the internet connection was dead. He felt his chest tighten in a wave of paranoia. Was he imagining things, or was this more than a coincidence? Deciding to do a quick external check, Elliot gathered the reel, locked up his apartment, and headed for the elevator. As he stepped out onto the street, a hint of movement caught his eye. A black SUV parked at the curb, lights off. Its windows were tinted, impossible to see in. The hair on his arms rose. Philadelphia had plenty of SUVs, but why did this one feel like it was there for him? He took a breath, telling himself not to jump to conclusions. Still, his heart hammered as he walked 2 blocks to an all-night coffee shop known for its reliable Wi-Fi. Inside, the smell of espresso and donuts steadied him a bit. He found a corner table connected to the cafe's network and tried searching for any references to moon landing staged film reel. Thousands of hits, mostly conspiracy websites. Nothing verifiable. Minutes later, he typed a cautious email to a colleague, attaching a single grainy screenshot from the reel. He pressed send. An error message blinked back. Message undeliverable. He tried again. Same result. He wondered if his phone or laptop had been compromised or if there was a bigger net around him. The idea of being watched in real time chilled him. Returning to his apartment would be a risk, but he had nowhere else to analyse this film. As he left the shop, the black SUV was gone. Instead, a grey sedan sat across the street, engine running. Elliot inhaled sharply and hailed a cab. If someone was tailing him, best to lose them in traffic. The entire ride he cradled the film canister on his lap, heart pounding. He found himself muttering under his breath, "It can't be real, it can't be real." Yet some buried part of him whispered that it might be. If so, everything he understood about American history was about to unravel, and he was holding the thread that could unspool it all. Little did he know that before sunrise he'd be a fugitive in his own city, hunted by forces who had protected this secret for over 50 years. And the package was only the beginning. Elliot's morning came too soon, and with far more chaos than he could handle. He hadn't slept. Fear and excitement drove him to sift through every frame of the film reel, making notes, snapping photos with a spare camera he'd found in an old drawer. Perhaps he could create a digital copy? but his attempts to digitize the reel via his laptop repeatedly failed. Some hidden glitch kept corrupting the files. He cursed under his breath. Was it sabotage or just outdated hardware? At first light, he ventured to his usual contact for obscure intel, a quiet archivist named Harriet, who worked at the local historical society. He hoped she might authenticate the film's physical materials. Harriet was meticulous with details, and if anyone could confirm the reel's age, it would be her. The society's building was a grand relic, all marble floors and dusty exhibits. Elliot found Harriet in a back office, squinting through a magnifying glass at a centuries-old map. She looked up, alarmed by his frantic posture. Without preamble, he passed her the film canister. "I need to know if this is genuinely from 1969, he whispered, glancing around as if the walls had ears. Harriet frowned at his secrecy but began her inspection. She murmured something about the film's brand markings, the chemical composition of older film stock, and how certain colour-coded edges could pin down the manufacturing date. Within half an hour she had her verdict. "This reel does appear to be from the late 1960s. Where'd you get it?" Elliot let out a breath he hadn't realised he was holding. "Somebody sent it to me last night." He hesitated, debating how much to reveal. Before he could continue, Harriet's phone rang. She picked it up, and her expression clouded as she listened. Yes, he's here," she said, a tremor in her voice. He backed away, panic flaring. Was Harriet being told to stall him? He mouthed, "Hang up," but Harriet just stared at him wide-eyed. Elliot snatched the phone from her hand. "Hello," he said into the receiver. An unfamiliar voice. "Elliot Graves. Step outside, we just want to talk." He froze. A second later the line went dead. "Who was that?" Harriet whispered, her complexion pale. Elliot shook his head, realizing he'd dragged her into danger. "I have to go." He grabbed the film, thanked her in a rush, and bolted out a side entrance. Immediately he spotted two men in dark suits stepping out of a black sedan. They scanned the area, eyes sharp and purposeful. Elliot ducked behind a parked delivery truck. He rummaged for his phone. It still wouldn't connect to a network. He couldn't call for help. Glancing around, he saw a narrow alley. He sprinted for it, ignoring startled pedestrians. The men noticed and gave chase. Footsteps echoed behind him as he weaved through the maze of back streets. He didn't stop until he was sure he'd lost them. Leaning against a graffiti-stained wall, he gulped the cool morning air. The reality sank in. I'm being hunted. His mind raced. Who had the power to track him within hours? Some fraction of NASA, the FBI, or an even more clandestine outfit? He remembered Harriet's stunned face and felt a pang of guilt. Was she safe? With his phone compromised, Elliot needed a secure communication line. That's when he remembered Sam Reyes, a former NASA engineer turned freelance tech wizard. They'd crossed paths a year ago when Sam leaked documents exposing flawed satellite software. She'd proven resourceful and cautious, someone who operated in the grey areas of government secrecy. He rummaged through his wallet for her old business card, typed the number into a borrowed flip phone he'd bought for emergencies. 2 rings, then Sam answered with a wary, "Who is this?" "Elliot Graves," he said quietly, trying to steady his voice. "I need your help. It's urgent." Sam let out a short laugh. "You're the reporter who debunked that UFO fiasco. Are you calling to do another piece?" He glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "This is bigger than UFOs. I have an old NASA film that suggests the moon landing was not what we think." Silence on the line. Then Sam hissed, "Don't say another word. There are ears everywhere. Meet me at the Redwood Garage, level 3, in an hour." She hung up. He had no time to question her abruptness. He made his way to Redwood Garage, a concrete structure on the outskirts of the city. Ducking beneath security cameras, he took the stairs to level 3. Only a few cars were parked, the area echoing with the hum of overhead fluorescent lights. He found Sam leaning against a pillar, arms folded. She was petite, with sharp eyes and a laptop bag slung over her shoulder. "You look like hell," she said in lieu of a greeting. Elliot forced a grin. "Rough morning, thank you for coming." Sam nodded at the film canister tucked under his arm. "That it?" He handed it over, heart pounding. She opened the lid, peeking at the reel. "I'll need my gear to analyze this properly. But tell me, any chance this is a hoax?" Elliot explained Harriet's findings, the chase and the phone sabotage. Sam's eyes narrowed with concern. This kind of move typically points to a deep-pocketed agency. NASA has muscle, but not to this extent. We might be dealing with something else. She motioned for him to follow her to a beat-up SUV. Inside, the back seat was cluttered with laptops, cables, and specialized scanning equipment. Sam popped the reel into a portable film viewer. A small screen flickered with the black and white images. She skimmed through it, face grim. "If this is real, holy..." He gave a humorless chuckle. "I'm not sure I want it to be real, but it's looking that way." Sam started flipping through camera angles. "We'll cross-check the images with NASA archive logs, see if any set pieces match. Also, there's metadata in older film that might help pinpoint the exact date and location. But if whoever's hunting you has the resources to block your phone and track you so fast..." "Yeah," Elliot said, swallowing hard. "I'm in trouble, aren't I?" Sam gave him a look that said, "You have no idea. Look, I can set up a secure server to store digital copies once I manage to scan the reel. But it'll take me a day or two. In the meantime, you need to vanish. They'll come for both of us once they realize I'm involved." As if on cue, a bullet shattered the SUV's rear window. Elliot and Sam ducked, hearts hammering. Tires screeched on the level below. "We have to move," Sam hissed, starting the engine. Elliot curled into the passenger seat, pressing the canister tight against his chest. Another shot rang out, pinging off the concrete pillar. The SUV lurched forward, screeching around corners, headlights glaring on dull grey walls. Behind them, at least 2 dark sedans roared up the ramp. The chase was on. Elliot felt the cold sweat on his brow. This was no longer about verifying a piece of film. This was survival. More bullets clanged against the SUV's metal frame. Sam cursed under her breath, twisting the wheel. The exit ramp loomed ahead, a single security arm blocking the exit. Sam ploughed right through it, leaving splinters behind. They burst into daylight, weaving into the city traffic. Horns blared. The sedans kept pace, engines revving. As Sam careened down a busy street, Elliot realized just how far he'd fallen into this conspiracy. He'd started the night as a skeptic receiving a curious package. Now he was on the run, uncertain if he'd live to see the next morning. The real question: was the truth worth this cost? He clenched the film canister as if it were his lifeline. Maybe it was. Once they lost their pursuers, thanks to Sam's clever shortcuts and the chaotic labyrinth of city streets, Elliot and Sam took refuge in a deserted warehouse by the river. It was a space Sam sometimes used as a safe house, its electricity powered by a makeshift generator. Old crates littered the corners. The air smelled of dust and stagnant water. They parked the SUV inside, headlights slicing through the gloom. Elliot exhaled shakily, stepping out and checking his jacket for bullet holes. Miraculously, neither of them was injured. Sam followed, film canister in hand. "We have to lie low," she said. "I'll do what I can with the reel." But first we need to figure out who can confirm or deny the authenticity. Some old NASA folks might still be around, or people from the Apollo era. That jogged a memory for Elliot. I know someone, Dr. Bernard Calloway. He was part of the Apollo program, wrote a few obscure papers on lunar orbit complexities. I interviewed him years ago for a piece on NASA bureaucracy. He might know if any of this is real. Let's hope he's still alive and willing to talk, Sam replied grimly, setting up her scanning equipment. Meanwhile, I'll start digitizing. Go call your guy. She tossed Elliot a burner phone, a cheap flip phone with no internet capability, just voice and text. Keep conversations short, we don't want to leave a trail. Elliot nodded, stepping away for some privacy. He dialed a number he hadn't used in years. The call rang on, and just when he thought it would go to voicemail, a gravelly voice answered. Yes? Who is this? Dr. Calloway, it's Elliot Graves. Remember me? A tense pause. Graves? The journalist? Why are you calling me? Elliot cut straight to the point. I have a film reel suggesting the Apollo 11 landing was staged. I need your perspective. He expected outrage or disbelief, but Calloway only muttered a soft curse. Damn it, you kids never learn. Where are you? Too dangerous to say over the phone, Elliot replied. Can we meet? Another heavy silence. You must be insane. Do you have any idea who might be listening to our conversation right now? Calloway let out a shuddering breath. Look, there's a small diner off Route 47 near a truck stop. Tomorrow noon. If I don't show up, assume I got spooked. Elliot thanked him and hung up, anxiety coiling in his stomach. The man's reaction was more dread than disbelief. That alone spoke volumes. He returned to Sam's makeshift workstation, where the reel was half fed through a specialized scanner. The process was laborious, each frame captured in high resolution. How's it looking, Elliot asked. Sam frowned, studying the images on her laptop screen. Grains consistent with 1960s film stock. Some coding on the edges indicates a manufacturing batch from around 68. Also, I've spotted certain NASA emblems in the background that weren't publicly revealed until the mission ended. And see that console there? She zoomed in on a screenshot. That's an Apollo guidance computer, but an early prototype version. Only a handful existed. This is not your average hoax. It's either the most elaborate one in history or it's real, Elliot finished, his voice hollow. Sam gave a grim nod. I'm leaning towards real. Our next step is to confirm. If your Dr. Calloway can give us any leads, we might find definitive proof. They spent the rest of the day in anxious waiting. Sam pored over the scanned film frames, while Elliot paced, trying to piece everything together in his head. Every so often he'd remember the chase, the bullets, and the unwavering stares of those men in suits. Just how large was this conspiracy? Night fell, bringing a sticky heat that made the warehouse air oppressive. Sleep came fitfully, with Elliot dozing in a corner, propped against crates. He dreamed of astronauts drifting in a stage lit by fluorescent tubes, their voices echoing with lines fed by hidden earpieces. He woke with a start to find Sam tapping him on the shoulder. Time to go, she said softly. We have to meet your whistleblower. By noon they'd driven 2 hours south to a truck stop just off Route 47. The diner looked vintage, a chrome exterior, peeling neon sign and a handful of big rigs parked nearby. They left the SUV behind a closed service station, walking the rest of the way under the scorching sun. Inside, the diner was half empty. The waitress behind the counter gave them a bored glance. In a corner booth, an elderly man sat facing the window, wearing tinted glasses and a hat pulled low. Elliot recognized him. Dr. Bernard Calloway. He looked older and thinner than their last meeting, as though carrying a burden too large for his frail frame. "Dol Calloway, Elliot said, quietly, sliding into the booth. Sam took the seat beside him. Calloway's gaze flicked to them, fear etched in the lines around his mouth. "You brought someone else. I told you to come alone." "This is Sam Reyes. She's helping me verify the film." "Film?" Calloway's voice trembled. He removed his tinted glasses, revealing tired eyes. "I hoped I'd go to my grave without seeing it again. Lord knows I was done with those days." Elliot swallowed. "You've seen it before?" Calloway exhaled a long, shaky breath. "I was part of Apollo 11's operations team, unofficially. My real job was ensuring the broadcast feed from the moon looked authentic. We had technicians in a secret studio capturing angles that would pass as lunar footage. It was a matter of national pride and also, ironically, fear. Needed to beat the Soviets. When the actual craft encountered catastrophic issues, NASA and the government decided it was safer to fake the landing for television. The real rocket never made it out of Earth's orbit safely. The astronauts eventually landed in the Pacific under the pretext of returning from the moon, but what the public saw was a carefully crafted illusion. Elliot's head spun. There it was, spelled out. The conspiracy in all its horrifying clarity. Sam leaned forward. "Why have you stayed silent all this time?" Calloway closed his eyes. "They threatened my family. I was briefed that revealing the truth would be an act of treason. Others who tried to speak up, well, they disappeared. I've lived under watch ever since, exchanging my silence for a quiet retirement. But I always knew this day might come." Elliot retrieved the film canister from his bag. "So the footage we have?" "It's partial," Calloway said, scanning the diner nervously. "There's more. Hours of outtakes, behind-the-scenes planning. Enough to destroy decades of NASA's legacy if it got out. That reel is probably what was stolen from the archives in the 1970s. I thought it had been destroyed." A lump formed in Elliot's throat. "So it's authentic? And NASA? Or whoever's controlling this? They're hunting us to bury it again." Calloway nodded. "They'll kill you, no question. They've killed for less." He glanced around, lowering his voice. "I can direct you to someone else who was there. A colleague named Walter Pierce. He escaped overseas, but you might track him down. He has a copy of the mission logs." Sam and Elliot exchanged looks. Every new piece of evidence upped the stakes. If they could find Pierce and get those logs, they'd have undeniable proof. Suddenly the diner's door swung open. Agent Jonathan Kane stepped in, though Elliot didn't know his name yet. The man wore a crisp suit and surveyed the room calmly, his gaze lingering on each patron. Elliot's heart seized. Calloway's face turned ashen. "That's one of them," he whispered, voice trembling. "We have to go." They slipped out the back exit, hearts pounding. Behind them they heard the waitress greet the newcomer with a polite, "Welcome, sir." Elliot glanced over his shoulder to see Kane's cold eyes scanning the booths. Outside, the scorching afternoon felt claustrophobic. They hurried toward the dusty parking lot. "Here," Calloway said, pressing a small slip of paper into Elliot's hand. "Walter's last known location. Use it wisely." Elliot opened his mouth to thank him, but Calloway cut him off. "I'll slip away on my own. It's safer that way for all of us." Then, as if on cue, a black car squealed around the corner. Calloway pointed desperately. "Run!" Elliot and Sam sprinted across the lot, the slip of paper clenched in Elliot's fist. Behind them, tyres screeched. In the distance, Calloway vanished between parked trucks, a frail silhouette, stepping once more into a world of secrets and shadows he had hoped to leave behind. Elliot doubted he'd ever see the old man again. 3 days slipped by like a fever dream, with Elliot and Sam crisscrossing state lines, dodging digital footprints. Each safe house they chose felt more precarious than the last. A motel in one city, a cramped basement in another, always with one eye on the door and ears pricked for footsteps in the hall. Anxiety pressed against their chests like a constant weight. The film remained hidden in a secure locker they rented under an alias, and Sam carried digital backups on multiple encrypted drives, hoping at least one would survive if they were caught. Meanwhile, they tried to locate Walter Pierce, the elusive colleague de Calloway mentioned. The slip of paper had scrawled coordinates, presumably referencing an address in Europe. Elliot scoured contact lists, old NASA alumni directories, and obscure online forums in search of any mention of Pierce. Each path led to stale leads or contradictory data. The man seemed to have vanished off the face of the earth. On the 4th day, Sam had a breakthrough. She discovered an encrypted NASA server still hosting fragments of old Apollo logs. With some of her advanced hacking tools, she managed to glean references to a W. Pierce, assigned to a European research facility. "Seems he was in Switzerland for a time," she said, eyes glued to her laptop in a dingy motel room. "He might still be there, or somewhere on the continent, but tracking him from here would require a lot of resources." Elliot sank onto the bed. "Getting to Europe is a tall order when we're being hunted. Plus, I'm almost out of money. My accounts are frozen." He paused, rubbing his temples. "Is there any chance you can crack NASA's main archive for further leads?" Sam shot him a sideways look. "That's risky. The deeper I dig, the easier it is to trace me. But let me see what I can do." She tapped rapidly on her keyboard. While she worked, Elliot's phone buzzed. The burner phone. He answered carefully. "Yes?" A shaky voice on the other end. "Elliot, it's me." He recognized Dr. Calloway's voice immediately. Relief and dread mingled in Elliot's chest. "Doc, where are you?" Calloway exhaled, the sound crackling over the poor connection. "Somewhere remote. Listen, there's a private airfield near Hardwick County. I have an old acquaintance with a plane. He's flying me out of the country tonight. I can't stay here. They've already tried to corner me twice. I'm calling because I don't want to leave things unfinished." Elliot's pulse kicked up. "What do you mean?" "I have a file, a partial logbook detailing the faked segments of the Apollo broadcast. Coordinates of the set, code names of the staff, enough to corroborate the film. Meet me at the airfield before midnight. I'll hand it over." Elliot mouthed to Sam. "Dr. Calloway he wants to meet." She nodded and started packing up. "We'll be there," Elliot promised. "Don't be late," Calloway warned. Then the line went silent. They drove for hours along winding back roads, eventually arriving at Hardwick County's private airstrip around 11:30 p.m. The air was thick with the chirp of crickets. A single hangar stood near the runway lights, which glowed an eerie orange in the humid darkness. Spotting a lone figure by a small plane, Elliot recognized the stooped posture of Dr. Calloway. The old man waved them over, glancing nervously at the sky, as if expecting a helicopter to appear any second. "Over here! Quickly!" He pressed a worn leather-bound folder into Elliot's hands. Inside is the partial logbook, some memos from the old managers. They used code phrases like Project Selene to refer to the staged segments. Elliot flipped through the yellowed pages, heart racing at the official NASA letterheads, signatures that confirmed high-level involvement. This is it. The missing puzzle piece. Sam peered over his shoulder, eyes widening. A faint hum broke the stillness. Headlights appeared at the far edge of the airstrip. "We need to go," Calloway urged. "I'll be taking off in minutes." He nodded at the plane. "There's room for one more if you want out, but they'll likely track it. Better you remain hidden." Elliot hesitated. Part of him wanted to leave, fly away from the danger, but his journalist instinct screamed that he needed to stay to expose the truth. "Doc, are you sure you'll be safe?" Calloway's gaze dropped. "Safety is relative now. I just can't watch them bury the truth again. Promise me you'll find a way to make this public. People deserve to know." He shook Elliot's hand firmly. "And watch your back." With that, he turned to board the plane. Elliot and Sam stepped away, scanning the runway lights. The headlights from earlier grew brighter, revealing a black SUV. Elliot's stomach clenched. "We need to hide." They sprinted behind a cluster of fuel barrels, watching as the plane's engines roared to life. The black SUV screeched to a halt, doors flying open. Men in suits scrambled out, guns drawn. "Look," Sam whispered. Another figure emerged, Agent Jonathan Kane. He barked an order, and his men raised their weapons at the plane. Fear seized Elliot's gut. No! They wouldn't shoot down a plane, would they? Time seemed to slow. Calloway's plane began rolling down the runway. The men shouted into radios. A couple of them sprinted along the tarmac, weapons at the ready. Suddenly a muzzle flash lit the darkness. Elliot wasn't sure which side fired first, but a bullet tore through the plane's rear engine, trailing sparks. The plane lurched off course, its nose angled skyward, straining to lift. Another round of gunfire thundered, and the plane's landing gear buckled. In a horrific screech of metal, the plane careened off the runway, flipping onto its wing. Then came a blinding flash, followed by an explosion that rocked the airfield. Elliot felt the heat wave even from behind the barrels. Instinctively, he ducked, heart hammering. A column of fire consumed the wreck, the roar mingling with the anguished crackle of burning fuel. Sam had to clamp a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Agent Kane and his men stood at a distance, seemingly unfazed by the carnage. One of them spoke into a handheld radio. Then Kane turned to the SUV, slipping inside without a backward glance. Within moments they were gone, leaving behind a fiery wreckage and the smell of scorched metal. Shock paralyzed Elliot. Dr. Calloway was gone, killed for trying to flee with the truth. A wave of guilt and nausea hit Elliot. He should have convinced the old man to let them all escape together. But it was too late. Sam tugged at his sleeve. "We have to leave now. They might come back." She was right. With adrenaline pumping, they skirted around the blaze, searching for any survivors in the dark. But the flames were too intense. No one could have made it out alive. As they drove away into the night, silent tears rolled down Elliot's cheeks. The folder of documents lay on his lap, Dr. Calloway's final bequest. In that moment, he realized the cost of chasing the truth was blood, and there'd be more spilled before the truth saw daylight. Inside the folder's pages were enough revelations to topple NASA's official history. Yet, seeing what had just happened, Elliot had no illusions. The forces protecting this secret were lethal, methodical, and possibly unstoppable. The best he could do was keep running, and hope the documents would become a weapon of truth powerful enough to shatter 50 years of lies. The next 48 hours blurred into a frenzied race against an invisible clock. Elliot and Sam knew they had to act fast. Once the shock of Calloway's death wore off, the same men who staged the plane crash would turn their focus back on hunting them. They holed up in an abandoned warehouse in a different state, courtesy of one of Sam's old acquaintances. It had a robust generator and a still functioning internet line that they jerry-rigged to keep off the official grid. While Sam continued scanning the folder's contents, Elliot penned an expose with trembling hands, a document that collated all the evidence they had, the reel, the NASA memos, and de Calloway's logbook. Word spilled onto the screen, forming a tapestry of government deceit dating back to 1969. Every paragraph made his heart pound. He knew once released these revelations would shock the world, if anyone believed them. But how to ensure the story remained live? They suspected mainstream media outlets were either compromised or too afraid. Elliot decided they had to go public directly, a massive data dump onto every social media platform and multiple anonymous websites. Even if their accounts got taken down, the leaked files might scatter across the internet faster than sensors could react. Their plan set, Sam double and triple checked the digital backups, layering encryption upon encryption, storing copies on servers overseas. Once we hit upload, they'll come for us, she warned. We can't be traced if we do this right, but they'll suspect it's us. Are you ready? Elliot hesitated, recalling the bullet that shattered the plane's engine, the explosion, and de Calloway's last moments. Then he nodded. We can't keep running forever. The only way to survive is to shine a light so bright they can't snuff it out. Sam tapped a few keys, launching their carefully orchestrated mass upload. Thousands of files began cascading into the digital ether. Elliot's expose triggered alongside, complete with images from the 16mm reel, still frames of the behind-the-scenes moon set, and NASA-coded logs referencing Project Selene. Within minutes, the hashtags Apollo hoax and #Project Selene started trending across lesser-known forums. Users demanded answers. The first wave of adrenaline gave way to anticipation. Elliot and Sam hovered over their screens, watching the data spread. It was working. Mirror links popped up everywhere. For a brief moment, triumph washed over them. Maybe they'd done it. Then the pushback began. Major social media sites flagged the content as misinformation. Accounts posting the files got suspended en masse. A swirl of news headlines labelled the footage a deepfake conspiracy. Rapidly, official NASA spokespeople took to major news outlets, denouncing the fabricated film and urging the public to ignore baseless rumours. Eerily polished articles appeared online, discrediting Elliot Graves personally, a fringe journalist with a history of sensational claims. Sam's name surfaced too, portrayed as a disgruntled ex-employee with an axe to grind against NASA. The disinformation machine roared into overdrive. Elliot's phone buzzed with hateful messages. Threats poured into the websites hosting the data, calls for them to remove the fake uploads. Some complied, others got hacked or taken offline. It was a digital war zone. Still, thousands of people downloaded the files, discussing them in hushed corners of the internet. A portion believed, many more scoffed. The mainstream narrative ridiculed the so-called Apollo conspiracy, saturating the headlines with dismissals. Amid the chaos, a thought jolted Elliot. The original reel. They still had the physical film, the ultimate piece of evidence. If they could get it to a neutral scientific body, someone who could run chemical tests live on air, it might be indisputable. They realised there was one place that might agree to test it openly: the National Historical Archives. Under normal circumstances, the archives were government-run, but there were staff members who prided themselves on transparency. The question was whether they'd even allow Elliot past the front doors. Sam argued it was worth a final gamble. They might be forced to test it in front of witnesses. If the results match 1969 manufacturing, no one can claim it's a modern forgery. Elliot agreed. Time was running out. They had to try. They set off under cover of darkness, planning to slip into the city near dawn. If they could persuade an archivist to examine the reel, maybe the truth would gain unassailable ground. The roads were nearly empty. Nervous silence filled the SUV. Elliot sensed they were heading into the lion's den, but there was no alternative. When they arrived at the National Historical Archives building, an imposing limestone structure, Elliot's instincts screamed danger. The plaza felt too quiet. He parked a block away. They approached on foot, film canister in hand. The first sign of trouble was the locked main entrance. Normally, the lobby opened early. Now it was sealed, the lights dim. A faint crackle of static reached Elliot's ears. He motioned for Sam to get down, but it was too late. Armed figures stepped out from the shadows, men in tactical gear. At their centre stood Agent Jonathan Kane. Cold determination etched on his face. A single lamppost cast harsh light over the scene. "Elliot Graves," Kane said softly, voice echoing in the empty plaza. "And Samantha Reyes. I believe you have something that belongs to the United States government." Elliot clutched the canister, adrenaline surging. "This belongs to history, not your lies." Kane raised a hand in a mocking gesture. "Let's be reasonable. That footage is a national security issue. Hand it over." Sam stiffened. "National security? It's a decades-old deception. People deserve to know." A sneer curled Kane's lip. "Your children playing with matches in a powder keg. The global ramifications of revealing this lie, you have no idea. The entire space race, our Cold War diplomacy, NASA's credibility, everything unravels. America's standing in the world collapses. This is bigger than you." "Then maybe it needs to collapse," Elliot retorted, stepping back. Sam discreetly slid a small flash drive from her pocket, likely containing a digital copy of everything. She slipped it under her foot, hoping to crush it into the pavement if needed, anything to keep the evidence from being seized intact. Two men lunged forward. Elliot flung himself aside. Sam tried to break free, but strong arms pinned her. Kane calmly walked over, plucked the canister from Elliot's grip and shook his head. "It's over, Graves." As Elliot struggled, he spotted a series of dark SUVs rolling in with their headlights off. More armed operatives. Sam's eyes met his, fear and resignation mingling. They had played all their cards. Bile rose in Elliot's throat as he realized they were powerless here. A blow to the side of Elliot's head blurred his vision. He heard Sam screaming, then darkness. Elliot came to in a dimly lit room, strapped to a chair. A harsh fluorescent bulb buzzed overhead. Agent Kane stood by a metal table reviewing files. A small camera recorded from the corner. Elliot's mouth felt like cotton, a dull ache radiating from his temple. Kane sighed, setting a folder aside. "Your data is gone. The networks hosting your uploads have been systematically shut down or drowned in disinformation. As for you, well, let's just say the world will remember you as a troubled conspiracy theorist who vanished." Elliot's heart pounded, but he forced a shaky grin. "You can't erase the truth forever." Kane smirked. "We've done it for 50 years. Another 50 won't be hard." He turned away, leaving Elliot alone in the cold, silent room, a prisoner of the same hidden apparatus that had consumed a Calloway. Years passed. Officially, Elliot Graves remained missing, presumed dead. Samantha Reyes vanished from every public record, her life story buried under falsified documents. The film canister and the physical logs from Dr. Calloway were never mentioned again. Media coverage of the so-called Apollo hoax faded into rumour and ridicule. Government spokespeople labelled it the digital conspiracy of the decade. pointing to doctored footage and cyber scams. The narrative solidified in the public mind. The moon landing was real, and any claims otherwise were pure fantasy. But in the hidden corners of the internet, whispers persisted. Anonymous forums traded screenshots of frames from the original reel. Some claimed they possessed fragments of the logs, while others insisted they had personal accounts from NASA insiders. Most people dismissed these stories as hoaxes, but a small group of truth seekers dug deeper, their curiosity refusing to die. And somewhere in a locked private server under an array of pseudonyms, the data backup Sam Reyes had created still existed, protected by advanced encryptions that no government agency had yet cracked. Then one quiet afternoon, a new video surfaced online. It was low resolution, filmed in a stark room with a pale white wall as a backdrop. The speaker's face was gaunt, eyes hollow, but unmistakably Elliot Graves. He spoke in a subdued voice as though aware he had limited time. If you're watching this, it means I failed to stop them from suppressing the truth. But the truth can't be drowned forever. The footage is real, the documents are real, and the men who hid it still walk free, rewriting history as they see fit. I beg you, look deeper. Don't accept their narrative. The cost of ignorance is the freedom to shape our own reality. He paused, voice trembling with resolve. They'll deny this again. They'll call it a forgery. I expect nothing less. But ask yourself why they are so desperate to bury this story. Ask yourself who benefits from keeping the lie alive. Then follow the money, follow the fear, and you might find what Dr. Calloway died for. The video ended abruptly. Within hours, it was removed from major platforms, relabeled as a doctored clip. Yet it circulated among those who'd never stopped believing. They dissected every pixel, matching the contours of Elliot's face to older interviews, analysing background sounds for clues. Some insisted it was the real him, that he'd somehow managed to record a final message before captivity or worse. Others scoffed, claiming advanced AI deepfakes. But the seed of doubt was planted anew. In a suburban basement halfway across the country, a teenager named Marisol pored over these re-uploads. Fascinated by conspiracies, she set out to investigate further. She tracked the old forum posts, uncovered half-buried references to the digitized reel. Her nights blurred into early mornings as she pieced together the puzzle. Her heartbeat quickened each time she realized her IP address might be flagged by someone watching. But the idea of unveiling a 5-decade lie thrilled her more than it frightened her. Eventually, Marisol found an encrypted link that held partial keys to Sam Reyes' hidden server. She couldn't crack it, not yet, but she was persistent, learning new hacking techniques, fueled by the same unstoppable curiosity that once drove Elliot Graves, and so, in the quiet churn of digital frontiers, a new generation picked up the torch he'd been forced to drop. Behind locked doors in a facility that didn't officially exist, an aging agent Jonathan Kane kept watchful eyes on online chatter. He noted every rumour, every fleeting reappearance of the evidence. He reported to the same shadowy division that policed these secrets. For now, the official narrative remained intact, but he knew better than most how resilient truth could be. He read about Marisol's posts in a flagged report one day, and he felt a tremor of recognition, a familiar pattern. Another curiosity seeker on the horizon. He closed the file with a grim set of his jaw. The cycle continued. The best he could do was stave off the next wave for as long as possible. Somewhere out there, the battered 16mm reel remained in a locked vault. The ledger of NASA's staged footage waited in the hush of sealed archives, and the ghostly face of Elliot Graves lived on in clandestine recordings, whispering a warning to any who would listen. that illusions become reality when no one is brave enough to question them. The moon still shone in the night sky, silent witness to humanity's ambitions. It carried our footprints, or didn't. No one could be absolutely sure anymore, but the question lingered, smouldering like an ember that refuses to die. What if the biggest moment in modern history was just a staged performance on a dusty set? And in that question lay a truth still waiting to be revealed, or buried, depending on who told the story next. In March of 1967, a young man named Daniel Hale regained consciousness inside a nearly deserted military complex. The room where he awoke was lit by a single, flickering overhead light that revealed concrete walls stained with a dark residue. He was strapped to a metal chair, leather bindings at his wrists and ankles. For a moment he felt certain this was some kind of nightmare, until he tried to move and realized the restraints were painfully real. Faint echoes of voices spilled from an intercom in the corridor beyond. Through an open doorway, distant red emergency lights strobed. An alarm wailed, punctuated by sporadic gunfire in hallways somewhere deeper in the complex. The man in the chair was Daniel, though at that moment he could not fully recall his own name or how he had come to be here. Only scattered images swirled in his mind, torturous experiments, needles plunging into his veins, men in suits pressing him to answer questions he couldn't understand. There were disjointed recollections of electric shocks, of bright strobing lights that overwhelmed his senses. Yet each time Daniel tried to piece together a coherent memory, he encountered only static, like an empty radio frequency. While the alarms continued, Daniel discovered that his wrist straps were slightly loose, apparently undone in a hurry. He tore free with frantic movements, ignoring the burn on his skin as he pulled the leather tight enough to bruise. Then, summoning the last of his strength, he wrenched one arm free. A wave of dizziness assaulted him, but he steadied himself by gripping the chair's steel arm. The rest of the straps soon fell away. Stumbling from the chair, he nearly collapsed on the cold concrete floor. His body felt frail and unsteady, as though he'd been drugged or starved for days. A walk down the corridor led him past small, claustrophobic cells. Flickering lights revealed glances of what might have been other test subjects, or possibly empty cots. He couldn't be sure. The alarm's shriek jarred every nerve. In the distance, Daniel caught glimpses of uniformed personnel rushing around corners, some shouting in disoriented panic. They seemed preoccupied with an ongoing crisis and paid no attention to him. When he reached an exit door left ajar, the swirling wind of the outside night struck him like a slap. The facility's exterior was surrounded by high fences and barbed wire. Yet the gate stood inexplicably open. Searchlights swung erratically across the yard but found no target. The confusion and chaos suggested something had gone horribly wrong. Daniel stumbled across the compound's courtyard, adrenaline driving him to escape the labyrinth of buildings behind him. Once he slipped through the open gate, the night air smothered him in bitter cold. He realized he wore only a thin hospital gown, smeared with dirt and possibly dried blood. Shivering, he pressed onward, leaving footprints in the frosty ground. A sign lay discarded, partially buried in a drift of snow. Brushing it off, he read, USARMYRESEARCHFACILTY. The letters were stenciled and partially scratched out. No further details. He tried to recall if he had ever enlisted or if he recognized the name of the place. Nothing rose from his memory. A single-lane road wound through a dense patch of trees. Daniel followed it on foot, pushing aside branches and ignoring the burning ache in his limbs. At last, dawn arrived, revealing a rural highway intersection. Collapsing onto the roadside, Daniel flagged down a passing driver, a rugged older man in a pickup, who allowed him to climb into the back seat. The driver pressed him with questions, but Daniel had none of the answers, only a jumbled name. "I think I'm Daniel Hale." The driver took him to the nearest small town, a lonely cluster of buildings built around a diner and gas station. There, Daniel borrowed clothes from a local charity box and huddled in the diner, gulping hot coffee. His voice trembled as he asked random patrons about the date, about any rumours of a secret facility nearby. Most stared at him like he was out of his mind. The waitress eventually told him it was indeed March of 1967, and no, she had no idea about any restricted base. As people shuffled in for breakfast, Daniel realised how out of place he appeared. Eyes wild, hair ragged, and an expression that spoke of horrors no one else would believe. In the following days, Daniel wandered aimlessly, hitching rides from passing vehicles. There was nowhere specific he needed to go, but he burned with a conviction that he had just escaped something monstrous. Although the details remained fuzzy, a name repeatedly surfaced in his fractured thoughts: MK Ultra. He had read about it somewhere, or maybe overheard the term in a half-remembered briefing. The CIA had, according to rumours, run clandestine mind control experiments under this code name, using drugs and psychological torment on unwitting subjects. He discovered his mind was raw with paranoia, prone to seeing every black sedan on the highway as a possible tail. Shadows would flit at the corners of his vision, and he often felt a creeping sense that watchers lingered just out of sight. He tried reminding himself that, real or not, he had to find the truth about his captivity. The only guiding principle he had was a vow. He would expose whoever was behind that nightmare facility. Yet everywhere he went, official records were scant. No one had heard of Daniel Hale. No news articles spoke of a mass breach or meltdown at a research lab. The normalcy of small-town life only further convinced him of the darkness lurking behind the government's closed doors. Even as he struggled to piece his memory together, an undercurrent of dread hinted that the watchers had not given up. One day he spotted a black sedan idling near a motel where he was staying. When he tried to approach, the car sped off, vanishing around the corner. Daniel had no way to prove that was truly suspicious. Possibly his paranoia was conjuring threats at every turn. But he made a crucial decision: find a journalist who might be open to fringe stories, someone who could help him chase down leads on MK Ultra. With that plan, he set his sights on Chicago, carrying a half-remembered reference to a newspaper that once published exposés on government misconduct. As he boarded a bus north, Daniel's heart pounded with a mix of hope and fear. He might be driving himself deeper into peril, but something had to be done. He could not simply forget the place he escaped, the facility's corridors, the voices screaming behind metal doors. No matter the cost, he intended to uncover the truth of what they had done to him. Weeks after Daniel's frantic escape from the unnamed facility, he arrived in Chicago with little more than a borrowed coat and an address scribbled on a diner napkin. That address led him to a small independent newspaper office on a narrow downtown street, the Beacon Press. He had discovered references to it while reading old library archives. The paper was known for publishing investigative pieces and taking chances on stories that bigger outlets dismissed as conspiracy theories. Inside the modest lobby, a single receptionist raised an eyebrow at the sight of Daniel Hale. Thin, slightly dishevelled, eyes glinting with a haunted intensity. He requested a meeting with reporter Sarah Whitman, the journalist who had penned articles challenging CIA tactics abroad. The receptionist told him to wait, so he perched on a cracked vinyl chair, fighting the urge to glance nervously over his shoulder for watchers who might have followed him. Sarah Whitman emerged about an hour later, a slim woman in her late 20s, wearing a no-nonsense expression as she invited Daniel into her cramped cubicle. Newspaper clippings papered the walls behind her, capturing headlines about governmental corruption. She was direct. "I'm told you have a lead on some secret CIA project. Mind explaining?" Daniel recounted his story in a tremulous voice, describing the deserted military compound, the odd experiments he vaguely remembered, electroshock, heavy sedation, something about mind control, MK Ultra. Hearing the name, Sarah raised a skeptical brow. Nonetheless, she took notes. Daniel sensed she was humouring him, at least for the moment. Over the next few days, Sarah allowed Daniel to share more details, trusting him enough to see whether any of his claims could be verified. They sifted through library microfilm, searched half-buried references to MK Ultra in old legislative hearings, and discovered official documents that insisted the CIA had shut the program down in the early 1960s. But there were dark hints that the experiments continued under different code names. Even Sarah, who had covered controversial government activities, seemed unsettled by how many records were missing or heavily redacted. In her small Chicago apartment, she set Daniel up on the living room couch. Together, they examined rumoured CIA sub-projects, LSD doping, forced hypnosis, implanting false memories. Daniel's fragmented recollections aligned with the worst accusations. The deeper Sarah dug, the more phone calls and FOIA requests she made, the stronger her suspicions grew. Oddly, sources who might have known something refused to speak or disappeared outright. One day, Sarah arranged to meet an ex-nurse from a VA hospital, rumoured to have seen unusual patient files. The nurse never showed at the agreed cafe, and within hours, Sarah found the nurse's phone disconnected. A pattern was emerging. The more obstacles they faced, the more determined Sarah became. She confided in Daniel that bigger newspapers often squashed CIA scandal stories due to fear of retaliation or lack of concrete proof. "The Beacon Press is our best hope," she said. Daniel was grateful, though guilt weighed heavily on him. He felt she was risking her career, and possibly her safety, to help him. Still he pressed on, his nights flooded with nightmares of strapped-down chairs and men in suits whispering orders. Soon they pieced together leads about other alleged MKUltra survivors, but most either had died under mysterious circumstances or had gone underground unreachable. Sarah tried speaking to the families of those who vanished, but doors slammed in her face or calls ended abruptly. It was as if an unseen force systematically erased every trace of those who might expose the program. Then came a chilling development. Sarah's apartment was ransacked while they were out, the only missing items being the notes and a single redacted CIA document they'd retrieved from an old library collection. The police treated it as a routine burglary, ignoring Daniel's insistence that it was a targeted theft. Sarah realised she had stepped onto dangerous ground. She considered dropping the story, but her journalistic instincts overcame her fear. "We're onto something," she told Daniel. "If we back down, they win." Desperation led them to a name whispered by fringe researchers, Dr. Raymond Carter, a former CIA scientist rumoured to have defected from MKUltra with stolen evidence. If anyone could confirm Daniel's experiences, it might be this man. Sarah spent days tracking Carter's last known address. Meanwhile, Daniel felt the watchers tightening their net. On multiple occasions, he spotted the same dark sedan parked outside the Beacon Press or creeping down Sarah's street at odd hours. They once received a late-night phone call that was nothing but heavy breathing. Sarah tried to trace it, but the call ended abruptly. Her editor, worried about potential lawsuits or repercussions, told her to abandon the story. Sarah refused. In a tense confrontation, the editor demanded she drop all mention of the CIA. She threatened to resign, but the editor relented partially, urging her to proceed with caution. That very day, a colleague approached Sarah and confided that odd men in suits had asked about her, wanting to know if she seemed mentally still. Paranoia gnawed at Daniel's mind, but he pressed forward, fueled by the memory of the facility. He had no illusions that the watchers might abduct him again or simply kill him if he got too close to the truth. Sarah, though outwardly tough, admitted more than once that she was afraid. Both of them recognized how unstoppable the CIA could be if a certain program needed to remain secret. At last, they got a potential lead on Dr. Carter's whereabouts in a rundown part of Baltimore. The final phone call Sarah placed to a contact ended in cryptic instructions on how to find Carter's apartment. Before leaving for Baltimore, they made backup copies of every shred of evidence, storing them in a bank-safe deposit box under a fake name. Neither wanted to risk losing all proof again. The day they set out, Chicago was blanketed in a cold drizzle. Daniel noticed a sedan following them for a few blocks, but it vanished amid traffic. He and Sarah exchanged nervous glances. Both felt that the next steps might determine whether they lived or vanished like so many others. As they boarded a bus bound east, each clutched a bag containing their notes, determined to track Dr. Carter and find that missing piece that could blow open the entire MKUltra conspiracy. In Baltimore, under the cover of a dreary overcast sky, Daniel and Sarah located the worn apartment building that supposedly housed Dr. Raymond Carter. Standing at its chipped front door, they exchanged tense nods before Sarah pushed the buzzer next to a name that matched Carter's alias. Moments later, a gravelly voice answered through the tinny speaker, but it offered no greeting. Sarah introduced herself as a journalist accompanied by Daniel Hale, stating they had crucial questions about MKUltra. A long pause followed, only broken by static. Then the voice commanded them to come up alone, no mention of the apartment number. The building's front door clicked open, the lock disengaged. Sarah and Daniel cautiously stepped inside, climbing creaking stairs that smelled of stale cigarettes and damp plaster. On the third floor, a door stood ajar at the end of a dingy hallway. Inside, the scene was as grim as the approach. Newspapers piled on the floor, overflowing ashtrays, and a haze of dust motes drifting in the pale light from a single lamp. Dr. Raymond Carter, thin and haggard, stood near a window that overlooked a narrow alley. He wore a threadbare robe, eyes darting between Daniel and Sarah, as if expecting them to pull a gun at any moment. Dark circles under Carter's eyes hinted at nights spent battling anxiety or guilt. He barely greeted them, simply gesturing for them to close the door. Once the door was locked and bolted from inside, Carter sank into a battered armchair. "You found me," he murmured. "That alone means the agency probably already knows you're here." Her and Daniel exchanged wary glances. Carter exhaled, running a trembling hand across his unshaven face. "I was a junior researcher on MK-Ultra. I never intended to hurt anyone, but you can't imagine the horrors they authorized. It got out of hand." Sarah kept her voice gentle, determined not to spook this crucial source. "We have partial files, references to sub-projects. Daniel here has first-hand experience. But we need solid proof, official documents that confirm what happened to him." Carter gazed at Daniel for a moment, then asked, "Do you recall a conditioning regimen or forced LSD trials?" Daniel nodded, describing vivid flashes of strobe lights, sedation, voices demanding compliance. Carter winced at each detail. Eventually he stood rummaging through a stack of discoloured papers on an end table. Pulling out a battered folder, he handed it to Sarah. Inside were typed memos, some with classification stamps referencing deep conditioning protocols, psychic driving, and Subject H. One page described how a certain subject displayed extreme resilience to memory erasure, requiring repeated sessions. Daniel's blood ran cold. He recognized elements of his nightmares reflected here in black and white. They designed methods to break minds, then reprogram them, Carter explained, voice edged with sorrow. If any subject became too unstable or rebellious, they'd vanish them. Officially, it never happened. A layer of tension pressed on the room. Carter's hand shook. "You realize this knowledge can kill us all?" Before Sarah could respond, the phone in the corner of the apartment rang. Carter froze, eyes flicking to the clock. "Nobody calls me," he whispered. With palpable dread, he picked up the receiver. After a few seconds, he placed it down without a word. "They know you're here," he told Daniel and Sarah. "You should go." His gaze locked on Daniel. "Be careful. You're not the first subject who tried to expose them. None survived for long." They rushed out, the thick folder clutched to Sarah's chest. Within minutes they were back on the street. Grey clouds draped over Baltimore's skyline and drizzle dampened their hair and clothes. Hailing a cab, they retreated to a cheap motel on the outskirts. Behind a locked door, they spread Carter's documents on the bed. The evidence was explosive. It named high-level CIA officials, listed sub-project codes, and, in some references, connected experiments to the same facility Daniel recalled escaping. Their plan was to meet Sarah's editor in person, deliver the materials, and publish an immediate exposé. But caution was essential. They suspected watchers might track them. All night Daniel tossed in bed, mind swirling with the possibility that they were dangerously close to finishing the puzzle. Yet fear gnawed at him. Would the watchers let them succeed? At sunrise they packed their belongings, stashing the folder in Sarah's duffel. Neither of them noticed a figure in the motel parking lot, dressed in plain clothes, peering from behind a row of cars. As they drove away, that figure made a quick phone call. Barely an hour outside of Baltimore, their plan collapsed. A police cruiser pulled them over on a rural highway. The officer claimed they matched the description of suspects linked to a robbery. Baffled, Daniel and Sarah complied. The officer searched their trunk, apparently finding a hidden gun that neither had ever seen. Next, another officer discovered a small bag of narcotics in Sarah's side door pocket. Sarah tried to protest the obvious setup, but the police insisted they were criminals in possession of an unregistered firearm and illegal substances. The entire traffic stop took on a surreal quality as 2 more squad cars arrived, placing both Daniel and Sarah under arrest. She demanded to call her editor, but the officers told her to keep quiet. In the confusion, the battered folder with all of Carter's evidence vanished from Sarah's bag. By the time they were separated at the police station, neither could find the documents. The cops seemed uninterested in hearing about CIA conspiracies or planted evidence. Daniel endured a frantic interrogation, but was soon released without charges. A desk sergeant mumbled something about no stolen property found, so you're free to go. When Daniel asked about Sarah, the sergeant looked confused. We have no Sarah Whitman in our system. Nothing in the station's log indicated her arrest. Panicked, Daniel repeated her name, yet the officers insisted no such person had been detained. That night, Daniel wandered the city, calling every number he could recall for Sarah, her apartment, the Beacon Press, even her relatives. No one answered, or they claimed not to know her. The watchers, it seemed, had removed Sarah from the board. Stripped of the folder alone, Daniel realized the conspiracy's power. It could vanish people at will, erase evidence, manipulate law enforcement. In every way that mattered, he was once again alone. Desperate, he rushed back to Dr. Carter's apartment, hoping the old researcher could confirm Sarah's existence or replicate the lost data. But Carter was gone, his room oddly pristine, reeking of fresh bleach. A neighbour said men in suits had visited hours earlier, and soon after Carter disappeared. Only a single line of chalk dust marred the doorway's threshold, as though everything inside had been meticulously scrubbed away. At that moment, Daniel's phone, taken from the apartment phone line, rang. He picked it up, heart pounding. A raspy voice uttered, "Enough, Hale, drop this, or vanish like the rest." Then the line cut. He lowered the receiver, shoulders trembling. The watchers had systematically dismantled every piece of leverage he possessed. No journalist, no ally, and no documents. But Daniel refused to give in. If the watchers were this determined to silence him, it meant that somewhere out there still lay a final clue, a path to total disclosure. Above him, a light bulb buzzed, and the corridor reeked of antiseptic. He could almost taste his own fear. Alone at the hallway of a now abandoned building, Daniel reminded himself that he'd escaped once before. He could do it again. He just needed to unravel the last layer, probably the very heart of MKUltra. Director William Ashcroft, the name Carter had hinted at but never fully explained. Summoning what resolve he had left, Daniel resolved to find Ashcroft, no matter the cost. In the aftermath of Sarah's disappearance, Daniel moved like a phantom through city after city. He changed motels frequently, paid in cash, and travelled by bus rather than train, never lingering too long in one place. At times, it felt fruitless. Without Sarah's journalistic connections or Carter's documents, each lead turned cold. But the watchers were far from gone. Daniel sensed them on every street corner, behind every passing face. Nightmares plagued him. In those dreams he was strapped once more to a metal table, bright lights overhead, a half circle of scientists observing from behind glass. A tall figure in a suit, someone who might be Ashcroft, scribbled notes. A single phrase echoed in Daniel's mind upon waking. He never truly left. Unable to silence the memory, Daniel scoured libraries and old intelligence circles in Washington, D.C. He pretended to be a researcher, investigating Cold War secrets, carefully gleaning scraps of info. Indeed, a William Ashcroft had served as a senior official in clandestine programs before retiring in the early 1970s. Yet rumours suggested Ashcroft still operated out of a reactivated government compound in rural Virginia. The place was said to have been a training camp, though some claimed it was never truly decommissioned. Driven by desperation, Daniel decided to gamble on that rumour. If Ashcroft was the key, confronting him might produce answers about Sarah Carter and the entire labyrinth of MKUltra, or it might lead Daniel straight to the Watchers. Still, he had no illusions left. He was either chasing the truth or careening deeper into a psychological trap. The line between paranoia and reality felt impossibly blurred. Camp Stonebridge, the rumoured location, lay hidden behind wooded hills and a chain-link fence. Daniel approached under the cover of night, trudging through thickets. The main gate was unmanned, but security cameras perched on tall poles. He kept to the shadows, eventually slipping through a gap in the fence. Inside, a cluster of old barracks and administrative buildings loomed. All lights were out except for a faint glow from an underground entrance at the far end of the compound. As Daniel crept closer, a memory jolted him. The hallway in the facility from which he'd escaped. The same dull paint, the same militaristic architecture. Could it be that all these places were connected? The Watchers might be letting him in, perhaps expecting him. That chilling possibility almost made him turn back, but he pressed on, entering a side door that led into the main administrative building. Fluorescent lights buzzed in deserted corridors. Every footstep echoed. Passing an open door, Daniel glimpsed dusty desks, abandoned files, a half-broken lamp. Another hallway led to a locked steel door. He found it slightly ajar, the lock mechanism clearly tampered with. It seemed as though someone had set a stage, beckoning him onward. Down a set of stairs, he encountered the glow of still-active overhead lights. The basement smelled of old chemicals. Doors with frosted glass windows lined the hall. Through one window, he glimpsed a row of outdated computers, flickering faintly. This suggested a command center, partially operational. Tension coiled in his stomach. At the corridor's end stood a single-lit room. Daniel approached cautiously, heart thudding. Inside, a tall man in a charcoal suit waited behind a metal desk, posture impeccable. His hair was silver, slicked back, and he seemed entirely unruffled by Daniel's intrusion. He looked up, a mild smile touching his lips. "Daniel Hale," he said in a calm voice, as if greeting an old colleague. "I've wondered how long it would take you to find this place." Every alarm bell in Daniel's head rang at once. He recognized the man instantly, not from memory so much as from a deep sense of dread. This was William Ashcroft, the one Daniel believed to be the mastermind behind the secret experiments. Overcoming a wave of terror, Daniel demanded, "Where's Sarah? What did you do to her?" Ashcroft's smile was faint, devoid of warmth. Sarah Whitman, a persistent little reporter, but ultimately insignificant. "You must know, Daniel, the person you call Sarah has manifested in multiple forms across the years. She was never truly in danger, she existed only for a time, fulfilling a role. Then we removed her." Daniel's blood turned to ice. "That's a lie," he spat. "I worked with her. She was real." He brandished no weapon, only his fists clenched in rage. Yet Ashcroft showed no fear, simply crossing the room with measured steps. "MKUltra was the public name for something we refined after shutting it down," Ashcroft explained quietly. "We discovered new methods to shape perception, to implant entire narratives. You, Danielle, are our greatest subject, resilient, intelligent, driven by a moral imperative to expose the truth. Each iteration, we let you escape, watch you gather evidence, recruit allies, but always we remain in control." Daniel's vision swam. The basement corridor seemed to tilt, walls flickering at the edges of his sight. "You're lying," he rasped. "I walked out of your facility. Ashcroft slid open a file drawer, revealing a folder labelled with Daniel's name. He tossed photographs across the desk. Daniel recognized himself in each one, though the background shifted. Some bore 1970s decor, others an 80s setting. Still others looked more modern. Always Daniel's face was the same age. "We've repeated this scenario multiple times," Ashcroft said, almost kindly. "You pass through illusions, believing it's the real world, until your cycle ends. Then we reset. Each time your mind frays further, yet we learn. The watchers, the missing allies, the documents you find, they are all orchestrated, leading you here." In that moment, the building's fluorescent lights flickered, revealing glimpses of a bare, windowless lab. Daniel sank to his knees, hands pressed to his temples. The images in the photographs resonated with buried memories. He heard a swirl of voices, Sarah's laugh, Dr. Carter's trembling confession, the nurse from the facility, each voice overlapping like layers in a dream. "None of it was real," he whispered. "Or all of it was." Ashcroft bent forward, placing a hand on Daniel's shoulder in a mock gesture of comfort. "Reality is what we craft for you. We glean valuable data from your attempts to break free. The simple question is, do you truly wish to wake, or is it safer in the illusions you cling to?" Daniel's eyes flicked to the overhead light. For a moment, it revealed not the basement but a sterile hospital ward. A figure, some doctor, stood at a console watching from behind glass. Another flicker, and Daniel was back in the corridor. He gasped, feeling his sense of self disintegrate. Was he hallucinating, or was the corridor itself a mental projection? He tried to lunge at Ashcroft, but his limbs felt weighted. The older man stepped aside gracefully. "Let the sedation wear off or not. Either way, we'll begin again soon. Perhaps next time it'll be 95, or 2005, or some other era you find yourself in." Daniel dropped to the floor, vision darkening. The last thing he heard was Ashcroft's voice, low and unperturbed. "Sleep now, Daniel. You're only halfway to your next revelation." Days, or possibly hours later, Daniel woke in a bright hospital-like setting, arms wrapped to a bed. The overhead lighting was painfully vivid, and a steady beeping from a heart monitor pricked at his ears. A nurse approached with the clipboard. She wore a sympathetic smile, though there was a haunting familiarity in her features. She looked eerily like Sarah Whitman, but made no sign of recognition. An older doctor, wearing a crisp white coat, soon joined them. He introduced himself as Dr. Carter, though he bore little resemblance to the shaken man Daniel had met in Baltimore. This Carter exuded professional composure, as if he had never set foot outside a well-funded hospital. He spoke gently, explaining that Daniel Hale was a patient undergoing psychiatric treatment, prone to paranoid delusions about CIA mind control. "You've had another episode," Dr. Carter said. "We're increasing your medication to stabilize your condition. Please understand, these conspiracies you imagine, MK Ultra, Watchers, escaped facilities, are all part of your pathology. Our job is to help you see reality." Daniel's heart hammered. He tried to protest, but his tongue felt heavy. The nurse injected something into an IV line, flooding his veins with warmth that dulled his panic. He glimpsed a nameplate reading St. Thomas Psychiatric Center, 1967. That date hammered at his mind. Everything the older Ashcroft had suggested now hovered at the edge of plausibility. A cyclical dream, illusions layered upon illusions. He tried focusing on small details. The nurse who resembled Sarah had a name tag labelled E. Whitman, not Sarah. Could it be a random coincidence, or was this another step in the subtle rewriting of reality, reminding him that Sarah existed in multiple forms? Each day in the psychiatric ward followed a numbing routine. Daniel was led to group therapy, where staff gently encouraged him to dismiss conspiracy talk. Some patients listened in awe, others poked fun at him. Occasionally he would spot a staff member glancing at him with a flicker of recognition, as though they were watchers in disguise. At night, strapped in his bed, Daniel felt the confusion swirl. Perhaps he truly was delusional, he told himself. Yet the memories of electric shocks, sedation, and that unearthly conversation with Ashcroft refused to vanish. The staff insisted that these recollections were the product of a fractured mind. Over time, sedation blurred the days. Time lost meaning. At one point, Daniel noticed that the wall calendar read 95, and nobody seemed to find that suspicious. The next day it might revert to 1967. He tried pointing it out to a nurse, but she only patted his shoulder, telling him to rest. One evening, a different nurse slipped into his room. She whispered, "We're moving you tonight," then proceeded to wheel him toward a service elevator. Half conscious, he glimpsed an ambulance waiting outside, its back doors open. The nurse loaded him inside and the vehicle rumbled away from the hospital. Daniel's sedation made everything spin, but he sensed this was either a rescue or another elaborate trick. After some miles, the ambulance jerked to a stop. When the doors opened, there was no sign of the nurse. The vehicle was empty, door wide, revealing city street at night. The sound of passing cars filled the air. Slowly, Daniel managed to climb out. A nearby newspaper stand displayed a headline dated 95. Dazed, Daniel shuffled down the sidewalk wearing hospital scrubs, an ID band on his wrist reading Daniel Hale. Pedestrians shot him wary glances. Within minutes, he spotted a black sedan idling at a curb. The watchers, or so he believed, but he felt no immediate threat, only a sense that the watchers allowed him to move forward. He wandered the city in a trance, eventually stumbling upon a reflection in a shop window. He looked the same as ever, mid-20s, no signs of aging, no matter how many times the timeline seemed to jump. The shop window displayed a row of televisions, some showing news from the mid-90s. Part of him realized that once again reality had shifted. Did the watchers reinstall him into a new iteration? At a rundown motel, he rented a room with money he found in the ambulance's glove compartment. The desk clerk didn't remark on his odd attire. In that dimly lit space, Daniel tried to gather his thoughts. Every phone call he placed to old numbers led nowhere. Each mention of Sarah Whitman or Dr. Carter brought confusion from those he reached. The watchers had wiped the slate clean once more. Outside the motel window, neon signs flickered in the darkness. Daniel found his reflection in the glass, his expression haunted. If Ashcroft was correct, he was stuck in a never-ending cycle, each attempt to expose MKUltra culminating in a reset. He was the perfect subject for mind control research. The watchers, the illusions, the journalists, they existed to keep him dancing on puppet strings. Yet part of Daniel refused to surrender. Even if his mind was caged, he would keep searching for cracks in the illusions. Maybe in one iteration he would break free entirely. Maybe he could sabotage their system from within. The watchers might be all-powerful, but Daniel's stubborn hope flickered like a lone candle in the dark. He stepped out into the night, the hum of street lamps overhead. A pair of distant headlights approached. He didn't run or hide. There was no point. The watchers would find him if they wished, or let him continue this labyrinthine chase if it served their purposes. Even so, Daniel would keep pushing. For Sarah, for Carter, for every lost name in the swirl of memory. Perhaps somewhere in a place not yet reconfigured, the truth waited to be discovered. The headlights drew closer, revealing an unmarked sedan with tinted windows. It slowed as it passed him, then accelerated away. Daniel exhaled, shoulders tense, so the watchers were watching as always. Wiping sweat from his brow, he walked onward into the city's neon glow, uncertain whether he was truly free or simply stepping into another illusion. The cycle could reset at any moment. In some hidden facility, William Ashcroft might have been observing him through a monitor, scribbling notes about the subject's adaptability. Or maybe Ashcroft existed only in Daniel's frayed imagination. The horror lay in not knowing, and that was the greatest power of MKUltra's final evolution, the ability to blur the boundary between real life and mental prison. Thus concluded another chapter in Daniel Hale's endless pursuit of the truth. He vanished into the city's night, carrying a fragment of hope alongside a crushing dread that each step was orchestrated by unseen hands. The Watchers, for their part, had no reason to fear his next move. They had orchestrated it already. And so, somewhere in the hush of darkness, the experiment continued, a silent testament to the question that haunted Daniel above all, had he ever truly escaped? I've got a story for you. A story about one doctor's miracle cure and the forces determined to bury it forever. Dr. Adrian Wells never set out to change the world. He only wanted to save lives, one patient at a time. In a modest research wing of the Horizon Medical Institute, his daily routine involved meticulous lab work, scanning tissue samples for irregularities, and administering new trial therapies to patients who'd run out of options. Over time, quietly and almost by accident, he discovered something extraordinary. It happened late one evening, well past the time most staff had gone home. Dr. Wells was hunched over a microscope, eyes strained from hours of observation. One of his colleagues, a brilliant geneticist named Dr. Kara Lynn, had been helping him tinker with gene editing techniques, specifically targeting cancer cells. They'd tried countless permutations. Most had failed or offered minor improvements at best. But that night, the sample before him glowed, as though the malignant cells were being systematically dismantled. He repeated the test, double-checked the data. The results were unmistakable. The therapy effectively targeted and destroyed the cancer cells, leaving healthy tissue untouched. Heart pounding, Dr. Wells hurried across the hall to share the results with Lynn. She cross-referenced the data, her voice trembling. "If this is right," she said, "we're talking about a universal approach, something that might eradicate multiple forms of cancer." Wells felt a thrill he hadn't experienced since med school, hope in its purest form. Of course, a breakthrough in the lab was only the first step. To confirm, they needed broader tests, peer reviews, official approvals. But Dr. Wells was convinced they stood on the threshold of something revolutionary. He pulled out a battered notebook, scribbling down a to-do list: replicate, expand trials, gather evidence. He talked about it to Lynn with the sort of fervour that only someone who's glimpsed a miracle can muster. The next morning, Dr. Wells prepared a short paper summarising their findings. intending to present it at the upcoming Horizon Medical Institute meeting. He wanted to gather internal support, begin a formal pilot study. If that went well, the next logical move would be large-scale clinical trials. He fantasized about a future where cancer wards became relics of the past, where patients no longer faced the dreaded diagnoses with terror. The vision was so compelling it nearly brought tears to his eyes. What he didn't anticipate was the caution, and in some corners outright hostility, he'd face from the moment he whispered about a cure. At the Institute's weekly meeting, the department heads listened politely, commending Dr. Wells on his innovative approach. But one of them, a man named Dr. Leonard Huxley, gave him a peculiar look. Huxley was a senior figure, well respected, often referred to as a father figure within the Institute. His voice was measured. "This is a bold claim, Adrian. We must confirm every angle. The medical community doesn't react kindly to sensational announcements." Wells nodded, of course. He understood the need for thoroughness. But behind that gentle caution, Huxley's expression was tense. Dr. Wells assumed it was the typical skepticism of a seasoned researcher. In reality, Huxley recognized something bigger, a potential threat to an entire industry, a universal cure for cancer. The implications were staggering. Hospital wings, chemotherapy departments, entire branches of pharmaceutical development. Billions of dollars hinged on the indefinite treatment of cancer, not its outright eradication. 2 days later, the first sign that Wells was dealing with more than mere professional skepticism arrived. He discovered his lab in disarray. Samples had been disturbed, some data files erased from the computer. Dr. Lynn, normally so composed, seemed rattled. She pointed to the scattered vials, the upturned notebooks. This wasn't an accident. Someone broke in. They both stared at each other, a surge of dread passing between them. They reported the incident to security, but the investigation was cursory at best. The official stance was no sign of forced entry, so the matter was dropped. Dr. Wells tried to contain his panic. He told himself it might be a random break-in or an error by some intern. Yet a whisper of paranoia sank into his mind. What if someone intentionally targeted our research? Then, a strange letter arrived in his office mailbox, typed on plain white paper without a signature. It read, "Stop. This cure will never be allowed." No mention of who or why. The words sent a chill through Dr. Wells. The next day, Dr. Lynn discovered that her desk had also been rifled through. She wanted to go to the police, but Dr. Wells hesitated. "We have no evidence," he pointed out. "They'll just shrug it off." Still, the sense of a dark presence lurking grew stronger. In this swirl of newfound anxiety, Dr. Wells turned to Dr. Huxley for guidance. Huxley gave him a sympathetic ear, cautioning him to keep quiet about the cure until they'd secured more robust data. "We can't risk the entire scientific community laughing if it's not bulletproof. Just keep your head down, replicate your results, and be discreet," Huxley advised. Wells nodded, somewhat reassured. The older man's fatherly tone seemed sincere, yet the lab break-in and the anonymous note cast a shadow. Dr. Wells, once naive about the broader context of medical research, began to see flickers of a bigger reality. Pharmaceutical giants poured billions into drug development. A single, definitive cure for cancer threatened that entire revenue stream. Could it be that these are merely coincidences? Or was there a genuine conspiracy to suppress his findings? The notion felt paranoid, but each day it seemed less far-fetched. He soldiered on, determined to finalize the second phase of lab trials. The results continued to validate the therapy's efficacy across multiple cancer cell types. Lynn and Wells found themselves excited but also fearful, glancing over their shoulders whenever they left the building. Dr. Wells's wife, noticing his late nights and worried frowns, tried to pry details out of him. But he didn't want to alarm her. He wasn't even sure of the threat himself. So he lied, saying the stress was just typical research pressure. As he lay in bed one night, the moonlight filtering through the curtains, Dr. Wells stared at the ceiling. His mind replayed the break-in, the letter, the cautious warnings from Huxley. He kept thinking, all I want is to cure cancer. How can that be a problem? But somewhere, in the quiet of that night, a new realization took root. Maybe the problem isn't the cure, but the threat it poses to those profiting from the status quo. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was bigger than mere departmental politics. Thus Dr. Wells found himself perched on the edge of a dark journey. Though he couldn't yet see how deep the rabbit hole went, he had the cure, at least in embryonic form. But as the old adage goes, sometimes discovering something monumental puts a target on your back. The curtain was rising on a new act, one that would test his resolve, his morality, and possibly his sanity. Dr. Adrian Wells tried to continue his work quietly as doctor. Leonard Huxley had advised. For a few weeks it seemed the tension subsided, but the respite was brief. One afternoon, after a long day in the lab, Dr. Wells stepped outside to find two men in dark suits leaning against a black sedan. They wore no name tags, no badges, but their postures were unmistakably official. One nodded at him in a way that made the hairs on his neck stand up. Dr. Wells hurried to his car, trying to act casual. As he pulled away, the sedan followed, at a distance. He told himself he was imagining it. But the next day, it happened again. Over dinner, he confessed some of his worries to his wife, Elena. She frowned, her gaze flicking nervously. Could it be the press? She asked. Sometimes journalists lurk for a scoop. Dr. Wells wished that were the case, but something about the men's demeanour felt more ominous than your typical reporter. He shrugged, not wanting to alarm her further. In the following days, small but unnerving events added to his paranoia. At the grocery store, a stranger brushed past him and whispered, "Walk away," before disappearing into the crowd. His email account was flooded with spam messages referencing random keywords like cancer cure and dangerous knowledge. Dr. Wells changed his password, but the messages persisted. It felt like a cat-and-mouse game he didn't know how to play. While Dr. Wells tried to maintain normalcy in the lab, Dr. Caroline's absence loomed large. She'd travelled to a conference abroad soon after the break-in. At least that's what the Institute's official statement said. But Dr. Wells found it odd that she'd vanished without discussing it with him. He tried emailing, calling, but got no reply. He approached HR for details about her trip. They said she was on extended research leave, sounding vague. Unease curdled in his stomach. Where is she truly? Sensing a growing threat, Wells decided to back up his data in multiple places. Late one night, he copied the research files onto multiple flash drives, labelling them with random code names. He stashed one in his office desk, another in the trunk of his car, a third in a safe deposit box. He felt slightly dramatic doing so, but something told him that if the cure was forcibly erased, these backups might be the only chance to resurrect it. Then came the incident that confirmed his worst fears. A freak accident in the lab nearly cost him his life. One morning, Wells began mixing reagents for a follow-up trial. An explosion erupted from the chemicals, sending glass shards everywhere. He escaped major injury by mere inches, but a large chunk of the apparatus was destroyed. As the smoke cleared, Dr. Wells stood shaking, a few minor cuts stinging his forearms. The official explanation pinned it on improper chemical labelling, but Dr. Wells had never once mislabelled a reagent in his career. The sabotage was blatant. He decided to confide in Dr. Huxley, who still projected that mentorly aura. Huxley listened gravely, then placed a hand on Wells' shoulder. "Adrian, I know you want to publish these findings, but perhaps you should consider stepping back," he said softly. "This is bigger than you realise. Sometimes the system isn't ready for breakthroughs." Dr. Wells blinked, baffled. "Are you saying I should bury it, after we might have found a cure?" Huxley started. Oh, look, I'd never say bury it. Just pause, gather more data discreetly. The powers that be might be less threatened if you proceed slowly. No, Dr. Wells didn't know how to respond. He felt deflated by Huxley's caution. Around this time, an investigative journalist named Sarah Vance entered the picture. She reached out to Dr. Wells via an encrypted email, claiming she'd heard rumours of a revolutionary medical discovery and potential sabotage. Initially, Dr. Wells was hesitant. He wasn't sure whether to trust a journalist. But the combination of mounting threats and Dr. Lynn's disappearance drove him to meet Vance in a diner on the outskirts of town. She arrived with a worn leather jacket, a notepad, and a fierce gaze that radiated a determination to uncover truth. Over an inconspicuous meal, he detailed the break-in, the cryptic threats, the lab explosion. She listened intently, occasionally nodding or scribbling notes. "I've heard whispers about big pharma interests that target anyone who might disrupt their profit streams," she said. "But this is bigger than a rumour, if you've truly found a universal cure." Part of Dr. Wells felt relieved to confide in someone who believed him. Another part was terrified that letting a journalist in might heighten the risk. Still, he recognised he needed outside help. The authorities? He doubted the local police could face corporate or government forces. So Sarah Vance became his ally by default. She promised to investigate, gather evidence quietly. "If I can piece together a credible story, the public outcry might protect you," she reasoned. Wells wasn't entirely convinced, but it was something. Shortly after that meeting, Wells received a call from an unidentified number. The voice on the other end was calm, almost mocking. "We know you're working with that journalist. This is your final warning. Drop everything or we will drop you." The call ended before he could speak. Cold sweat drenched him. They clearly had eyes everywhere. Nevertheless, Dr. Wells pressed on. He performed more tests, reaffirming the cure's efficacy. Dr. Lynn's absence gnawed at him. He attempted to glean information from the Institute's travel logs, but they insisted her return date was indefinite, shrugging it off as routine. Meanwhile, Huxley grew distant, as though regretting having once offered fatherly advice. Dr. Wells suspected the older scientist was under pressure from unseen forces, possibly threatened as well. Behind the scenes, the corporate machine rumbled. Dr. Wells got a call from an unknown corporate entity, offering a massive sum, 8 figures, more than he'd ever dreamed, to license the therapy and shelve it. They phrased it politely. "We'd like exclusive rights to conduct further research," but it was code for burying it forever. He refused. 2 days later, his research funding was mysteriously revoked, his name blacklisted from major medical grant committees. All these signs pointed to a single harrowing truth. Someone, some group, was determined that this cure not see the light of day. Dr. Wells kept a low profile, but he felt the walls closing in. He'd sense watchers outside his home, footsteps echoing late at night. Agent Cole Mercer, a man rumoured to be a government operative, began appearing in the building's corridor, politely greeting Dr. Wells with an unsettling smile. "Morning, Doctor," he'd say, as though they were old friends. The unspoken menace in his eyes was unmistakable. Sarah Vance, for her part, dug deeper, following money trails. She found suspicious lobbying activities linking major pharmaceutical giants to certain government officials. She showed DeWells documents that seemed to confirm his suspicions. A consortium of power brokers who thrived on expensive treatments, not cures. She urged him to consider going public immediately, leveraging a major media outlet. But Dr. Wells hesitated. "I need more concrete evidence," he insisted. "Without it, they'll just brand me a fraud." Inwardly, he couldn't shake the notion that any big move might trigger fatal retaliation. Thus, the threat emerged in full clarity. Dr. Wells was standing on the edge of a precipice. Behind him lay a quiet life of academic obscurity. In front was a terrifying freefall into conspiracy and danger. The cure was real, but so was the corporate muscle determined to keep it hidden. He felt the tug of responsibility. This was humanity's hope, after all. Could he walk away? No, not after glimpsing how many lives could be saved. But each day he felt more certain that continuing might cost him everything. The stage was set for a confrontation that would define his fate, a confrontation he was ill-prepared to face. The days after Dr. Adrian Wells refused the corporate buyout blurred into a haze of danger. First came the sabotage attempts, then the direct threats, but everything escalated when he narrowly survived what could only be described as an assassination. It happened at 2 a.m, a time Dr. Wells rarely kept. He had stayed late at the lab analysing yet another set of cell cultures. As he drove home on a deserted highway, another vehicle sped up behind him, headlights glaring. He assumed it was a reckless driver. Then the vehicle rammed his rear bumper, jolting him forward. Panicked, he tried to accelerate, but they pinned him, forcing him off the road. The next thing he knew, he was spinning into a ditch. By the time the car stopped, battered but upright, the aggressor had vanished. Dr. Wells' heart pounded. He stumbled out, dazed but alive. This was no random accident. It was a warning. When he called the police, they were polite but sceptical. No evidence, no plate number, just his word. They wrote a report, told him to be cautious. Dr. Wells realised with sinking certainty that the local authorities wouldn't protect him from powerful corporate or government forces. The unstoppable machine overshadowed them. The next morning, after hearing the news, Sarah Vance insisted he leave town. "They know where you live, Adrian. They're escalating. You need to vanish until we can blow this wide open." Dr. Wells resisted at first, but the logic was undeniable. He packed a small bag, told Elena and the kids to go to her sister's place in another state. The tension in her eyes said she wanted more answers. He gave her what limited explanation he could. "People want me gone because of the cure." She looked at him with heartbreak but nodded, whisking the children away. Oliver Wells kissed them goodbye, uncertain when or if he'd see them again. Fear coiled in his gut like a living thing. Sarah arranged a safe house, a friend's remote cabin in a forested region a few hours away. They travelled at night, using back roads, switching cars once courtesy of a contact Sarah had among investigative circles. Throughout the drive, Dr. Wells clutched a battered duffel containing flash drives, lab notes, and a few personal items. That was all he had left of his old life. On the radio, news outlets played typical daily stories: politics, sports, weather. No mention of a revolutionary cure or a targeted scientist. The world turned obliviously as he fled for his life. The cabin was rustic with no neighbours for miles, a place where phone reception was spotty at best. Sarah assured him it was off the grid enough to buy them time. She set up her laptop, hooking to a satellite internet link for the occasional short burst to communicate with her sources. Dears, Dr. Wells found himself trembling whenever he heard a car engine in the distance. Though it might just be a random local, the trauma from that highway incident lingered. Sleep became elusive, nightmares of masked men chasing him. In these tense conditions, they planned their next move. Sarah believed they needed a big public unveiling of the evidence. Once it's out in the open, they can't silence you easily, she argued. Dr. Wells worried that the mainstream media could be manipulated or bribed. We need something unstoppable. Maybe a live broadcast or a major whistleblower event, he said. They mulled over possibilities, scanning their limited networks. Meanwhile, Wells kept refining his cure data, ensuring it was comprehensible by any outside scientist. If something happened to him, others might replicate his work. That thought gave him a shred of comfort. One afternoon, a static-laced phone call brought shocking news. Cara Lynn had been found. Or so Sarah's contact claimed. She was in some unregistered clinic, heavily sedated. The official story was that she'd suffered a mental breakdown while travelling. Dr. Wells fumed, suspecting she'd been forcibly committed, used as a warning or a scapegoat. He wanted to rescue her, but Sarah advised caution. It's likely a trap. If you rush in, they'll nab you. Dr. Wells paced in frustration, powerless to save his colleague. The realization weighed on him. The consortium behind this plot was methodical and merciless. Then an email arrived from Dr. Leonard Huxley, the old mentor who'd seemed fatherly. The message was cryptic. We need to meet. I have urgent information. Time is short. No mention of location. Dr. Wells hesitated, uncertain whether Huxley was a friend or a mole. In the end, curiosity and hope drove him to accept. Sarah insisted on coming along, ready with a camera and a recording device to capture any confession or data Huxley might share. They arranged a rendezvous after dark in an abandoned research facility on the outskirts of an industrial zone. The building loomed, a relic from some past corporate venture. They arrived under a clouded sky. Dr. Wells's pulse throbbed as they stepped through the rusted entrance. Dust motes danced in the beam of their flashlights. Sarah kept her phone camera rolling, scanning for hidden watchers. At last, they found Huxley waiting in a long corridor, shoulders slumped, a thick file under his arm. His face bore lines of exhaustion and guilt. He spoke in hushed tones. I've been part of this system far too long, Adrian. I tried to warn you subtly, but it's gone beyond that now. The consortium sees your cure as a direct threat. They've been silencing breakthroughs for decades. He opened the file, revealing documents that named top executives, government liaisons, all funneling billions to ensure diseases remain chronic conditions, never cured outright. Dr. Wells' stomach churned reading the evidence. Pharmaceutical giants, insurance conglomerates, even certain politicians were all complicit. Huxley's voice quavered. They threatened me too. I gave them partial info on your project, hoping to buy time. Now they want me to lure you in. His eyes shone with regret. I couldn't do it. I can't be that man. A tear traced his cheek. Dr. Wells felt a tidal wave of betrayal and pity. This man he once admired was simultaneously a traitor and a victim. The deeper realization was that the entire system was rigged against cures. As they talked, Sarah recorded everything. Huxley handed over the file. This should prove the conspiracy, but you must move fast. They know I'm here. They'll come for all of us. Right on cue, headlights flared outside. The screech of tyres echoed in the hollow halls. A figure shouted, footsteps pounding. Dr. Wells, Sarah and Huxley exchanged panicked looks. In a sudden rush, men in suits fanned into the corridor, flashlights glaring. Leading them was a man Dr. Wells recognised from outside his lab, cold-eyed, likely working for the consortium. "You should have stayed quiet, Huxley," the man said, voice dripping with contempt. Chaos erupted. Sarah and Dr. Wells scrambled to flee, Huxley hurling the file to them. The men advanced, arms outstretched. A moment of confusion followed, with echoes of scuffling feet. By some miracle, Dr. Wells and Sarah ducked into a side hallway, sprinted for a back exit. Behind them they heard shouts, possibly a scuffle with Huxley. Outside, the nighttime gloom swallowed them. They dashed to their car, hearts hammering. Sarah started the engine and they peeled away, file clutched in Dr. Wells' trembling hands. The memory of Huxley's last expression, resignation, sorrow, burned in Dr. Wells' mind. He feared for the man's life, but they had no means to rescue him now. They drove aimlessly, eventually ditching the vehicle at a rest stop, switching to a stolen sedan Sarah had arranged from a friend. The tension was suffocating, but they had the evidence. As Dr. Wells pored over the file, seeing damning documents that outright confirmed the kill list for cures, the scale of the conspiracy sunk in. "We must go public," Sarah said, teeth clenched. Dr. Wells nodded. Time was short. The final standoff with the consortium was inevitable, and if they waited too long, they might end up like Cara Lynn or worse. Thus, on the run, they carried the seeds of humanity's liberation from cancer, and the knowledge that every passing second brought them closer to a lethal confrontation with those determined to keep the cure buried. Dr. Wells, once a quiet man of science, now found himself living a nightmare, hunted by the very system that should champion him. The only question left: could they survive long enough to expose the truth? Hiding in a decrepit motel with flickering neon lights, Dr. Adrian Wells and Sarah Vance put out the damning documents from Dr. Huxley's file across a rickety table. The overhead lamp buzzed, revealing the carefully typed memoranda signed by powerful corporate figures referencing Project Indefinite Care. The meaning was clear. Cures were to be neutralized, profits maintained. Each page felt like a lead weight on Dr. Wells' conscience. He glimpsed repeated references to hush money payouts, threats, even a mention of orchestrated accidents. He realized with a sick churn in his gut that Dr. Lynn's disappearance was no anomaly. The plan was risky but straightforward. They'd deliver the evidence to a national broadcast channel. Sarah had connections at an influential station. If they managed to air it on a primetime slot, the public outcry could become too big to ignore. They spent the night scanning every page into digital form, uploading backups to multiple encrypted servers. Tension hung in the stale motel air. Dr. Wells typed feverishly, ensuring the lab data for the cure was also included. He prayed it would be enough to spark unstoppable demand. The consortium could bribe some outlets, but maybe not all. The next morning, the broadcast network's contact arranged a secret meeting in an empty parking garage. Oh yes, Dr. Wells found himself in the passenger seat, scanning the surroundings for potential ambush. Sarah drove, jaw set, scanning her mirrors. They reached the third level, headlights reflecting off damp concrete. The station's liaison, a middle-aged producer named Reyes, greeted them nervously. He listened to Sarah's pitch, flipped through the file, and paled. "This is huge," he muttered. "But the station's owners, they have deep ties to the pharmaceutical sector." He shook his head. "I'm not sure we can run it without upper management approval." Frustration flared. "This is life and death," Sarah argued. Wells joined in, voice trembling with righteous anger. Reyes sighed. "I'll try, but if they refuse, we may have to find an independent outlet. Possibly a live internet broadcast, bypassing network filters." He left, file in hand, leaving them in suspense. As they descended the parking garage ramps, a black SUV pulled in, nearly blocking their path. They recognized it as the same model that had tailed them before. Sarah punched the gas, weaving around it. Tires screeched, but they escaped. The tension soared. Over the next 48 hours, phone lines crackled with updates from Reyes. He reported internal conflicts, some executives pushing to bury the story. Another insisted a partial piece might run, heavily edited. Meanwhile, DeWells and Sarah changed motels again, aware that every minute they stayed put was an invitation for a hit squad. Dr. Wells' eyes burned from lack of sleep, his mind swirling with visions of unstoppable corporate assassins. In quiet moments he thought of Elena and the kids, wondering if they were safe. He made cryptic phone calls to ensure they were well, but avoided details that might reveal his location. Finally, Reyes called with partial good news. "We have a green light for a short live segment tomorrow night. The anchor is sympathetic, but the station only grants 5 minutes. We can't do a full documentary, but it's something." Sarah clenched her fist, half relieved. They arranged a plan. Dr. Wells would appear in disguise, revealing the cure, the conspiracy, and Huxley's documents. Sarah would provide additional context. If they could ignite public outrage, perhaps other media outlets would follow suit. It was a desperate gamble, but the only shot they had. They arrived at the station in the pre-dawn darkness, sneaking in through a side entrance. Reyes, pale and sweating, guided them to a dimly lit backstage area. The anchor, a woman named Diane Caldwell, introduced herself curtly, eyes flicking over the documents. Her expression was a mix of shock and fear. "We go live at 8:05, make it count," she said. "But I warn you, station execs might cut the feed if it gets too inflammatory." "No?" Wells nodded, heart pounding. He donned a hooded jacket, but Sarah insisted that revealing his face might carry more impact. Torn, he finally decided to keep the hood off. He wanted the world to see him, a real person, risking everything. 8:00 p.m. arrived, and the station's news broadcast began with routine headlines. Dr. Wells and Sarah waited in a cramped side set, microphones pinned to their collars. Cameras loomed like silent watchers. The anchor segued into a shocking medical exposé and signalled for them to walk on stage. Justice Dr. Wells' pulse hammered. He swallowed, stepping into the bright lights, aware that millions might be watching. He started explaining his background, a humble oncologist who discovered a universal gene therapy for cancer. Then he mentioned the repeated break-ins, sabotage, and veiled threats. Sarah followed up, brandishing Huxley's documents on camera. For a moment, the anchor's eyes widened with genuine alarm, but she pressed them for specifics. Dr. Wells recited enough details to be credible, naming a few high-level execs, referencing key paragraphs in the file. The anchor looked uneasy, glancing at her teleprompter, presumably expecting a corporate muzzle any second. Halfway through, the broadcast cut abruptly to a commercial break, no warning, no sign-off. Studio staff erupted in confusion. The station's control room lights flickered. Reyes burst onto the set, whisper shouting, "They're pulling the segment! We lost the feed! Some higher-up demanded it!" Don, Wells and Sarah exchanged a grim look. They'd gotten maybe 2 minutes on air. The anchor apologized frantically, calling it a technical glitch. Everyone knew better. the consortium's reach extended into the station. Fearing immediate retaliation, DeWells and Sarah fled the building, hearts hammered. Outside, the night air was thick with disappointment. That was their biggest chance for a mainstream revelation, and it had been snuffed out. As they debated their next move, DeWell's phone buzzed with a text from a burner number. The message read, "Run, they're coming." The implication was clear. The consortium might attempt a lethal strike now that the partial unveiling failed. Desperate, Dr. Wells recalls to Huxley's final mention, "If everything collapses, get out of the country. Present the data globally. The UN might help." Sarah was reluctant but recognised the logic. They connected with a pilot friend who could secure a small private plane for an international flight. Geneva, perhaps, where the WHO might accept Dr. Wells' research. Arrangements were made in hushed phone calls. The flight was set for the following evening from a remote airstrip. The next day was a blur of paranoid preparations. Dr. Wells concealed the original documents in a padded envelope, taped to his chest beneath his shirt. Sarah carried digital backups on multiple USB drives. As dusk fell, they drove to the airstrip in a borrowed car scanning for tails. A lone Cessna awaited, engine humming. The pilot, a taciturn man, waved them aboard. The sky was a muted purple, the first stars glimmering. Dr. Wells exhaled, imagining the plane's rise as their final escape from the consortium's clutches. But fate had a different plan. Less than an hour into the flight, radio contact was lost. Controllers on the ground reported garbled static, then a sudden drop in altitude. Radar indicated a catastrophic mechanical failure or sabotage. Witnesses near the coastline claimed to see an explosion. The plane vanished from the screens. By the following morning, local authorities discovered wreckage scattered in the ocean shallows. No survivors found. Dr. Wells, Sarah, the pilot, gone. The news coverage labelled it a tragic accident. Pilot error, technical malfunction, inconclusive. The overshadowing subtext was that Dr. Wells' cure had died with him. Some conspiratorial corners whispered sabotage, but official investigators dismissed such claims. Agent Cole Mercer, rumoured to have orchestrated countless covert ops, publicly expressed condolences, while quietly ensuring all data about Dr. Wells' project was reclassified. And so it was that the cure that might have ended cancer was lost. The final showdown ended not with triumphant revelation, but with a single plane crash that obliterated hope. In the aftermath, the consortium tightened its grip. Dr. Lin remained unaccounted for, Dr. Huxley presumably silenced. For the public, the fiasco became just another footnote in the daily avalanche of news. Meanwhile, a handful of unwavering conspiracy theorists championed DeWell's memory, pointing to the hush that descended around any mention of his therapy. Days after the plane crash, as the media cycle churned, official statements emerged. Mechanical failure, no sign of foul play. The general public, preoccupied with other headlines, accepted the verdict. The notion that a miraculous cure had died with Dr. Wells barely registered. The consortium exhaled a collective sigh of relief, confident their profits remained unchallenged. Yet rumours circulated in hushed circles. Sarah Vance, the investigative journalist presumed dead in the crash, had told a few allies about a backup plan. A handful of Dr. Wells' colleagues scattered worldwide whispered that he'd distributed enough data to replicate the cure. Some said he'd arranged for trusted foreign scientists to receive encrypted files, but no one stepped forward publicly. The fear of retribution was too strong. A month later, an unlisted video surfaced on a dark web forum. The grainy footage showed DeWells sitting in a dimly lit room, hair dishevelled, voice steady despite visible exhaustion. The timestamp indicated it had been recorded hours before the fatal flight. In the clip, he spoke directly to the camera. "If you're watching this, something happened to me. Know that I tried to share the cure, but powerful forces want it hidden. They fear the financial implications. But you, whoever you are, mustn't let them bury it. This cure belongs to humanity." The video ended abruptly. The clip circulated among conspiracy boards, but mainstream media dismissed it as a hoax. Within days, the video link vanished from most platforms. Dr. Huxley, if he was still alive, made no public statements. Some rumoured he'd fled the country, others claimed he'd been coerced into silence. The institute where Dr. Wells worked quietly removed his name from the staff directory, shifting the official story to Dr. Wells was an unstable researcher who met a tragic accident. Colleagues who once admired him were either too intimidated or too sceptical to speak up. Meanwhile, an ocean away, Delyn was found in a private facility. She was heavily medicated, with no recollection of the last few months. Her medical records described exhaustion-induced breakdown, but a nurse confided in whispers that men in suits occasionally visited her, scanning her charts, ensuring she stayed sedated. The nurse who leaked that information soon left the facility under vague circumstances. For many, the memory of Dr. Wells faded, overshadowed by the daily churn of scientific news, corporate releases, and political chatter. But a small group of believers, spurred by the evidence Sarah had leaked and the cryptic video, worked quietly to decode the partial data that had escaped destruction. They pieced fragments together, some gene sequences here, some therapy protocols there. The puzzle remained incomplete, lacking critical segments. Yet they pressed on, fueled by the conviction that the cure could still be resurrected. Their efforts continued in secret labs, hoping to avoid the consortium's gaze. Among these underground scientists was a renegade cell biologist in Europe, a pair of postdocs in Asia, and an immunologist in South America. They communicated via encrypted channels, mindful that any sign of progress might draw lethal attention. The consortium occasionally caught wind of these hush-hush projects, deploying sabotage. Lab freezers mysteriously failed overnight. Data servers spontaneously crashed. The cat-and-mouse game endured, but the seeds of the cure had scattered too widely, too unpredictably to be fully uprooted. For the grieving Wells family, life was never the same. Elena, raising their children alone, refused all interview requests, keeping their location private. She sometimes found letters in her mailbox from supporters, describing how Dr. Wells' short appearances on that ill-fated broadcast gave them hope. She stored these letters in a box, a small tribute to the legacy he left behind. She often wondered if her husband had truly died in that plane crash. She prayed for closure, but the official story offered little comfort. Years passed. The world discovered new treatments for cancer, some improved outcomes, but none offered the universal cure Dr. Wells had glimpsed. The consortium thrived, continuing to funnel funds into profitable treatments. Yet in corners of the scientific community, the name Adrian Wells appeared as a whispered legend, a cautionary tale about the cost of disruptive discoveries. Students sometimes read about him in obscure articles titled "The Cure That Killed Him," half convinced it was pure conspiracy. Occasionally, conspiracy theorists staged protests outside major pharmaceutical headquarters, chanting that Dr. Wells was murdered for the cure. The mainstream labelled them fringe, and media coverage was minimal, but the rumour never fully died. It found a small but fervent following online. Every so often a new leak or testimony would reignite the debate. People asked, what if the cure is out there, locked in a vault, tested only by shadowy elites? The theories ran wild, some plausible, others outlandish. The consortium, if it existed in the shadows, remained silent, letting the theories swirl until they burned out. In a quiet epilogue, a battered notebook once belonging to Dr. Wells surfaced at a garage sale in a small Midwestern town. The scribbles inside repeated the gene therapy steps, though incomplete. The buyer, a teenage science enthusiast, recognized the name Adrian Wells. He posted photos online, seeking help deciphering the code. Within hours, the forum thread was swarmed by trolls and mysteriously vanished. The notebook was lost again, or so the story goes. Another piece of the puzzle flitted away into rumour. Thus, the cure that killed him ended as a story without neat resolution. Its aftermath was an uneasy stasis. No definitive public unveiling, no ultimate justice. The powerful forces behind the cover-up carried on with business as usual, treating Dr. Wells' demise as a cautionary footnote. But under the surface, sparks of his discovery persisted. People who believed in his work, in the fundamental decency behind curing a disease that had plagued humanity for centuries, refused to let the idea rest. Some nights, in quiet corners of the internet, you can still find archived files referencing Adrian's protocol. Or you might overhear a scientist at a conference mention Dr. Wells' name with reverence, quickly hush-hushing the topic. The question remains, was there enough data scattered across the globe to eventually replicate the cure? Or had the consortium sealed its fate forever? In the grand scheme, that question lingers. Did Wells truly die in the ocean's depths, or might he have escaped, living under a new identity, watching from afar as the world continued to wrestle with the same diseases he could have eradicated? The official record says he's gone. The conspiracies say otherwise. Either way, the moral stands. In a world driven by profit, a cure can be seen as a threat. And sometimes the price of truth is a price paid in blood. As for Sarah Vance, she never re-emerged, presumably lost in that plane crash. But a few months after the incident, a snippet of video was posted on a fringe news site, showing her hand holding up a USB drive labelled Wells Data V3.0, pause, then cutting to static. Was it old footage? A hoax? No one could confirm. Yet the tantalising possibility left watchers enthralled. The cure might still exist, hidden, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to try again. Such is the legacy of Dr. Adrian Wells, a brilliant mind who found something too valuable to be allowed and paid the ultimate price. The cure that might have saved millions remains locked behind the steel doors of corporate greed, while the world keeps turning, haunted by the knowledge that one man found a solution and was silenced for it. In the end, the story stands as a testament to the power of secrets, the reach of conspiracies, and the unwavering drive of those who strive to heal humanity despite impossible odds. Daniel "Danny" Callahan grew up in a modest home in northwest Washington, D.C., just a short drive from the seat of American power. His paternal grandmother was a second cousin, twice removed of JFK, enough of a link to give him a faint brush with the Kennedy legacy. While some children idolize sports heroes or fictional adventurers, Danny's childhood fascination was his distant presidential relative. Family gatherings were often punctuated by half-spoken stories, knowing glances, and the hush that accompanied any mention of Dallas, 1963. Yet it wasn't until Danny turned 13 that his obsession with the assassination truly set in. That was the year his grandfather, once a low-level aide in a government office, fell gravely ill. Sensing his mortality, the old man called Danny to his bedside and pressed a worn leather-bound folder into his hands. "This, I never had the courage to share while I was healthy," he whispered. Inside were cryptic notes and partially redacted documents, including an unfiled CIA memo referencing leverage points in Texas. There were 3 initials scrawled at the bottom, RAD. The meaning was unclear, but the hush in the room was deafening. From that moment on, Danny's life had a purpose: to uncover the truth behind JFK's death. He studied every conspiracy, pored over every publicly released document. Through high school and college, while others partied or navigated typical teenage drama, Danny was in libraries or on internet forums dedicated to the JFK assassination. He was convinced there was more to the story than Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone, and that someone in the corridors of power had buried the truth. At Georgetown University, Danny majored in political science and international relations, fueled by a burning need to penetrate the system that might hold answers. He met Sarah Monroe during his junior year. She was 2 years older, already interning at a notable newspaper, and every bit as relentless in her pursuits. They bonded over a stack of declassified CIA briefs. Danny had been hogging the library microfilm machine, scrolling through old national security transcripts. Sarah confronted him, half joking, "You're not the only conspiracy nut in town, you know." From that day on, they became friends, and often partners in sifting through the labyrinth of half-truths and speculation that surrounded Dallas, 1963. Sarah, with her piercing hazel eyes and tendency to scribble notes on anything within reach, was a rising star in investigative journalism. She was dogged, often ignoring editorial suggestions that she'd tone it down. She had a habit of dropping quotes from real whistleblowers into everyday conversation, referencing sources from older CIA leak cases. Though her style clashed with many seasoned reporters, it meshed perfectly with Danny's unyielding hunger for secrets. Armed with a shiny new degree and a stack of recommendations, Danny landed an entry-level position at a lesser-known government agency, an obscure division connected to intelligence analysis. It wasn't the CIA or the FBI, but it was a place to start. If he played his cards right, he would glean insight into the halls of the intelligence community, building connections that could eventually grant him access to vaults of classified files. At the same time, Sarah was piecing together a special series on political cover-ups for her paper. She was particularly drawn to the JFK cold case, a colloquial term she coined for her multi-article deep dive into conflicting testimonies and unsealed documents. Danny, though restricted by clearance protocols, often fed her stray leads that he picked up through casual chatter at the office, discussions about old files, or references to managers who'd been around since the 1960s. They became a formidable team, even if they had to operate carefully. Word travelled fast in government circles, and Danny knew he had to keep his personal inquiries discreet. More than once he felt eyes on him in the hallway, or sensed that certain colleagues stopped talking the moment he entered a room. But he chalked it up to nerves. He was a new hire after all. Why should they trust him? One evening, after a day spent combing old microfilm, Danny found a cryptic reference in an ancient budget ledger. Project Gold Crown, authorized expenditures November 1963. Gold Crown. He'd never heard the term. He flagged it for later, quietly making a note in a private journal. When he casually asked a superior about it, the man's face blanched. "Never heard of it," he said, before swiftly changing the topic. From that point, Danny's suspicion only grew. Yet for the next couple of years, progress stalled. Danny moved from desk to desk, gleaning small bits of knowledge, nothing conclusive but enough to stir the pot. As time went on, Sarah's investigative column gained traction, putting them both under a more critical spotlight. She wrote scathing pieces about how the Warren Commission failed to address key inconsistencies, how the House Select Committee on Assassinations had left critical leads unresolved, and the systematic destruction of evidence. Predictably, this drew some negative heat from certain corners of the intelligence world. Midway through his second year at the agency, Danny was invited to a private lunch by one of his supervisors, a man named Clay Finch, who specialized in document classification. Finch offered a wide smile over a sandwich in the cafeteria. "You've been busy, Danny," he said in a tone that was borderline accusatory. "Interested in historical records, are we?" "Just want to learn," Danny replied calmly, aware that each word needed to be measured. Finch leaned closer. "History's a funny thing. A lot of it is better left behind. The official record stands for a reason. You wouldn't want to disrupt that, would you?" There was an ominous note to Finch's voice, but his eyes were maddeningly unreadable. That moment marked a shift for Danny, a realization that everything he was doing, every digital search, every phone call with Sarah, every request for older files, was being tracked. And behind Finch's sly smile, Danny sensed a message. "We know what you're up to. Tread carefully." A week later, Sarah told Danny she'd received an anonymous tip from a caller who claimed to have inside information from the 1960s intelligence community. The caller insisted the truth behind JFK's murder was deeper than any single branch, pointing to a hidden web of power brokers. The call ended abruptly, but not before the voice uttered a phrase that sent chills up Sarah's spine. "Keep digging and you'll meet the committee." "The committee?" Danny asked. "Like some secret group?" Sarah shrugged anxiously. "Who knows? This entire case is a riddle inside a locked box, but something tells me we're on the right track." Neither realized how dangerous that track would become. Danny was closer to the nerve center of government secrets than he'd ever been, and the watchers, both inside and outside his agency, were beginning to circle. For the next 6 months, Danny and Sarah waded into increasingly murky waters. At first, their partnership involved a simple back and forth. Danny would slyly pass on non-confidential leads gleaned from his job, while Sarah followed up with gritty fieldwork, tracking down rumoured witnesses, rummaging through dusty courthouse records. The synergy worked. Sarah's articles gained a cult following, her audience enthralled by the notion that powerful forces had orchestrated JFK's demise. But the more she wrote, the more pushback she received from her editors and ominous calls to tone it down. One late afternoon, while searching through a digital archive of declassified intelligence briefs, Danny stumbled across a suspicious reference to Operation Crosswind, Cuban Ops, November 21st to 23rd, 1963. This short mention rattled him. According to official narratives, the CIA's Cuban involvement was well known, but had supposedly wound down after the Bay of Pigs fiasco in 1961. Why would there be a covert operation still active in late 63, timed suspiciously close to the assassination date? Curiosity piqued, Danny attempted to access the Crosswind file. His clearance was insufficient, but he did manage to glean a cryptic summary. Deployment of foreign assets to the continental US for strategic disruption. No further details. Heart-pounding, he texted Sarah. Found a doc linking foreign shooters to Dallas timeframe. Holy grail, need to be sure. They agreed to meet that night at Sarah's apartment in Foggy Bottom. She buzzed him in, excitement practically shimmering in her eyes. If foreign operatives were brought stateside, that lines up with the theory that Oswald wasn't alone, she said, motioning for Danny to close the door behind him. Imagine if the second shooter was... She never finished the sentence. The apartment reeked of smoke. Her living room was trashed, papers strewn everywhere, a lamp shattered, the stench of something recently burned. Sarah froze, eyes wide. The desk where she kept her notes and laptop was ransacked, its drawers yanked out, contents scattered. In the corner, the remnants of her personal notes on the JFK cold case lay smouldering. A single envelope rested on top, its edges singed. It bore no address, just Danny's name scrawled in jagged letters. Gingerly, Sarah opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a typed message. Stop. This is your only warning. Beneath the text was a small printed symbol, a stylized eagle clutching a shield, reminiscent of official government insignias but subtly altered. Danny felt his stomach twist. He recognized the partial design from one of his grandfather's cryptic documents. RAD floated back into his mind, though he still didn't know what those initials meant. Fear mingled with fury. Sarah's face paled, but her voice trembled with anger. They have no right, she muttered, sifting through the ashes of her research. Months of work. Gone. Danny spoke quietly, keeping his voice steady. They're telling us to back off, so we're onto something real. Within the week, the story broke in the local media that an award-winning investigative journalist, Sarah, had been the victim of random vandalism. The official police statement was laughably vague. Sarah's editor, worried about potential liability, advised her to take a temporary leave for her own safety. It was effectively a suspension. Shaken but not broken, she vowed to continue her work from the shadows. Meanwhile, rumours circulated through Danny's office that a small group of employees had been flagged for overreaching curiosity. Danny suspected he was on that list. One morning, his supervisor, Clay Finch, offered him a dead-eyed stare and said, "You have potential, Danny. Don't squander it by chasing ghosts." Danny forced a cordial nod, but inside alarm bells rang. They were tightening the net. In spite of the threats, Danny and Sarah pressed on. She began analysing a trove of microfilm archives for any mention of Operation Crosswind. Danny, after fiddling with secure server access, found a reference to a secondary file labelled Project Gold Crown. The word kept popping up in old 1963 to 64 budget logs. Crosswind, Gold Croon. The puzzle was expanding, and every piece hinted at the involvement of certain high-level US officials who had manipulated events in Dallas. As frustration mounted, Sarah had a breakthrough. She'd been researching possible retired intelligence officers from the 60s who might still be alive. Hidden in the dusty corners of a Senate hearing transcript, she found mention of William Bill Keating, an ex-CIA operative with rumoured involvement in covert Cuban missions. He dropped off the radar decades ago. Some speculated he had died. Others insisted he was living in remote corners of Texas under an assumed name. 3 weeks later, Danny and Sarah tracked Bill Keating to a rundown ranch outside Lubbock, Texas. He was old, late 70s at least, skin leathery from the sun and gaze haunted by secrets. They knocked on his door, uncertain if he would even speak to them. Keating first tried to slam the door in their faces, but Sarah had a journalist's persistence, and Danny wielded the documents his grandfather had left behind. They caught Keating's attention just enough to wedge a foot in the door. "I'm done with that life," Keating growled. "You have no clue what you're digging into." But his eyes flicked to the unfiled CIA memo that Danny held. In the corner, those same initials, RAD, glinted in faint ink. He exhaled shakily, letting them inside. Over stale coffee and the hum of a dusty ceiling fan, they listened as Keating spoke haltingly about the old days. "Oswald, he was a pawn, sure, but not the only piece on the board," he muttered. "There were bigger fish behind it, names you'd never guess. Some in the White House at the time, some hidden in intelligence. They used Cuban tension as cover. 2 shooters, not just one. Probably more. And the cover-up? It was top down." He spat the words, as though they tasted foul. "The committee oversaw everything." Sarah pressed gently, voice trembling with excitement. "Who is the committee?" Keating's gaze flickered with fear. He rubbed his temples, muttering, "You want me to sign my death warrant?" At their insistence, he revealed partial details. The committee wasn't an official agency. It was an off-the-books collective of power brokers, some with government titles, others from finance or defense. Their mission was to steer the national narrative when it threatened stability or certain interests. "They have assets everywhere. CIA, FBI, the media," Keating said. "They orchestrated hits on threats to their power. They believed JFK was out of control." When asked for hard evidence, Keating shook his head. "I have one piece, a tape of a conversation from November 63, 2 nights before the assassination. It'd blow the doors off everything, but I keep it hidden. No one can protect me if it gets out. I can't just hand it over to 2 strangers." Sarah's frustration was palpable. "People need to know!" Keating's voice rose sharply. "People also need to stay alive. You have no clue how far the committee's reach extends." He exhaled, calmer. "If you want to survive, drop this. I'm telling you for your own good." They argued for hours, but Keating wouldn't budge. He offered no location for the tape. Tension thickened. In the end, they left empty-handed, though the conversation itself was a bombshell. Confirmation of 2 shooters, the committee's existence, and an infiltration into key agencies. It was the clearest evidence yet that a hidden group had orchestrated JFK's death, but verifying it would be another matter entirely. Returning to DC, Danny felt a storm brewing. He had a trove of half-baked leads, plus Keating's cryptic confessions. Sarah's articles, though momentarily stalled, had a public following that might amplify their findings. He also realised how precarious his position was. A desk jockey rummaging through restricted files that powerful men would prefer to keep sealed forever. Late one night, Danny pulled the old leather folder out from a locked drawer, rereading his grandfather's cryptic notes, references to shadow patriots, the need to maintain illusions, and repeated scribbles of those same initials, R.A.D. He also found a scribbled phrase in the margin, "Power demands a narrative." It struck him that these words might encapsulate the committee's entire mission. He called Sarah in a hushed voice. "It's bigger than we thought. If Keating's telling the truth, the cover-up wasn't just about a second shooter. It was about rewriting the entire story of that day in Dallas." Sarah's reply crackled over the line, steady but tinged with dread. "Then we have to tear that story wide open." The The days bled into weeks as Danny buried himself further in his government work, using every sliver of downtime to poke at the CIA, FBI, and other labyrinthine intelligence divisions. His relentless curiosity didn't go unnoticed, yet ironically, it earned him a promotion when a mid-level analyst role opened up. The official explanation was that his efficiency in combing archives and correlating old case files had impressed certain higher-ups. Unofficially, Danny suspected they wanted him closer so they could keep better tabs on him, or possibly groom him into one of their own. With this promotion, Danny found himself with a broader security clearance. Not top level, but enough to open certain classified doors, and open them he did. Late nights in a dimly lit government reading room, scanning files stamped with warnings, eyes only, restricted, national security. He discovered more references to Crosswind, Gold Crown, even cryptic mentions of a cipher dog operation. Many were wholly unrelated or redacted beyond comprehension, but patterns emerged. He saw too many converging threads timed around November 22nd, 1963, to call it coincidence. One file stood out, a CIA internal message log from the week of the assassination. Half of it was blacked out, but on one line Danny read, "Confirming arrival of redacted in Dallas. Rendezvous with local asset. Full operational oversight under Gold Crown." The timestamp was November the 22nd, 1963, just one day before JFK was shot. His breath caught in his throat. If this was real, it confirmed an active CIA operation in Dallas separate from Oswald, perhaps orchestrating the second shooter. It was the kind of smoking gun conspiracy buffs had speculated about for decades. Rather than rejoice, Danny's stomach knotted with anxiety. He knew these revelations placed him in serious danger. Every keystroke he made in the system could be tracked, but the desire for truth was stronger than fear. He copied the relevant lines onto a small notepad, carefully shielding himself from the security camera overhead. The next morning he found his desk drawer had been rifled through. Someone was searching for evidence that he'd gone rogue. That same afternoon, Bill Keating's name surfaced on local news. The retired CIA officer had been found dead in his Texas ranch, apparently of a self-inflicted gunshot. The reporter framed it as a tragic suicide of an elderly recluse. But Danny's gut turned ice cold. Keating, who had secrets that could topple institutions, gone. It was too neat, too convenient. A phone call to the local sheriff's office revealed minimal details. The last person known to visit was some out-of-towners, presumably Danny and Sarah. The officer on the other line, in a clipped tone, asked if Danny had any involvement. Danny gave a tight-lipped denial and hung up, dread pooling in his stomach. News of Keating's death rocked Sarah. She was convinced the committee, or some arm of it, had tied up a loose end. "He told us too much. Now he's gone," she seethed during a tense phone call, her voice shaking with anger. "We have to find that tape he mentioned. It could prove everything." But the tape's location remained a mystery. With Keating dead, any trail was likely cold. Late that night, Danny revisited his grandfather's old documents, hoping for some clue to Keating's hidden stash. Nothing, just cryptic references, repeated phrases about the second gunman, the illusions, and the ominous presence of RAD. That night, Danny slept fitfully, haunted by the notion that he'd inadvertently caused Keating's demise. To make matters worse, Sarah caught word that major players at her old newspaper were pressuring her to abandon the JFK cold case series if she wanted her job back. She refused. Her reputation, however, was taking hits. Online trolls labelled her a crackpot conspiracy theorist. and certain mainstream voices mocked her for refusing to let the 60s rest in peace. She pressed onward, determined to prove them wrong. One quiet morning, Danny arrived at work to find a sealed envelope on his desk. Inside was a single photograph, grainy and obviously old. It showed a man on a grassy area, rifle poised. The vantage point resembled the infamous grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza. A scrawled note on the back read, "2 shooters, 1 official, 1 ghost. Don't trust the watchers." Danny's spine prickled. Was this a threat? A clue? Or both? Over the next week he dug deeper into the agency's older records, but found more locked doors than open ones. Senior colleagues gave him polite smiles paired with veiled warnings. "Young man, you're about to learn how the real world works," one said, as if delivering fatherly advice. Another cornered him by the coffee machine, voice low. "This is bigger than your curiosity, Callahan. Don't let your fascination blind you to consequences." Sarah, working from her makeshift home office, connected another dot. She discovered the name Conrad Hastings, repeated in old intelligence rosters. Hastings had since risen to become an influential director within a hush-hush government branch. If Gold Crown was real, he might have been involved from the start, or inherited guardianship of its secrets. She confronted Danny with the name. He recognized it. Hastings was a powerful figure, rumoured to be second in line for a top intelligence post. If he was part of a cover-up, their adversaries ran very high indeed. Anxiety piled up for Danny. His phone line crackled with interference. Strange cars idled near his apartment at odd hours. He found himself looking over his shoulder, suspecting every shadow, every co-worker. Sarah was equally on edge. Twice, she spotted black SUVs tailing her. They were deep in enemy territory, chasing an explosive truth that could cost them their lives. One evening, when the city's lights shimmered off the Potomac River, Danny took a secret meeting with Sarah in an abandoned parking garage. He showed her the partial logs referencing a covert assassination squad deployed to Dallas. She reciprocated by handing over her own findings on Hastings, plus a newly uncovered piece of archival testimony from a retired FBI agent who had once claimed there was a deep apparatus controlling the official narrative, like a puppet master behind the stage. Their conversation was hushed but urgent. If Hastings is part of this, we're looking at someone with the power to bury us, Sarah said, brow furrowed. We need something definitive, an undeniable piece of evidence that they can't just spin away. Danny nodded, voice tight. We find the final log, the real data behind Gold Crown. There has to be a paper trail in the classified archives. If we get that, maybe we can blow the lid open, but we'll have to do it carefully. Let's not end up like Keating. They parted ways, determined but terrified. Danny realized that all his years of searching had led him here, a precarious dance with a hidden fortress of power. The drive to expose the conspiracy clashed with the grim knowledge that the committee, whoever they truly were, had disposed of threats before. They could do it again, with lethal precision. The next morning, Danny received a summons to Director Conrad Hastings' office. The short note read, "We need to discuss your future with the agency." The sense of dread in Danny's chest was almost suffocating, but he composed himself and prepared for the meeting. If Hastings was indeed an architect of the cover-up, this confrontation could either open doors or slam them shut forever. Director Conrad Hastings' office bore all the hallmarks of power. Mahogany desk, thick carpet, a portrait of a smiling president on the wall. Hastings himself was in his early 60s, with iron grey hair and a practiced, cool demeanour. He greeted Danny with courteous detachment, offering neither handshake nor smile. The door clicked shut behind them. "I've had my eye on you, Mr. Callahan," Hastings began, glancing at a file on his desk. "You've demonstrated an impressive aptitude for archival work and analysis." Danny forced a neutral expression. "Thank you, sir." Hastings leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "I also understand you've cultivated an interest in historical controversies." His voice had an edge, a subtle warning. "As an agency, we value curiosity, but we also require discretion. National security depends on safeguarding certain records." In that moment, Danny realized Hastings was testing him. Perhaps he was being offered a veiled invitation to join the club if he agreed to muzzle his private investigations. Or maybe Hastings was sniffing out whether Danny was an active threat. Swallowing hard, Danny offered a diplomatic reply. "I respect the boundaries of classification, sir. I simply find the SARS era academically fascinating." Hastings nodded, a flicker of amusement passing across his otherwise stony features. "Indeed, that decade shaped modern intelligence. But be mindful, Mr. Callahan, that some corners of the past remain sealed for good reason. The national interest doesn't always align with academic curiosity." After a few more minutes of measured conversation, mostly about departmental reassignments, Hastings dismissed Danny with a polite wave. Danny's heart pounded as he left. He felt both threatened and offered a chilling compromise. Keep quiet and climb the ranks, or keep digging and face consequences. That afternoon, Sarah emailed him a cryptic message. "Final piece in Louisiana, more soon." No signature, no details. It was out of character for her. Danny guessed she'd uncovered a new lead tied to old intelligence operations in the South. Without hesitation, he booked an after-hours flight to New Orleans, letting his supervisor believe he was taking personal leave. They met in a tiny diner off a rural highway, half an hour outside Baton Rouge. Sarah seemed jumpy, eyes darting at every passing car. She explained she'd found a reference in an old FBI field report about a hidden satellite office used in the JFK era, possibly to store sensitive records away from prying eyes in DC. The note specifically mentioned Gold Crown. They followed the clue to an abandoned brick building once leased by an FBI informant. Graffiti stained the walls, windows were boarded up, and the property was ringed by a sagging chain-link fence. With crowbars and flashlights in hand, they broke in under the cover of darkness, searching for anything that might still be hidden. Dust coated every surface. Broken furniture lay in heaps. To the untrained eye, it was just another derelict property. In a back room behind a rotting bookshelf, they found a rusted metal door. The old lock took effort to pry open. Inside was a cramped storage area, the ceiling so low they had to crouch. Sarah's flashlight caught a cluster of battered filing cabinets. Most were empty, but one drawer held a locked metal box. Forced open, it revealed a stack of mildewed folders, newspaper clippings, and a reel of old magnetic tape labelled Confidential DK Radio Intercept November 21, 1963. Sarah's pulse quickened. DK Radio Intercept. Could that be connected to Bill Keating's missing tape? Or is this a different intercept? They scanned the brittle documents. References to a phone call allegedly placed from an unidentified intelligence agent to an unknown external asset in Dallas, scheduling a job for November 21. The text was partially redacted, but phrases like all necessary arrangements, trapdoor scenario, and asset will stage defection narrative leapt out. Danny's mouth went dry. This was it. Concrete proof that the official story was a smoke screen. They had no illusions that this single folder would solve the entire puzzle, but it was a massive piece. Sarah gingerly touched the magnetic tape reel. We need to digitize this, see what's on it." Her eyes glowed with anticipation. Leaving the building, they felt elation and dread warring inside them. If they possessed authentic proof of a covert operation orchestrating JFK's murder, that also meant the committee, or their modern successors, would stop at nothing to silence them. They decided to drive to a safe location, an old friend's place in Lafayette, to examine the tape. On a lonely stretch of highway, they realized they were being followed. A sleek black SUV, headlights pinning them in the rearview mirror. A tense chase ensued. Danny floored the gas, navigating winding rural roads. Their pursuer matched every turn, occasionally drawing close enough that they could feel the pressure of a bumper tap. Sarah frantically called her friend in Lafayette, telling him to be prepared. Finally, after a hair-raising swerve through a side road, they lost the SUV by cutting off their headlights and coasting into a deserted driveway. They waited, hearts pounding, until the SUV roared past, lost in the night. They arrived at Sarah's friend's place. Jeremiah was a college acquaintance with a knack for vintage audio equipment. In a cluttered back room, he rigged up a reel-to-reel player. The three of them listened with bated breath as the tape hissed, crackled, and then voices emerged. The audio quality was poor but distinct enough. Voice 1. "Confirm you are in position. The route is locked. Take the shot. He'll be slowed at the turn." Voice 2. "Roger. Our decoy is set. The defector story. You're sure it covers us?" Voice 1. "Guaranteed. This ties up with Oswald. Remember, the corridor must be clear. No mistakes, or the big man will bury us." Static washed over the reel, then resumed. Voice 2. "Understood. Rendezvous at the safe house after the event?" Voice 1. "Yes. Then proceed with the fallback narrative." Sarah paused the tape, tears in her eyes. Danny felt nauseated. They had just heard direct evidence that a second shooter using a decoy plan pinned on Oswald was orchestrated by some high-level figure. This wasn't vague speculation. These were men calmly planning an assassination. The hair on the back of Danny's neck stood up at the mention of the big man, presumably a reference to someone above them, perhaps a powerful official or the committee itself. Jeremiah, stunned, asked, "This is from the day before JFK was shot?" Sarah nodded numbly. "Sounds like it. This is dynamite. They made duplicates. Digital backups, multiple flash drives, knowing one master copy wouldn't be safe. Sarah stashed a drive in her luggage. Danny hid another in his shoe. They agreed to part ways early next morning. Sarah would drive back to DC with the documents, while Danny would fly. The plan was to release this bombshell simultaneously through Sarah's journalistic channels and Danny's quiet leaks to certain allies in government who still believed in transparency. But they never got the chance to execute that plan smoothly. Before dawn, Jeremiah woke them, voice shaking. "Somebody's banging on the front door." Armed men, likely mercenaries or black ops, poured inside. The ensuing chaos was a blur. Danny and Sarah scrambled out a side window, clutching the stolen evidence. Gunfire erupted behind them, shattering windows and sending the front door splintering off its hinges. With hearts pounding, they sprinted into the night. They were outnumbered, outgunned, but they had what might be the final piece that could prove a conspiracy. All that remained was to survive, and to ensure the truth saw daylight. Adrenaline surged as Danny and Sarah navigated the pre-dawn darkness. The stolen evidence pressed tight against their bodies. The quiet Louisiana air bristled with danger. Their car was parked behind Jeremiah's house, out of sight. With no time to check if Jeremiah made it out safely, they could only pray he'd found cover. Sarah gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white as they sped away. Danny fumbled for his phone, trying to call 911, but the line crackled with static. No help was coming from official channels. They both knew they'd likely been pegged as intruders or fugitives. They decided to split up. Sarah would go directly to a secure contact in DC, who owed her favours, an editor with a strong track record of protecting whistleblowers. Danny would make a desperate move on his end, try to access a top-level federal archive in Washington. If he could cross-reference the voice on that tape with any known high-ranking official from the 1960s, they might finally name names. As Sarah dropped Danny at the Baton Rouge airport, they shared a brief, intense embrace, fear etched in both faces. "Stay alive," she whispered. Back in DC, Danny barely paused to catch his breath. He snuck into his apartment to grab a change of clothes and discovered his front door's lock had been tampered with. Paranoia spiked. He left immediately, not daring to stay. Using an old pass for after-hours building access, he entered the labyrinthine warren of government offices. His new clearance might help him get into the deeper archives, though he wasn't sure if it was enough to waltz in unchallenged. Under flickering fluorescent lights, Danny navigated to a sub-level reading room. He found a sealed compartment that required biometric authorization. Boldly, he pressed his fingerprint to the scanner. Miraculously, it granted access. Perhaps a glitch or an oversight, or maybe Hastings had left the door open to test him. Within the corridor, rows of locked file cabinets stood behind tinted glass. Above them hung a sign. Archival Vault. Classified Histories. Danny scanned labels. Cuban Ops in 63-65. Domestic Counterintelligence in 60-64. Project Gold Crown. His heart pounded. There it was, Gold Crown. He approached, checking over his shoulder. No security detail in sight, but his Mier's nerves screamed. He used a small hacking device that Andrew, a tech-savvy colleague from years back, had once given him, hoping it might override the cabinet's digital lock. A beep, a click, and the cabinet slid open. Inside, manila folders bristled with old memos, cables, and dispatch logs. Many were heavily redacted, entire pages black with marker. But as he flipped through them, a name jumped out repeatedly. Director Conrad Hastings. At the time, a young intelligence operative attached to clandestine operations. Danny's eyes widened. Hastings had clearly been involved in Gold Crown from the start. He wasn't just a future caretaker of the files. He was part of the machine that orchestrated them. He snapped pictures with his phone. One memo, dated November 25th, 1963, read, "Post-event. Ensure Oswald narrative remains primary. Assets must confirm no second shooter. Cooperate with Warren Commission. If infiltration or leaks occur, activate Project RAD." That acronym again, RAD. This time beneath it, a signature scrawled in black ink. Hastings. A floorboard creaked behind him. Danny whipped around to see Hastings himself standing in the corridor. He was alone, no guards in sight, but his posture radiated quiet menace. "I see you've let your curiosity lead you down the rabbit hole," Hastings said, voice echoing. Danny's blood ran cold, but he raised his chin defiantly. "It's all here. Proof you were complicit in orchestrating the Dallas operation. The memo about controlling the narrative, about Oswald being a scapegoat." Hastings stared at him with an expression of weary condescension. "You think you're the first crusader to come down this hallway, rummaging for the truth? How naive. Even if you make it out of here with those files, the public won't believe you. The system is built to repudiate illusions that threaten its foundation. We've been ensuring that for decades. You murdered a president. Danny hissed. "And you've murdered others. Keating, maybe more." A flicker of annoyance crossed Hastings's face. "I didn't personally pull the trigger, but I was part of safeguarding our nation from a leader we deemed dangerously unpredictable. We did what we had to do. Power is not about justice, Callahan. It's about continuity, about preserving the American project." Danny took a step back, readying himself. "It's not preservation. It's an execution of democracy itself. You're no patriot." Hastings let out a bitter laugh. "Patriotism is a mask we wear for the masses. The deeper truth is that people want to believe their government is stable and just. The committee ensures that narrative remains intact no matter the cost. You can wave that evidence around all you like, but you're one man against an entire apparatus trained to deny, discredit, or destroy whatever you expose." The tension escalated. Danny clutched the folder. Hastings inched closer. A sudden scuffle erupted as Hastings lunged to snatch the documents. Danny struggled to keep hold, adrenaline spiking. They slammed into a row of cabinets, metal rattling. Hastings, older but formidable, pinned Danny's wrist. Danny let out a grunt, managing to slip free just long enough to land a strike at Hastings's side. The older man staggered, wheezing, but refused to yield. He wrested the folder away, scattering pages across the floor. A single spark of opportunity flashed for Danny as he retrieved his phone, still containing pictures of the damning memos. He darted around Hastings, snatching a few loose pages from the ground. Hastings snarled, "You can't escape the reach of the committee. Even if you run, we'll find you. We'll bury you, like we buried everyone else who got too close." Danny's heart hammered, but fear morphed into righteous fury. He feinted left, then barged past Hastings, sprinting down the corridor. In the distance, alarm sirens began wailing. Security was on its way. As he reached the door, Hastings's final words echoed. "Even if you expose us, history remains ours to shape." Danny didn't look back. By nightfall, Danny was holed up in a dilapidated motel on the outskirts of DC. He'd swapped out phones, changed clothes, used cash to avoid a digital trail. There he received a frantic call from Sarah. She had made it safely to a rendezvous with her contact, but the response so far was lukewarm. "They're worried this story is too radioactive," she said in frustration. "My editor's terrified of a government backlash. Some are claiming the tape might be a forgery." Danny exhaled. "We still have your tape, my phone pictures, and a few original documents from Gold Crown. That might be enough to push it over the edge. Let's release it online, wide. Conspiracy sites, independent news, social media, everything at once. They can't shut it all down." So they did. In a single coordinated push, Sarah uploaded the tape's audio across multiple platforms, while Danny shared the scanned documents, some with C. Hastings clearly visible. They also posted partial transcripts from the sub-level archives, referencing Oswald's setup and the second shooter. The avalanche of information ignited the internet. Within hours, thousands of users were dissecting the data, cross-referencing older conspiracies and reposting the files. The mainstream media initially dismissed it as a hoax, deepfake audio, some claimed. Government representatives offered bland statements of denial, refusing to comment on unsubstantiated historical speculation. But a portion of the public was electrified. Forums erupted. Protests formed in front of the Capitol building, demanding a new investigation. Others ridiculed the revelations as more tinfoil hat nonsense. The swirl of disinformation was as thick as the truth. It was exactly as Hastings had predicted. The committee's modern allies unleashed a flood of debunkings, false experts, and contradictory evidence. Confusion reigned. Days turned into weeks. Sarah's life was turned upside down. She was doxxed, her phone bombarded by anonymous threats. Danny found his name blacklisted in government circles, and a quiet rumour circulated that an arrest warrant might be issued for him on charges of espionage or theft of classified property. Realising the noose was tightening, he fled DC, disappearing into a web of sympathetic contacts who believed in his cause. In the months that followed, a swirl of partial truths lived on in the digital sphere. Some believed the revelations wholeheartedly, proclaiming, "We told you so. JFK was taken out by a shadowy cabal." Others scoffed. Director Hastings, named personally in the leaks, retired abruptly, citing health issues. No official inquiry ever gained traction. Politicians and networks pivoted to other headlines. The public's attention span wavered. Sarah soldiered on, giving interviews to alternative media outlets. She championed the authenticity of the tape and the documents, but mainstream acceptance never materialized. Each time a fire of belief spread online, it was quickly doused by the new controversies or distractions. Years passed. Sarah Monroe found some semblance of normalcy, though her career remained stunted by the controversy. One chilly evening, she returned home to her modest apartment, exhausted after a long day chasing another story. A plain brown package awaited her at the doorstep. No return address. Inside, she discovered a single USB flash drive and a note in a handwriting she recognized immediately. Danny's. He had disappeared off the grid, evading the committee's manhunt, if indeed it still actively pursued him. The note read, "Sarah, here's more from 11/22/63. I found it among my grandfather's hidden stash. It's raw footage from an unknown bystander. Second gunman visible. Undeniable. Share with caution. D." Sarah's heart hammered as she plugged the flash drive into her laptop. Grainy black and white footage flickered on screen, capturing Dealey Plaza from an unusual angle. There, faint but unmistakable, was a figure perched behind the fence on the grassy knoll, rifle glinting in the midday sun. The muzzle flash was visible. Sarah's breath caught. This was the holy grail that conspiracy researchers had hunted for decades. Visual proof that couldn't be explained away as lens flare or trick lighting. Her phone rang, interrupting her shock. She picked up and a calm, anonymous voice said, "That's enough, Ms. Monroe. Let the past die." The line went dead, leaving only a dial tone. Sarah stared at her reflection in the dark laptop screen. The second gunman's image burned into her mind, an indelible testimony that the official narrative was a carefully constructed lie. But she also sensed the silent threat behind that phone call, the ever-present committee, or whatever name they operated under now. She closed her eyes, mustering courage. "Let the past die?" she murmured, gripping the flash drive. "Never." Yet even as she prepared to release this final smoking gun, doubt whispered in her mind. Would it truly change anything? Or would the machine churn on, rewriting the narrative, discrediting the footage as yet another hoax? The precarious line between truth and conspiracy wavered, but for Sarah and for Danny, wherever he was hiding, the mission would never end. Even if the world refused to believe, they would keep seeking, keep fighting, because some truths demand to be told, and some secrets refuse to stay buried. Alexandra Alex Hill stepped off the bustling Manhattan sidewalk into the modest offices of Global Financial Watch, the online publication where she worked freelance. The day's assignment seemed straightforward. Investigate odd currency fluctuations and rumours of a manipulated market crash. Nothing unusual in a world where financial markets soared or dipped daily. Alex, in her late 20s, had cut her journalistic teeth exposing minor corporate fraud, never imagining she might stumble on something with implications beyond a few shady execs. She settled into a cramped corner desk, flipping through reports about last week's currency swings. The data was dry, short-selling, suspicious spikes in commodity trades. Something about the pattern nagged her. She'd handled mundane finance stories before, but a random tipster had emailed a cryptic note. These trades aren't random. The puppet strings lead to bigger hands. The sender's address was scrambled. No clue who it might be. She considered ignoring it. Anonymous tips often proved baseless. Yet a voice inside her itched to dig deeper. At day's end, she found herself in the building's cafeteria with her laptop, cross-referencing data. She noticed certain corporations had made fortunes from the abrupt currency slump. Behind them lay shell companies traced back to holding firms in places like Luxembourg and the Cayman Islands. Typical corporate secrecy. But the speed and precision of their trade suggested foreknowledge. She typed frantic notes. Inside info. Coordinated manipulation. Late that evening her phone buzzed with a withheld number. She hesitated, then answered. Static hissed before a distorted voice said, "Look up Phoenix Council or New Dawn Initiative. These are not random. If you want proof, check the leaked doc I sent." Alex's eyes widened. "Who are you?" she demanded, but the line went dead. Checking her email spam folder, she indeed found an attachment labelled projectphoenix.xlz. Some sort of encrypted file. Anxiety prickled. This was no ordinary lead. Her heart thumped as she realised she might be stepping into something well beyond a typical financial scandal. The next day, uncertain how to handle the suspicious file, Alex reached out to Julian Park, a freelance tech wizard she'd known from earlier investigations. They'd parted ways after a minor story about data breaches, but she trusted his encryption skills. She arranged to meet him in a dingy coffee shop across town. Julian, tall and wiry, wore a hoodie and the air of a man who valued anonymity. He frowned at her screen, muttering, "This is advanced encryption. Definitely beyond standard corporate emails." He mentioned glimpsing references to ARC hush codes in the metadata, a sign of top-tier hush systems used by intelligence agencies. While Julian tinkered with the file, Alex explained how she'd come across it, describing the weird tipster call and the name Phoenix Council, or New Dawn. Julian's expression grew serious. Online conspiracy circles have rumoured for years about a new world order, or secret councils shaping world events. Usually fringe talk, but if these references are real, we're talking about people so high up that governments might just be fronts for their agenda. The notion felt outlandish to Alex. She'd never been a big conspiracy believer, preferring facts. But the puzzle pieces unsettled her. "Let's see if the data reveals anything," she said. "If it's nonsense, we drop it." Julian nodded, stashing the file. He promised to attempt decryption from his safe rig at home. That evening, as Alex walked home on quiet city streets, she felt an odd presence, like someone tracking her. She glanced back, saw no one, possibly paranoia. But her phone beeped, displaying another unknown text. "You're prying open a door. Stop now for your own good." She swallowed, tension rising. She typed back, "Who are you?" No reply. A tremor of fear told her this was bigger than just a financial tip. The next morning the phone beeped again. A cryptic, "We see you." She reported the harassment to her editor, who shrugged, cautioning her not to chase tin-foil hat stuff. Annoyed, Alex realised Global Financial Watch was squeamish about major conspiracies. Her editor insisted they had no budget for a deep dive on wild leads, especially if it risked lawsuits from powerful firms. "Keep the story in normal scope," he said. She bit her lip. Part of her wanted to drop it. Another part, that sense of a real story in the making, refused to let go. Days later, Julian summoned her to his cluttered studio apartment. She arrived to find him bleary-eyed, having spent nights on the encryption. He'd partially cracked it. The doc references council summits, media infiltration strategies, and a plan labelled Project Crosswinds. Also mentions direct control of some central bank decisions. The language implies a global group, not just a random hedge fund. Alex's pulse raced. Could a clandestine organisation hold sway over entire economies and central banks? They pored over lines referencing notifying top-level council operatives in government before orchestrating a market crash that served a strategic restructuring agenda. The doc ended with a phrase, "All must serve the new dawn." The references to puppet governments, colluding financiers, even manipulative media infiltration pointed to a hidden network shaping world events. This was beyond typical corruption, a broad, coordinated conspiracy that the mainstream might label New World Order. Torn between excitement and dread, Alex recognised that if these files were genuine, she'd stumbled upon a massive story. On the other hand, exposing it could endanger her career and safety. She asked Julian if he had more to confirm authenticity. He smirked wryly. Partial digital signatures match certain intelligence crypt stamps used by major agencies. This is real, and if it is, they will come for us. Hard. Their conversation was cut short by a noise outside, someone jiggling the doorknob. Julian peered through the peephole, a figure in a suit scanning the hallway. They froze in tense silence, hearts pounding. After a minute, the figure moved on, but the message was clear. They were being watched. Julian exhaled. "We're in deep now." At that moment, Alex's phone buzzed with a new text. "Walk away. You can't stop the new dawn." The timing was too precise for coincidence. She glanced at Julian. "We can't just walk away. If we do, who'll expose them?" He nodded, though fear flickered in his eyes. The next step was to find additional leads, confirm the doc's claims, and see if there were other whistleblowers or relevant events indicating a covert plan. They had no illusions this would be easy or safe. But something about the scale of the conspiracy steeled their resolve. Thus, the illusions of a routine financial piece had shattered, replaced by a grim sense that the world's big financial shifts might be orchestrated by hidden elites. Alex realised the journey ahead demanded cunning, nerve, and alliances. A single mistake could cost her life. Yet she pressed forward, soul aflame with the fierce conviction that the truth, no matter how big or dark, deserved to be set free. In the frantic aftermath of uncovering the Project Crosswinds references, Alex Hill and Julian Park realised every step must be measured. They parted ways discreetly, using coded signals to coordinate future meets. Alex returned to her day job at Global Financial Watch, feigning normalcy, while inside she felt a swirl of dread and determination. Even the mild hum of the office printers or casual chatter from co-workers seemed sinister, as if any colleague might be an informant for the hidden elite. She suspected paranoia was creeping in, but she couldn't dismiss the danger. Late one night, she received an encrypted email from a new contact calling themselves Nova. The message read, "Heard you want to confirm the NWO lead. I have partial evidence from inside a central bank. We must meet." The signature was a code referencing public cryptographic keys. Initially, Alex doubted its legitimacy. Could be a trap or just a scam. But curiosity overcame fear, and she reached out. The next morning, Nova replied with a location, a public library in Brussels near the EU's financial district. They insisted Alex come alone, though the distance was formidable. She discussed it with Julian, who recommended caution but offered remote surveillance if needed. Within days, Alex found herself flying to Brussels under the guise of covering a European finance summit. She forced a polite smile in front of fellow journalists, but her real motive was to meet Nova. She parted from the official itinerary, venturing to a modest library in a side street. At a back table, reading a thick economics journal, sat a woman in her late 20s with short dark hair. She locked eyes with Alex, gave a slight nod. Introducing herself as Naomi Flores, she said softly, "I'm the Nova you corresponded with. I'm also a junior economist at a major global institution, but I can't reveal which. The shadows we're dealing with can destroy careers or lives." Naomi explained how she'd encountered suspicious anomalies in currency interventions. There's a pattern. Always the same unnamed special committee instructing abrupt policy shifts, benefiting a small circle of unknown beneficiaries. It's not official channels, it's an invisible hand. My attempts to question it were met with silence or subtle intimidation. She slid a thumb drive to Alex containing datasets and internal memos. "I suspect it ties to your Project Crosswinds. The scale is frightening. Global markets shape to favour certain outcomes. Governments get propped up or toppled, all behind closed doors." Alex's heart pounded. The puzzle was growing. If these manipulations extended to central banks and global institutions, then the rumoured New Dawn or Phoenix Council might truly be an orchestrated coalition. She thanked Naomi, urging her to be careful. Naomi, eyes brimming with worry, whispered, "I might vanish if they sense I leaked. Keep my identity hidden at all costs." She walked away quickly, leaving Alex alone with the thumb drive under her notebook. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Julian dug deeper into Project Crosswinds, cross-referencing leaks from earlier whistleblowers. He found chatter on dark web forums about a powerful group known as the NWO, New World Order, which mainstream media ridiculed as a conspiratorial catch-all. But the forum users claimed the NWO was more than rumour, referencing control of major economies, infiltration of top-tier media, and rigging of elections. Some posts mention names like Vivienne Renault, pegging her as an old-money financial magnate with untraceable influence across continents. Julian flagged it for Alex. This might be the key figure behind your NWO lead. In Brussels, Alex used her press badge to attend a small finance panel where Vivienne Renault was rumoured to appear. Renault, a poised woman in her early 50s, exuded quiet power. She spoke of stabilising global markets and the synergy of public-private partnerships, words that sounded innocuous yet rang in Alex's ears as coded references to the manipulations. Observing from the back row, Alex felt a chill. Renault's polished confidence radiated the aura of someone used to shaping events from behind a polished veneer. After the panel, Alex approached Renault with a question about extreme currency interventions rumoured in emerging markets. Renault responded with a mild, dismissive smile, pivoting to broad, non-committal statements. But the fleeting tension in Renault's eyes told Alex she was on the right track. A passing aide quickly ushered Renault away. Alex left the venue certain Renault recognised her face. That night her phone beeped with a new threat text. "Back off, Ms. Hill. Ms. Renault's agenda is beyond your domain. This is your last warning." Pressure mounted. Alex emailed Julian the data from Naomi's thumb drive. He confirmed it, validated the structural manipulations, referencing code words identical to the Project Crosswinds doc. The data even pointed to a future pivot in interest rates that would crash certain developing nations, forcing them to accept debt packages under harsh conditions. If the New Dawn emerges, Julian typed, they effectively gain partial control of entire governments. Alarm blossomed in Alex. The scale was monstrous. She was just a freelance journalist with limited resources, confronting forces that dwarfed her. Could she realistically expose them? She realised she needed allies. She confided in Manny, a reluctant editor at Global Financial Watch, but Manny was panicked. "We can't publish unverified conspiracy talk. You'd ruin us. We'd face lawsuits from half the world's top banks, unless you have bulletproof evidence." She insisted the data was real. Manny demanded official confirmations or named sources, catch-22, given that naming Naomi might endanger her. Manny apologised, unwilling to risk the publication. Undeterred, Alex weighed an alternative, leaking it to bigger outlets or open-source sites, but that too might invite immediate retaliation. Soon after, a wave of sabotage hit. Alex's apartment was ransacked, her notes scattered, laptop stolen. She discovered a small black SUV parked near her building, its occupants eyeing her window. She suspected Raphael Bishop, the rumoured security enforcer for the NWO, was behind it. She recognised the name from glimpses in Project Crosswinds, describing a Bishop's security. Realising her personal safety was at stake, she relocated to a friend's spare room, keeping her location quiet. In a hidden online conversation, Julian pressed her to keep going. He wrote, "We can't let them scare us silent. If you have verifiable evidence and Naomi's data, we might unravel a global conspiracy. We just need to do it carefully. Maybe a bombshell release, widely shared in real time." Alex nodded at the screen, adrenaline spiking. The plan: gather enough to corner a top conspirator, forcing them to reveal the NWO scheme publicly, or secure a massive leak that evidence alone would confirm. But the conspirators wouldn't remain idle. As if to confirm that, a cryptic phone call reached Alex's temporary phone, a distorted voice, calm yet menacing. "We advised you to drop this. You're meddling in affairs that steer the world's destiny. Turn away, or you vanish." The call ended, leaving her shaking. She was resolute, though fear coursed in her veins. If the NWO truly manipulated entire economies for their shadowy vision, she couldn't simply walk away. Something in her moral compass demanded she press forward, no matter the cost. Thus, the net tightened. The next step was to find the hidden summits or boardrooms where Renault, Bishop and others hashed out strategies for their global reshaping. If Alex could record direct confessions, or show footage of them planning an orchestrated crisis, the world might be forced to confront the truth. Or so she hoped. As she closed her eyes that night, the swirl of dread and excitement lulled her into fitful sleep, overshadowed by the knowledge that soon she would challenge powerful elites who treated entire nations like chess pieces in their grand design for a new dawn. Despite the rising tension, Alex Hill found fleeting hope in the quiet support of a small network of rogue activists and journalists. Through a recommendation from Julian Park, she contacted a group calling themselves Underground Horizon, a loose collective that had whispered about global conspiracies for years, though rarely with tangible proof. Their circle was wary but intrigued by Alex's partial evidence. Project Crosswinds, references to New Dawn, and Naomi's financial data from the central bank. The group's base operated from a rundown loft in an industrial district, all hush-hush. When Alex arrived, a stern-faced middle-aged man named Leon greeted her. Around a makeshift table sat half a dozen individuals, each with distinct backgrounds: ex-soldiers, whistleblowers, fringe reporters. They grilled Alex for an hour. "How do we know you're not a plant?" "We've seen infiltration attempts." She recounted her story from the start, showing them the remnants of the leaked docs, explaining the suspicious phone threats. Finally, a stocky woman named Sasha eased up, saying, "All right, you're either genuine or a very good actress. We believe you." With that, they shared their own tales. Over the years, they'd heard rumours of a NWO pulling strings behind the scenes, but never pinned down direct leads. Now, Alex's intel might be the key to exposing them. Meanwhile, across the city, Julian's hacking efforts uncovered a startling find: an upcoming private forum in a luxurious resort outside Brussels, featuring major corporate and political figures. The forum was nominally a global finance retreat, but private emails indicated it was a front for top-tier power brokers. Possibly the place where Vivienne Renault and her associates would discuss the next phase of their New Dawn plan. This might be the best chance to capture them in the act. Yet infiltration would be risky. Security would be tight, potentially run by Raphael Bishop's firm. Naomi Flores, still trembling from the weight of her involvement, debated fleeing the continent. She confided in Alex via a secure call, voice shaking. "I see men tailing me near my office. My superiors are asking about missing files. If they discover I leaked anything, I'm done." Alex pleaded with her to hold on a bit longer, insisting the upcoming infiltration could break everything wide open. Naomi, torn by fear and the desire to do what's right, reluctantly agreed to pass final key data about the finances. After that, she intended to vanish. Alex felt guilty, but recognised Naomi's insider knowledge was crucial. In a clandestine planning session, Alex, Julian, and a few from the Underground Horizon group hammered out the infiltration approach. They'd pose as staff or lesser-known delegates at the retreat with forged IDs. They hoped to rig hidden cameras to stream any incriminating discussions. If they broadcast in real time across multiple online platforms, the conspirators couldn't simply hush it up. Leon insisted on precision. One slip, and we're done. They'll have ex-military ops. We must get in, get evidence, and get out. The plan conjured images of a spy movie, yet it was their best shot. Days passed in a haze of preparations. Sasha taught Alex how to use a small wearable camera disguised as a brooch. Julian tested a portable signal booster to ensure the live feed overcame any jamming. Naomi forwarded the retreat's official guest list she'd quietly swiped from her workplace's computer system. Indeed, Vivian Renault's name was on it, along with multiple global finance bigwigs, some top government advisors, and certain private security not listed in detail, likely Bishop's men. Tensions soared. If they managed to record Renault bragging about orchestrating economic upheavals or referencing Project Crosswinds, it could be the final blow exposing the NWO. On the eve of the infiltration, Alex's phone buzzed with an unknown text. "We know you plan to disrupt the Brussels Forum. Don't test us." She shuddered at how easily they tracked her. Julian, equally unnerved, changed phone SIMs, used anonymizing software. They parted ways until the operation, each moving carefully, checking for tails. Alex took minimal luggage, forging a new press pass identity to appear as a minor journalist from a lesser-known trade publication. Arriving at the retreat's location, a grand estate in the countryside near Brussels, Alex and the small infiltration team feigned normalcy. The estate gates allowed delegates with correct passes. Guards wearing discreet earpieces scanned them. Alex's heart hammered as she presented her ID. The guard gave a polite nod, letting her pass. That small success was their first hurdle cleared. Inside the foyer, a swirl of luxurious decor and hushed networking encompassed them. The official schedule mentioned panel discussions on global economic resilience, but Alex suspected the real meetings would be behind closed doors. Julian had found a vantage point in a back server room, hooking into the estate's private Wi-Fi. He was masked as an IT consultant. If all went well, once Alex activated her hidden camera, he'd broadcast the feed to multiple secure streaming sites. The rest of the infiltration group spaced themselves around the estate, some as waitstaff, others as low-level PR reps, ready to spring into action if needed. Eventually Alex spied Vivian Renault ascending a stairway toward a restricted conference room. Renault moved with poised confidence, flanked by men in sharp suits. Alex quietly followed at a distance. On the second floor she caught a glimpse of name plaques outside a closed door. Council Roundtable, private. 2 imposing guards stood watch. She needed a different approach. She ducked into an adjacent hallway that seemed to lead behind the conference area. In the corridor's hush, she overheard faint voices from the next room, someone referencing the final stage of Crosswinds, compliance from certain heads of state, and how a unified front would ensure the new dawn overcame political friction. The words quickened her pulse. This was it. She carefully placed a small listening device near an air vent, linking it to Julian's laptop. Over the earpiece she heard snatches of conversation. "This meltdown will finalise our hold on X Nation. We'll push new trade rules that lock them into indefinite debt, all in line with the Council's directive. Alex trembled at the brazen talk. No illusions here. These elites openly plan to shape entire nations' futures. Moments later, footsteps approached from behind. She turned to see a suited man, cold-eyed, approaching fast, Raphael Bishop. He recognized her from earlier research? Possibly. His face twisted with an angry sneer. "You? I warned you!" He lunged, grabbing for her. She managed to slip from his grip, but he shoved her harshly against the wall. Her heart thundered. The plan was unravelling. She had to get away, get to Julian's vantage point, or at least get the livestream started. At that precise instant, the faint hum from her earpiece signalled that Julian had begun streaming. She heard him whisper, "We're live. If you can get them to admit the agenda on camera, do it. The feed is rolling, but we need them on visuals." Summoning courage, Alex twisted away from Bishop, shouting, "You can't hide this. We have your entire plan on record." He advanced menacingly, but from behind him, a swirl of confusion erupted. Members of the infiltration team had triggered a distraction alarm. Bishop turned briefly, and Alex darted forward, slipping into the conference room's door just as it opened. Inside, a cluster of stunned delegates and Renault herself whirled to see who barged in. The next few seconds would decide everything. Could Alex broadcast definitive proof of the NWO conspirators revealing themselves to the world, or would they silence her on the spot? Alex Hill stumbled into the opulent conference room, breath ragged. Eyes of powerful figures turned upon her, men and women in tailored suits arrayed around a polished mahogany table. At the head sat Vivian Renault, her expression shifting from polite shock to an icy fury. Bodyguards near the wall started to move. The hush became electric, a tension thick enough to choke on. Alex forced herself to stand tall, heart galloping, reminding herself that Julian was streaming everything live. If the camera pinned to her jacket was still intact. A moment of indecision froze the group. Some delegates recognized Alex from small finance press coverage. Renault's face darkened with immediate recognition of the threat she posed. Raphael Bishop stormed in moments later, posture coiled like a predator. "Close the doors," he barked to the guards. "No one else enters or leaves." Some inside the room looked uneasy. Others calmly watched, as though used to crisis management. Alex raised her voice, trembling but resolute. "You, all of you, orchestrated market crashes and manipulated entire governments. You speak of Project Crosswinds and a new dawn. It's all recorded now. The world is seeing this." A flicker of alarm crossed a few faces. Renault, however, gave a short, cold laugh. "Little journalist, do you truly think your homemade broadcast can topple what we've built for decades?" She gestured around at the delegates. "We hold the banks, the media, the politicians. We can bury any scandal, as we always have." But Alex pressed on. "Your hush strategies won't work this time. We've already distributed partial evidence. My partner is streaming your confessions." She turned slightly, trying to angle the hidden camera so it captured Renault's face. The tension soared. A few delegates exchanged worried glances, presumably realizing the unstoppable nature of digital leaks. Once it's out, it's out. Yet Renault's composure remained. "Then we address it swiftly," she said, turning to Bishop. "Retrieve her device and ensure the feed ends now." A hush enveloped the room. Bishop advanced again. Alex backed away, but a guard grabbed her from behind, pinning her arms. She winced, anticipating the worst. Yet her voice rang out in a final push. "This meeting shows your real aim. Controlling nations, enslaving them with debt, shaping politics to your design. People are hearing your own admissions." She prayed Julian's audio feed was capturing the delegates' murmurs about accelerating the plan, ensuring certain governments comply, and references to the necessity of a controlled meltdown. She prayed also that watchers would realize the gravity. It wasn't just a single rumour. It was an entire blueprint for a new global order. At that moment, Naomi Flores emerged from the corridor, having slipped past some distracted security. She saw the guard restraining Alex. Summoning unexpected bravery, Naomi shouted, "Stop! I have more files! The entire central bank manipulations are in my possession. If you harm her, the entire data dump goes public." In her hand, she brandished a small flash drive, as though it held the power to unmask them all. Renault scowled. Some delegates stood abruptly, tension fracturing the group. A few tried to calm the situation, advisors murmuring that violence wouldn't help if they were live on camera. Chaos escalated. A scuffle broke out near the door as infiltration team members from Underground Horizon tried to hold off more security reinforcements. Scenes of pushing and shouting ensued. Renault, however, remained stone-faced, lifting a phone to her ear, presumably calling for a forced media blackout. "We'll jam the feed," she hissed. "Wipe every record." But outside, Julian Park had rigged multiple secure channels, ensuring at least partial streaming continued. The delegates began to realize they might be truly compromised. Desperate, Bishop tore Alex's jacket pocket open, prying free the small camera. He crushed it underfoot. But the damage was done. Some footage, possibly partial, might already be out. The question was whether Julian had enough time to broadcast the final confessions. Renault glared at Naomi. "You'll regret your betrayal, Miss Flores." Naomi trembled, but her voice rose. "Your days of secret manipulations are over. People will see the truth, how you plan to orchestrate crises for your global restructuring." A meltdown overcame the delegates. Some tried to salvage illusions of innocence, calling for a return to order. Others fumed at Renault for letting this infiltration happen. The hush shattered into an uproar. Meanwhile, the infiltration team, aided by a few staff members quietly sympathetic, forced open the locked door. They dragged Alex free from the guard's hold. She gasped, rubbing sore wrists, half staggering. Scenes of a near brawl erupted in the corridor, but the infiltration team had cunningly prepared exit routes. Renault realized her advantage was slipping. In a final attempt, she said, "Kill the feed, Bishop. Our networks can bury the footage. We only need to contain it." Bishop, scowling, hustled to the estate's security station, presumably to cut power or jam signals. But Julian was one step ahead, managing his rig from a hidden corner. He triggered a device that jammed the local jammers. The estate's entire electricity flickered. Lights sputtered, the building's internal network glitching. The result was confusion that let Alex, Naomi and others slip through the corridors heading for an exit. Outside they found black SUVs, presumably belonging to the conspirators. A minor chase ensued, but the infiltration team had a small unmarked van waiting. They piled in, tyres squealing as they drove off the estate grounds. Inside the van, heart pounding, Alex saw Naomi huddled in a corner, tears on her face. The infiltration group was half shocked to have survived. One or two had minor injuries. Through a laptop link they heard Julian's panting breath. "I'm out a side door, got the feed to multiple channels. People are picking it up." Their momentary relief mingled with alarm at possible pursuit. They recognized the conspirators might still strike back. In the wake of the infiltration, the group regrouped in a safe house on the outskirts. They confirmed some portion of the meeting's audio-visual evidence had indeed been broadcast, or at least uploaded to multiple secure servers. If the public seized upon it and the mainstream media covered it, it could blow the conspirators' cover. But they needed watchers to believe. Some might dismiss it as another wild conspiracy video. The presence of high-profile voices naming crosswinds and talking about controlling entire economies might shift public opinion. Yet the fight was not over. The NWO had deep media infiltration. Renault's spin doctors would soon declare the footage doctored or claim it was a private philanthropic discussion. They might orchestrate a smear campaign labelling Alex and Naomi as criminals who illegally recorded a private philanthropic summit. Governments already in the NWO's pocket might back that narrative. Despite everything, the infiltration group felt a measure of triumph. They'd forced an admission. At least partial truths would light the flames of inquiry worldwide. Some individuals in power would fear that the unstoppable wave of public outrage might demand real accountability. Exhausted, Alex and Naomi sat together in the safe house lounge. Naomi whispered, "Do we truly stand a chance? Their influence is so vast." Alex, eyes still burning with adrenaline, responded, "We stand a chance because the truth is out there now. We just have to keep it from being buried." She reflected on the day's chaos, near capture by Bishop, the confrontation with Renault, the break from illusions that the world was neatly ordered. They tried to shape a new dawn by stealth. Now, at least, we shine a light on them. Her words hung in the hush. She hoped the public would rally behind the revelations, but an undercurrent of uncertainty lingered, for the conspirators wouldn't simply vanish. As she closed her eyes for a moment, exhaustion weighed on her, but so did a steely resolve. Tomorrow, they'd finalise the data release and push it to global outlets, hoping enough voices would unite to dethrone the self-anointed puppet masters behind this so-called new dawn. In the grey light of dawn, the safe house was a swirl of activity. Alex typed furiously at a laptop, uploading final recordings to multiple alternative news platforms, open-source leak sites, and high-profile investigative journalists she somewhat trusted. Meanwhile, Julian coded new encryption layers to ensure the files remained accessible, even if some sites were forced offline. Naomi read through final datasets, verifying authenticity, her last contribution before she planned to slip away into hiding. Others from the infiltration group prepared statements summarising the summit infiltration, naming Vivian Renault and referencing Project Crosswinds. The plan was to bury the conspirators in a tide of evidence, making it impossible for them to contain the story. Within hours, the global reaction ignited. First, smaller online news sources ran with the story. Secret summits exposed, elite council plotting market crashes. Social media lit up with clips from the infiltration's hidden camera, capturing Renault and others speaking about our final steps to ensure compliance. Hashtags soared, outraged commentators demanding answers. At the same time, more established outlets hesitated, uncertain whether the footage was genuine. Some anchors declared it an elaborate hoax, yet the raw data and partial confessions from known corporate heads carried weight. The conspirators' crisis response flickered across live feeds, official statements calling the infiltration illegal espionage, labelling the group dangerous agitators. Tension soared. Naomi watched the headlines swirl, fear battling relief. "It's out. I just hope people believe it," she murmured. Alex assured her that the material was too detailed, too specific for easy dismissal. The public was already seeing mention of real code words matching financial anomalies. Even certain mid-level officials began stepping forward, acknowledging strange top-down directives in the last year. A few brave whistleblowers confirmed changes forced upon their agencies. Slowly but steadily, a mosaic formed. The puzzle's corners were visible, a shadowy organisation shaping policies behind the scenes. Vivian Renault, confronted by an avalanche of leak coverage, made a televised appearance. Dressed in a poised black suit, she tried to spin it. "These recordings are taken out of context from a private philanthropic meeting. We do not control world markets. This is a smear campaign by radical hackers." She exuded calm confidence, but viewers observed a flicker of strain in her eyes. Meanwhile, local police announced they were investigating the infiltration as a security breach. Calls for Renault's resignation from certain corporate boards began to surface. The conspirators had lost their cloak of anonymity, but still commanded massive resources to wage disinformation wars. Raphael Bishop lurked in the shadows. Rumours placed him near corporate offices in London, coordinating heavy-handed damage control. Some claimed he orchestrated blackmail or bribery to muzzle major media outlets. Others insisted he deployed private squads to silence key witnesses. Indeed, 2 infiltration group members reported suspicious vehicles trailing them, but the collective remained resolute, refusing to vanish into silence. They shared their testimonies widely, ensuring no single removal could undo the leak. Amid the swirling uproar, Global Financial Watch, Alex's employer, issued a statement disclaiming involvement in the infiltration, calling Alex's actions freelance and not endorsed. Manny, the editor, privately apologised to Alex, saying the publication's funders forced them to distance themselves. Despite that blow, Alex pressed on, not shocked by the mainstream's timid stance. She'd expected the conspirators' powerful influence to shape the immediate narrative. Freed from institutional constraints, she joined the infiltration group's online streams, giving multiple interviews to alternative journalists, describing every detail of the infiltration, the hush-hush meeting, Renault's references to controlling entire countries, the jarring cameo of New Dawn ideology. Public sentiment split widely. Many regular citizens, jaded by years of lesser conspiracies, seized this moment, demanding political upheaval. Protests erupted outside financial districts in New York, London, Brussels, demanding transparency, investigating the named officials. Yet a portion of the population labelled it fake news, unwilling to believe a single infiltration video. Governments of various stripes scrambled. Some officials used the crisis to distance themselves from possibly compromised superiors. Others tried to downplay or disclaim. Tensions ran high, with talk of extraordinary parliamentary sessions or congressional hearings. Naomi parted from the group soon after, an emotional farewell. She carried a new identity provided by underground contacts. Before leaving, she told Alex, "I never thought I'd be a whistleblower, but if it sparks real change, maybe it's worth the fear." Alex embraced her, wishing her safety. She realised how many personal costs accompanied revealing the truth. In the weeks that followed, multiple investigations launched. Some agencies in certain countries uncovered suspicious ties, froze accounts linked to shell companies. A few bankers were arrested or forced to testify about covert summits. The unstoppable swirl of events threatened the entire power structure of those who had quietly pulled strings for decades. Meanwhile, the conspirators mounted a fierce defence, claiming any wrongdoing was taken out of context. Yet the seeds were planted. For the first time, the public had a tangible impetus to question the illusions of free markets and democratic processes. As for Alex and Julian, they remained vigilant. The infiltration group still received sporadic harassment, troll campaigns online, sporadic physical intimidation. But the window of secrecy had slammed shut. The conspirators' hidden advantage was eroding under the glare of mass attention. Alex, holed up in a safe location, found time to reflect. She was no hero in her own eyes, just a journalist who refused to bury the truth. The meltdown forced upon the conspirators might not mean immediate dissolution of the NWO or their New Dawn plan, but it severely damaged them. They could no longer operate in pure shadows. One day, Alex joined a small press conference where, for once, mainstream outlets hesitantly covered the story. She took the mic, presenting conclusive references from the leaked data, ignoring the hostile questions from corporate-friendly reporters. She declared, "We've glimpsed how an elite circle manipulates markets, media, and governance. Even if some dismiss it, enough citizens have seen the evidence to demand accountability. The era of secret councils must end." Her words carried a measured conviction, overshadowed by the knowledge that fights for real reforms would follow. A few watchers clapped softly, a glimmer of public support. In the final analysis, the unveiling of Project Crosswinds and the infiltration event did not single-handedly topple every hidden power. Real change, if it came, would be incremental. Lawsuits, resignations, grassroots activism. Some conspirators might regroup under new names, spinning new illusions. But a crucial blow had been struck, a precedent for standing up to intangible puppet masters. People worldwide, or at least a significant portion, awakened to the possibility that lines on a ledger could be orchestrated by a dark handful pulling puppet strings. Alex ended her days in a swirl of cautious optimism. She still looked over her shoulder, mindful that men like Bishop lurked, but she pressed forward, forging alliances with honest reporters and reformed institutions. Even Manny came around, quietly praising her courage. Julian, largely behind the scenes, continued releasing periodic data dumps to keep momentum alive. The ephemeral dream of a new dawn that Renault championed had been partially exposed for what it was, a quest for centralised power cloaked in talk of stability. The public narrative might shift, inch by inch, toward genuine transparency. In a reflective final moment, Alex stood on a city balcony at dusk, gazing at the skyline lights. Despite the swirling controversies, the world carried on. She felt the gravity of what had been risked, her safety, Naomi's freedom, the infiltration group's well-being. Yet she also felt renewed purpose. The conspirators could no longer hide so easily, and that alone was a victory. She whispered to herself, "One day at a time, the truth finds its way." The city lights twinkled in the dark, a reminder that behind every grand facade shadows can be cast, and it only takes a beam of light to unveil them. Prepare for scientific intrigue, covert operations, and a mystery that stretches beyond our world. Now, settle in, dim the lights, and get comfortable for this 10-part adventure that will carry you beyond the edge of the map. Let's begin. The old radio crackled across the ship's bridge, drifting in and out of static. Lieutenant Harold Talbot gripped the microphone, his knuckles bone-white. "This is USS Hawthorne," he repeated. "We have encountered an anomaly at—" His coordinates garbled in static. Others in the control room exchanged nervous glances. The compass spun wildly like it had lost all sense of direction. Through the porthole the sea churned with unnatural energy, and the horizon was black as if it had vanished into a void. Outside, the whine of the wind built to a roar. Then, cutting through the tumult, a startled voice shouted, "Lights, there, beneath the waves." A half-dozen crewmen pressed to the windows. Sure enough, ribbons of pale, flickering radiance swirled under the roiling ocean. Some claimed it looked like an underwater craft. Others insisted it had to be exotic marine bioluminescence. Before anyone could gather sense or courage, the lights blazed in brilliant turquoise, illuminating the entire ship's hull from below. Talbot's last recorded words, barely audible over the crackle, were, We're being pulled in? God help." Then the broadcast ended. The USS Hawthorne vanished with eerie finality. When search teams arrived days later, no scrap of debris or shred of evidence floated on that calm expanse of ocean. The official Navy line chalked it up to a catastrophic storm. But whispers persisted of something else, an impossible force dwelling within the Bermuda Triangle. Fast forward decades to present day. The small auditorium at the Miami Oceanographic Summit hummed with polite applause as Dr. Cassie Nolan concluded her presentation. She was in her late 30s, with an air of quiet determination and a streak of stubborn curiosity. Her topic had been unexplained oceanic anomalies, a statistical overview, but the hush in the room suggested it was anything but dull. She'd just shown data on bizarre electromagnetic fluctuations in the Atlantic, specifically in that infamous region called the Bermuda Triangle. A wry smile crossed her lips as the applause died down. Standing behind the podium, she glanced at her notes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the rational portion of my talk. I realise the Bermuda Triangle has its share of tall tales, but my data strongly indicates repeated anomalies, magnetic distortion, unusual weather bursts, unexplained compass deviations. Perhaps we should keep an open mind. She stepped down, expecting the usual trickle of questions from curious colleagues or the occasional cynic. Instead, she found herself face to face with a wiry man in a fisherman's cap. His eyes were rimmed with exhaustion. "Doctor Nolan," he said urgently, voice trembling, "I need to talk with you." He introduced himself as Luis Ramirez, a local fisherman who'd spent his life working the waters off Florida's coast. After hearing her lecture, he had mustered the courage to approach. "I saw lights," he whispered. "My boat got caught in a freak storm. It appeared out of nowhere near the triangle. I swore I saw something shining under the sea." He handed her crumpled coordinates scribbled on a stained slip of paper. "I've told others. They say I'm crazy. But you might understand." Cassie's eyes flicked to the coordinates. They were suspiciously close to an area known for marine accidents, but rarely acknowledged by official channels. She thanked Louis and promised to look into it, ignoring the cynicism tugging at her mind. After all, she was a scientist who believed in data, but if these claims matched her existing patterns, it could be significant. Later that evening, back at her modest office near the University of Miami, Cassie pored over her mentor's old notebooks. Dr. Rourke, once a respected oceanographer, had vanished under bizarre circumstances years ago while researching the same region. He'd left behind cryptic remarks about a powerful electromagnetic phenomenon. Cassie's own data had begun to echo Rourke's notes, unexplained spikes in an underwater sensor's logs. The next morning, as she compared Rourke's final sketches with Luis's coordinates, a firm knock sounded on her door. She opened it to find two men in suits, flanking a silver-haired woman with a crisp posture. The woman introduced herself as Agent Whitfield of a government bureau Cassie had never heard of. "Dr. Nolan," Whitfield began calmly, "we're aware of your interest in that region of the ocean. We strongly advise you to discontinue your investigations for your own safety. This area is classified under national security protocols." Cassie's brow furrowed. National security? We're talking about anomalous readings, not some nuclear facility. Whitfield's polite smile never wavered. "The specifics are need to know, and you do not need to know. Consider this a friendly caution. We have no wish to see a brilliant mind squandered or threatened," Cassie interjected, voice taut. Whitfield shrugged. "Interpret as you will. Good day, Doctor." With that, the trio turned and left, leaving Cassie stunned in her own doorway. Her heart hammered with equal parts fear and curiosity. Government interest in an oceanic anomaly. Something about it reeked of cover-up. She recalled the fisherman's haunted eyes and Dr. Rourke's cryptic last expedition. She couldn't just walk away. Pulling out her phone, Cassie called an old friend, Jake Moreno, a freelance dive instructor with a reputation for fearless, some might say reckless, expeditions. If she wanted to collect data from deep underwater, she'd need someone like him, someone who wouldn't balk at the mention of the Bermuda Triangle. Over a scratchy connection, she explained her hunch. "There's an anomaly out there, Jake. Government's involved. My mentor disappeared investigating it. I've got to see it myself, or I'll regret it forever." Jake's response came swiftly. "Tell me when and where." Cassie realised in that moment she was crossing a line from academic curiosity into something riskier. The tension coiled in her gut. Yet an undercurrent of excitement surged through her, like she was close to unlocking a secret older than the legends themselves. Even as she hung up the phone, however, a sense of foreboding pressed in. She gazed at the scribbled coordinates on her desk, thinking of the vanished fisherman's sightings, the hush-hush warnings from Agent Whitfield, and the shadow of Dr. Rourke's disappearance. The Bermuda Triangle beckoned with its riddles, and Cassie was about to chase them headlong, unaware of just how deep and dangerous those waters could become. The sky brooded over the Florida Keys the day Cassie Nolan and Jake Moreno met at a small marina. Clouds drifted in ominous clumps, and the late afternoon sun shimmered through patches of heavy humidity. The moment Cassie arrived, she spotted Jake by a battered fishing boat, arms folded over a well-worn t-shirt. He was ex-Navy, lean with an easy confidence, though faint worry lines creased his forehead. They exchanged a brief hug. "Long time," Jake remarked with a half-smile. "I see you're still chasing weird phenomena." Cassie's eyes danced with both eagerness and caution. "You know me. Once I get a puzzle in my head, I can't let it go." He gestured toward the boat's deck. "Ready to board your new research vessel?" He said it teasingly, but Cassie could sense he'd already prepped for a serious outing. The deck was stacked with crates labelled as oceanographic sensors, along with scuba gear and a sealed barrel that presumably contained a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, for underwater exploration. A third person stepped out from below deck, a petite figure with short-cropped hair. "Dr. Nolan?" she asked, extending a calloused hand. "Olivia Park, tech specialist. Jake wrote me in for communication support." Cassie recognised the name from a university networking event. Olivia was rumoured to be brilliant in all things digital, from satellite uplinks to encryption. "Great to have you," Cassie said, shaking her hand. "We'll need every advantage if we're venturing into the Triangle." They got underway just before twilight. The boat chugged through calm waters, though the gloom in the sky hinted at an incoming storm. Cassie couldn't shake the memory of Agent Whitfield's warning. Why would the government clamp down so hard if this was just maritime folklore? It only served to heighten her suspicion that they were on the cusp of uncovering something major. Anchored some miles out, they commenced the first stage of Cassie's plan, collecting baseline data. She wanted to chart normal ocean conditions before venturing into the specific coordinates from Luis Ramirez. She and Olivia deployed a series of floating buoys equipped with sensors to track temperature, salinity, and electromagnetic variance. If anything was unusual, these devices would pick it up. Jake watched the horizon, arms resting on the wheel. "We need to move fast, Cass. Clouds look like trouble. The forecast says a squall might blow through tonight." "Time is always short," Cassie replied, glancing up. "But storms aside, I worry about, well, you know." Jake nodded grimly. The same unspoken threat weighed on them. Official interference. He tapped the throttle, setting a course for the Triangle's edge. Night fell, turning the water into a black mirror. On the boat's small radar, faint echoes popped up. Tiny fishing vessels, cargo ships in the distance. Then, out of nowhere, a massive shape slid into view on their screen, hugging the same route. A much larger vessel, no transponder ID. Olivia frowned at the radar. Could be Coast Guard, or a private ship running dark. They exchanged uneasy glances. "We'll keep an eye on it," Jake said, turning off their own navigational lights. "No sense advertising we're out here." Around midnight, the ocean turned uneasy. A stiff wind ruffled the surface, building to choppy waves. Cassie huddled with Jake and Olivia over a chart in the cabin. "We're about an hour from Ramirez's coordinates," she said. "We'll do a quick pass, launch the ROV, gather data, and get out." Jake nodded. "Works for me. Let's just hope the squall holds off." Outside, the skies grumbled as if in protest. Suddenly a glare of white light blazed across them, accompanied by a droning roar. They rushed to the deck to see a helicopter overhead, searchlights cutting through the darkness. In the swirling beam, a voice boomed through a megaphone. "This is the US Coast Guard. Heave to. Prepare for inspection." Jake's grip tightened on the wheel. "We didn't request any assistance. This is suspicious." Cassie's heart pounded. "Agent Whitfield," she murmured. "They're trying to scare us off." A taut exchange followed over the radio. Jake insisted they were on a legitimate scientific survey. The Coast Guard repeated orders to halt. Over the speaker, new instructions came. "You must exit these waters. This area is restricted." Olivia typed furiously on her console, trying to get a fix on the Coast Guard's vessel. Instead, she found encrypted signals bouncing around. "They're not exactly standard," she whispered to Cassie. "Something about their communications is off." Sensing a standoff, Cassie decided to parley. She radioed back, voice steady. "Understood, but we have a valid research permit from the University of Miami. We'll comply. Just give us some time to retrieve sensors." A tense beat passed. Then the helicopter circled once more, searchlight scanning them. "You have 1 hour to vacate. If you remain, we will enforce maritime security protocols." The rotor wash receded as the chopper veered away, presumably to monitor from a distance. Jake exhaled, beads of sweat on his brow. An hour. That's barely enough time. Cassie clenched her jaw. This had to be intimidation, yet she refused to be turned back so easily. We do a quick survey, then get out. If they chase us, we'll handle it. So they pressed on, heartbeats hammering. The helicopter's lights winked in the distance, a reminder of watchful eyes. As soon as they reached Ramirez's coordinates, they hurriedly launched the ROV, diving it into the inky depths. Cassie guided the controls and a video feed flickered on. Greenish water, swirling particulates, no sign of a seabed at these depths yet. Then the ROV sensors pinged, a slight electromagnetic fluctuation. Cassie's excitement soared. We're picking up something unusual. Jake, keep us steady. Deeper the drone went. Olivia monitored the readings, each spike more pronounced. The feed showed faint glimmers, possibly phosphorescent organisms. Suddenly the ROV camera caught a fleeting sparkle, a swirling pattern of lights, reminiscent of swirling plankton blooms but somehow structured. Cassie's breath caught. Did you see that? Switch to high-resolution mode. Before they could, the ROV feed sputtered. A wave of static fuzzed the screen, then it went dark. Simultaneously, the boat's lights flickered. The engine coughed. The entire vessel lurched as if buffeted by an invisible force. Outside, the wind rose to a roar. Jake cursed under his breath, wrestling with the controls. We're losing power! Electromagnetic surge, Olivia shouted over the howling wind. It's messing with our systems. Panic clawed at Cassie as the boat pitched in a violent wave. This wasn't a normal storm. She could almost feel an unseen presence roiling beneath them. In the swirling chaos, they scrambled to pull the ROV back up, but every instrument was going haywire. Suddenly, searchlights blazed again from above. The helicopter was back, its loudspeaker cracking with urgency. This is your final warning. Lightning flashed, illuminating the water in a stark white glare. Cassie glimpsed swirling pockets of luminous plankton, or something else, just below the surface, swirling with the waves. Then, in a monstrous crash of thunder, the storm unleashed its fury in full force. Jake gunned the engine, trying to stabilize them. The NOAA-like sensors rang with error codes, and across the swirling black seas, Cassie thought she saw another set of lights, far off in the distance, a massive, shadowy shape half lost in the rain. It could be the Coast Guard vessel, or something else entirely. With no choice, they retreated, battered by waves and hammered by the storm. When they finally cleared the worst of it, the boat's systems began to stabilize. But half their gear was damaged, the ROV jammed, and all the data they'd gathered remained scrambled. They had risked everything for only glimpses of something incredible and very real. And yet, beneath her exhaustion, Cassie felt a surge of certainty. Whatever they'd encountered wasn't just local folklore. The Bermuda Triangle's phenomenon was real, and the government evidently knew more than it was letting on. Cassie was no longer driven by mere curiosity. She sensed a bigger truth lurking beneath those waves, something that might rewrite what humanity knew of its own oceans. The question was, how far would she go to reveal it, and how dangerous would the next step become? A restless night blurred into morning as Cassie, Jake and Olivia docked at a small, out-of-the-way marina. Each was soaked to the bone, clothes stiff with salt. Their battered boat drew a few curious stares, but the watchers quickly turned away, perhaps used to seeing battered vessels limping back from ill-advised adventures. They found a dingy diner near the docks, ordered strong coffee, and tried to make sense of the scrambled data. Olivia had salvaged what she could from the ROV's partial recordings. The monitor on her laptop flickered with jumbled frames, flickers of phosphorescent, swirling shapes, and then static. Jake rubbed a hand over his stubble. We nearly got drowned out there, and for what? Cassie's cheeks reddened. I know it looked hopeless, but the readings, those spikes were massive. We confirmed there's a powerful electromagnetic field messing with electronics. That alone is worth investigating. Plus, we glimpsed lights underwater. Olivia sipped her coffee, eyes tired but focused. Cassie's right. We might not have a perfect video, but the sensor logs show short bursts of electromagnetic flux. It's off the charts, something unnatural. The real question is, do we keep pushing? Jake stared out the diner window at the drifting gulls. We gave it a shot. The government made it clear they don't want us near. We can't just keep running from Coast Guard intercepts. Cassie clenched her jaw, rummaging in her satchel. She pulled out a tattered binder. These are from Dr. Rourke, my mentor. He documented similar anomalies decades ago. but also references a hush-hush branch of the government. He suspected it was bigger than just random phenomena. He mentioned possible advanced technology. Olivia raised an eyebrow. Advanced technology, as in alien, or a lost civilization? Cassie shrugged. He was ambiguous, but some references read like he believed there was an intelligence behind these anomalies, not just random magnetism. Jake tapped the table. Look, I'm not thrilled about tangling with the feds again. We need a safer approach. Maybe we gather old logs from other ships, check any declassified archives. If we find a pattern, we can confront them with evidence. Cassie's eyes lit up. Data approach. We can do that, but we can't do it alone. That's when Olivia piped up. I know someone who can help. A friend in cybersecurity. She's resourceful at digging into government records, even ones behind multiple layers of encryption. Name's Helena. If there's a digital trail, she'll find it. They agreed. While Jake rested and handled repairs, Cassie and Olivia would head inland. They parted ways at the marina, with Jake promising to keep an eye on any suspicious watchers. Later that day, Cassie and Olivia sat in a cluttered apartment living room, the walls lined with computer monitors and electronics. Helena was a sharp-tongued hacker in her late 20s, sporting neon-dyed hair and an irreverent smirk. She listened to their story with surprise, then curiosity. You want me to break into government servers and find references to Bermuda Triangle anomaly, or Operation Hush Hush? This is high-risk stuff, Helena said, tapping out a staccato rhythm on a mechanical keyboard. It's vital, Cassie insisted. We just need leads, any hidden files from the past decades mentioning unexplained maritime incidents. Something to prove or disprove the official narrative. Helena sighed dramatically. Fine, but if men in black suits show up at my door, I'm throwing you two under the bus. Olivia half grinned. Deal. As Helena's screens flickered with lines of code, Cassie felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She recalled Agent Whitfield's stern visage, that unwavering voice. If they were crossing lines, the consequences could be dire. Hours passed in a tense hush, broken only by the clack of keys and Helena's occasional grunt. Finally, a triumphant beep rang out. Got something, she whispered. It's partial, redacted, but yeah, we have multiple references to a classified set of missions under codenames like Project Siren and Operation Blue Current. Dates range from the 1950s to early 2000s. Olivia's eyes gleamed. What do the files say? Helena scrolled. In summary, the government commissioned specialized vessels to observe anomalous electromagnetic phenomena in the Atlantic, specifically in an area matching the Bermuda Triangle. Mentions of submersible lights, and at least 2 incidents where US naval ships disappeared. Official cause, storms, but the internal memos suggest cover-ups. Cassie's stomach flipped. This validated everything Rourke suspected. Any recent activity? Last reference is from about 7 years ago. Project Hydra Watch, a field station. Could be an island or atoll used as a listening post. Helena turned the monitor around. Coordinates are partially blacked out, but I have a general region. It's about 70 miles from where you folks were last night. Cassie and Olivia exchanged a charged glance. A covert listening station in the Triangle? If it was still operational, that might explain the swift government response. Helena went on. One more interesting tidbit. Repeated mention of non-terrestrial possibility, flagged in these internal notes. The phrasing is vague, but it points to the suspicion of something not of Earth. A hush fell. Cassie's breath caught. The government had considered the possibility that the anomalies were alien in origin. Eager for more detail, they pressed Helena, but many files were heavily redacted. Accessing deeper levels triggers advanced security, she warned. We risk being traced if I push further. Cassie wanted to say, do it anyway, but she recalled Jake's warning about caution. This is enough for a lead, she concluded. We know they had missions to study these anomalies, and they suspect something extraordinary. That island base might hold physical evidence. Olivia nodded. We find it. We find proof. Helena ejected a flash drive, handing it over. Here's everything I got. Tread carefully. On the way out, Cassie thanked her. Despite the existential risk, a surge of excitement coursed through her. She had real, if partial, proof of official knowledge about the Triangle's mysteries. By dusk, Cassie and Olivia regrouped with Jake, who'd patched up the boat. We've got a location, Cassie announced, unfurling a rough chart. She pointed to a region of islets near the Triangle's perimeter. Somewhere in that archipelago is a deserted island used as a listening station. We find it. We find out what's going on. Jake studied the chart, lips pressed into a tight line. This is in the heart of the area. If the government's patrolling, it's going to be guarded. We can approach by night, keep a low profile, Olivia suggested. We're not going to waltz in through the front door, but if the station's abandoned, maybe no one's there. Cassie recognised that this plan danced on the edge of trespassing into what might be a top-secret facility, but the urgency burned in her. The truth could be in those files or equipment. If we confirm the presence of alien tech or advanced submarines, we could blow this wide open. Jake inhaled slowly. Count me in, but we do it smart. No repeating last night's fiasco. Olivia cracked a nervous smile. Let's just hope they don't have guard drones or something. As they finalised their stealth approach, a faint dread pulsed in Cassie's chest. She thought of Doctor, Rourke, of Agent Whitfield, of the vanishing Navy ship from so long ago. The Bermuda Triangle was more than a legend. It was a stage for extraordinary forces, and they were about to step into that stage's backstage where secrets lingered. Outside, the last glow of sunset cast the harbour in bruised purples and oranges. The team loaded gear in silence. Tomorrow they'd sail for the island base. Cassie whispered a silent prayer for luck, or maybe for courage. For once she suspected they'd need more than just data and logic to survive what awaited them. The sea was eerily calm under the moonlight as Cassie, Jake and Olivia steered their small boat toward the cluster of islets rumoured to house the abandoned listening station. In the distance, reefs glimmered faintly, illuminated by streaks of pale lunar light. The hush of the waves seemed unnatural, as if the ocean itself held its breath. They'd set off after midnight to minimise the chance of detection. Radar on minimal power, no running lights. The only guide was a single GPS device that Olivia had rigged to broadcast a scrambled signal. The plan was simple: approach under darkness, anchor off the coast, and slip ashore on a dinghy. Jake took the helm. We're close. According to Helena's partial coordinates, it should be on the eastern side. Let's swing around quietly. Cassie peered through binoculars, scanning the silhouette of the main island. By the faint starlight, she could just make out a rocky shoreline with thick brush beyond. No signs of buildings or lights. It does look deserted, she murmured. Olivia studied a tablet in the glow of a red flashlight. Thermal imaging is inconclusive at this distance. No big heat signatures. We may be in luck. They anchored in a sheltered cove, hidden behind a natural rock formation. Then they lowered the inflatable dinghy, slipping onto the stony beach. The air felt heavy, laced with the brine of seaweed and the promise of storms. Cassie's adrenaline spiked with every crunch of gravel underfoot. Moving inland, they found themselves wading through waist-high grasses. The wind rustled the foliage, creating ghostly whispers in the darkness. At last they crested a small rise, and beneath the moonlight they spotted a row of rusted antenna towers jutting skyward. There, Olivia whispered, pointing. Must be the station. A chain-link fence encircled the compound. The gate, corroded and hanging off its hinges, suggested long-term neglect. They slipped inside without difficulty. What greeted them was a cluster of squat concrete buildings with peeling paint. Government seals had once adorned the walls, but now they were mostly faded or defaced by graffiti. Jake took point, scanning with a flashlight. No signs of recent footprints, he muttered. Doesn't mean it's truly abandoned, though. Stay sharp. They tried the nearest building. The door stuck, but Jake shouldered it open with a creak. Inside, a musty smell enveloped them. Rows of metal desks and outdated electronics filled the space. An old control centre, perhaps. Loose wires dangled from the ceiling. A row of filing cabinets lined one wall. Cassie's pulse raced. These are the artefacts of a covert station once dedicated to monitoring the Triangle. She flicked on a pocket flashlight, scanning the desk surfaces. Dust coated everything. One nameplate read, Lieutenant Commander R. Harrington. Another bore a partial label of Project Hydra Watch, Phase 3. Her mind roiled with questions. Hydra Watch. Could this have been the final iteration of that hush-hush mission Helena discovered? While Jake guarded the entrance, Cassie and Olivia rummaged for files. Most were locked in steel cabinets, but rust and time had weakened them. Jake pried one open with a crowbar. Folders tumbled out. The top was labelled Submarine Anomalies, 1978 to 1984. Cassie's hands trembled as she flipped through. Grainy photos of swirling luminescent patches under the sea, typed notes referencing unidentified underwater craft, lights at 300 metres depth, non-US submarine potential. Some paragraphs had entire lines blacked out. She turned more pages, reading about repeated salvage missions that returned with bizarre sensor data. Olivia rummaged in a separate crate, unearthing reel-to-reel tapes labelled with dates. "These must be audio recordings," she whispered. "We should see if there's a playback machine." They carried the tapes to the battered control console in a corner. Miraculously, an old reel-to-reel player stood there. With some fiddling and a portable battery pack, Olivia managed to power it up. The spool began turning, producing a crackling hiss. A voice, faint and distorted, emerged. Base Echo calling HQ encountered strong readings at coordinates, larger than any submarine known. Non-human, repeat, non-hurt. The recording cut into static. Another snippet from a different tape. "We've lost contact with 2 dive teams. The lights are forming patterns, possibly an intelligence behind." Then more static. Cassie felt her throat tighten. This was it. Direct acknowledgement that the station had observed something decidedly not man-made. Agent Whitfield's warnings suddenly had sharper context. Suddenly a metallic clang echoed from outside. All 3 froze, hearts thudding. Jake signalled them to kill the lights. Through the dusty windows they glimpsed faint beams scanning the compound. Footsteps on gravel. Someone was here. They doused their flashlights, hugging the shadows. Cassie's mind raced. They'd been silent on approach. Who discovered them? Government contractors? Another faction? She recalled the fiasco with the Coast Guard helicopter. This time they might not be so polite. A rasping radio voice filtered through the gloom outside. 2 vehicles, east perimeter. Sweep the buildings. Jake gestured for them to move. They crept to the rear door, stepping out onto a narrow catwalk behind the building. The watchers outside fanned out. A quick glance told Cassie these weren't official military in standard uniforms, possibly private security with black ballistic vests armed. Olivia clutched the reel tapes. Cassie stuffed the key documents in her backpack. They had proof, but they also had to escape. The trio ducked behind crates and slunk between a gap in the fence. Each footstep felt like a thunderclap in Cassie's ears. At any moment, floodlights could catch them, and they'd be pinned down. A guard's voice barked, "Check around back!" Flashlights flickered nearer. Cassie squeezed behind an old generator, hardly breathing. The guard's steps clanged past, painfully close, then receded. Jake beckoned them forward. They sprinted through the brush, desperate to reach the dinghy. Shots rang out behind them. Whether warning shots or attempts to disable them, they weren't sure. Heart pounding, Cassie pushed through vines and thorny bushes. By the time they reached the beach, night clouds had drifted across the moon, shrouding them in blackness. They launched the dinghy with trembling hands, adrenaline fueling each motion. In minutes they were rowing out to their boat, tying off lines and firing up the engine. From the island behind them, faint lights bobbed along the shore. The security team was searching, but the sea was now Cassie's ally, swallowing their silhouette. They sped away into the darkness, hearts rattling. Once at a safe distance, they allowed themselves to breathe. Cassie slumped on a bench, cradling the battered file in her arms. They had risked so much, but they'd found more than they'd hoped. The tapes, the documents, references to non-human signals. Proof that the Triangle's reputation wasn't merely superstition. As they turned for open water, thunder rumbled in the distance. Cassie stared at the horizon, half expecting monstrous lights to rise from the depths. The island's outlines faded into night, but the sense of being hunted never left. She rubbed the raw edge of her neck. "They nearly caught us," she said, voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. Jake answered quietly, "We'd better watch our backs. They won't stop here." And in Cassie's mind, the puzzle pieces kept shifting. Government secrets, possible alien craft, and that unstoppable pull of the unknown. She clenched the file, vowing to see this through. If there was more to uncover, if Dr. Rourke had guessed about an intelligence beneath the waves, she intended to bring it all to light, no matter the cost. They regrouped at a modest motel far from the main tourist strip, a place with threadbare carpets and flickering exterior lights that no one gave a second glance. In a cramped room with 2 beds, they spread out their newfound evidence, the reel-to-reel tapes, the typed reports on Operation Blue Current, old photos of shimmering ocean anomalies, references to non-human signals, and scrawled charts that mapped the Triangle's depths. Jake paced in front of the door, seemingly restless, while Cassie and Olivia huddled around a battered tape recorder that Olivia had salvaged from the island. The device whirred as a new reel played, revealing a deeper level of detail than the earlier fragments. Male voice, static-laced. We have established that these signals are not random. Patterns repeat every 22 minutes. The pulses, they resemble a form of communication. Another voice. You're suggesting intelligence? Male voice. We can't confirm the source's origin, but it's massive, and it's moving at depths beyond our current submersible range. We suspect a craft or structure. The tape fizzled, then resumed. Male voice. HQ demands secrecy. Morale is low. 2 divers reported visions, lights forming geometric shapes, possibly attempts at contact. Then we lost them. No wreckage found. Cassie's heart pounded at every syllable. So they'd believed something was actively trying to communicate? She exchanged a glance with Olivia, whose face was lit by the flickering green light on the recorder. Jake finally spoke up. They concluded it might be alien? Cassie rubbed her temples, exhaustion warring with adrenaline. They never said the word alien explicitly, but non-human signals is pretty close, and these are official recordings, not just rumours. I'm amazed they didn't destroy this stuff, Olivia muttered. Or maybe they tried, but the place was abandoned in a hurry. Jake sank onto the bed, hands clasped. Now we have partial proof, but who do we even share this with? The government obviously wants it hidden, and the mainstream media might label us lunatics. Cassie exhaled. Science journals might take it more seriously if we present solid data, but we only have scraps. We need something that can't be dismissed. Hard evidence, something modern, undeniable, like actual footage of the phenomenon under the water or physical samples. Olivia nodded. If we can broadcast it widely in real time, they can't just hush it up. Jake frowned, leaning forward. Broadcast from where, though? Out on the open sea will be easy targets for the Coast Guard or these Black Ops teams. Cassie bit her lip, her mind drifting back to Dr. Rourke's last journal entries. He wrote about an incredible electromagnetic spike near the deepest part of the trench. That's where we encountered that insane storm. Maybe that's the source. If we can get a submersible down there with cameras... Jake gave a rueful laugh. Last time we tried, we almost got fried. Our ROV got scrambled. We'd need serious protection from electromagnetic interference. Olivia's eyes brightened. I might know a place. The university's Marine Tech Institute has a deep-sea submersible with specialised shielding. They were testing it for cosmic ray research. Problem is, it's locked behind bureaucratic fences. Cassie grinned. We have an ally there, Professor Leland. He might give us access if we phrase it right. Jake's brow creased. That's a huge risk, but it might be our best shot. They set about planning. While Cassie and Olivia hammered out how to approach Professor Leland, Jake insisted on reinforcing the boat's systems, improving the electromagnetic shielding, installing backup generators. If they had to coordinate a submersible dive in those waters, they needed top-notch gear to keep the mothership afloat. Days blurred as they worked covertly. Cassie visited Professor Leland on campus under the pretense of discussing a collaboration. With hushed urgency, she revealed partial truths. We've discovered extraordinary anomalies in the Atlantic that require advanced submersible exploration. I know you have the Aegis Sub-1 in development. We need to borrow it. Please, this is bigger than a research paper. The professor, a stout man with a genial smile, grew serious upon hearing about governmental interference. Though sceptical, he admired Cassie's drive and recalled Dr. Rourke's brilliance. Your mentor did hint at major discoveries, Leland mused. All right, I'll see if I can expedite some hush-hush loan of the sub, but the board can't know, and if anything goes wrong... Cassie gripped his hand, gratitude shining in her eyes. We'll handle it, I promise. Meanwhile, Jake and Olivia rummaged for high-tech solutions. Olivia used her cybersecurity know-how to procure a real-time satellite data link, so when they eventually dove, they could attempt a live broadcast. We'll store backups in multiple servers, she told Cassie. If the feds try to jam us, we can at least send fragments out. One evening, Cassie returned to the motel to find a battered envelope slipped under their door. Inside was a single photograph, a blurred snapshot of her meeting with Professor Leland on campus. No note, just the unmistakable threat that they were being watched. She felt a cold dread coil in her gut. They're on to us, she murmured to Jake. He cursed under his breath. We might not get another chance if they clamp down. Let's act soon. When the submersible was finally delivered to a secluded dock, thanks to a few discreet staffers loyal to Leland, Cassie stood in awe before the Aegis Sub-1. It was shaped like a sleek pod, gleaming with reinforced plating, designed to handle deep trench pressures and shield sensitive instruments from cosmic radiation. They'd repurposed that for the Triangle's electromagnetic onslaught. A day of frantic modifications followed. Jake integrated an extra battery bank. Olivia installed custom software to patch the sub's cameras directly to her mobile command unit on the boat. Cassie triple-checked every sensor: magnetometers, sonar, thermal imaging. Time was running short, though. Agent Whitfield and her shadowy cohorts could swoop in at any moment. Even the weather forecast predicted intensifying storms near the Triangle. Cassie had no illusions about the danger, and yet, the deeper the secrecy, the more determined she became. On a rainy afternoon, they loaded the last crate onto their boat, securing the submersible to the deck with heavy straps. As lightning flickered on the horizon, Cassie gazed at the surging waves. She thought about the tapes referencing alien signals, the old ship vanishings, Dr. Rourke's unyielding quest. "Are we absolutely sure about this?" Jake asked quietly, stepping up beside her. "We might be unleashing something we can't handle." Cassie took a moment to answer, remembering the terror of the storms and the hush in the tape recordings. If it's something beyond Earth, or even if it's just advanced tech from who knows where, the world deserves to know. Rourke believed that. So do I. Jake nodded, resolved. Then let's do it. They planned to depart at dawn for one final approach into the Triangle. The storms had battered them once, but this time they'd be prepared, with a submersible that could theoretically withstand the electromagnetic chaos. Their objective was simple yet monumental: descend to the depths, capture definitive evidence, and broadcast it to the world before forces of secrecy could clamp down. In the motel that last night, Cassie barely slept. She lay awake imagining what might lurk beneath the ocean's surface, an alien craft slumbering in a watery tomb, or perhaps a living intelligence swirling in those hidden trenches. When slumber finally came, her dreams churned with phosphorescent shapes, ghostly transmissions, and the distant echo of voices trapped underwater. By morning, the horizon still seethed with storm clouds. It felt like an omen. Yet they set off, hearts pounding into the swirling seas, armed with technology, determination, and the unwavering belief that truth, even the strangest truth, must eventually surface. Grey clouds hung low over the Atlantic, the wind carrying a briny chill as Cassie's expedition boat cut through the waves. The Aegis Sub-1 sat on deck, lashed down, its sleek hull glistening under intermittent drizzles. Jake steered into open water, while Olivia double-checked the communications rig in a sheltered corner of the deck. Cassie stood near the bow, scanning the horizon. This region was the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, an area that had frustrated explorers and enthralled storytellers for generations. She felt a jolt of nerves recalling her near-disastrous attempt just days ago. But now they had more robust technology, and an unwavering purpose. Once they reached the approximate coordinates gleaned from Dr. Rourke's notes and the old Project Hydra references, Cassie signalled for them to hold position. The boat's sensors beeped with an uneasy rhythm. Olivia's console showed subtle electromagnetic fluctuations, well above normal ocean background. Jake cut the engine, letting them drift. Wind's picking up, but not too bad yet, he observed, scanning the sky. Indeed, dark clouds scudded overhead, though the storm front seemed miles off. They wasted no time. Together they manoeuvred the submersible crane, lowering the Aegis Sub-1 into the water. The sub bobbed, tethered by a thick cable that connected to the boat's power lines and data. Once Cassie and Jake climbed inside its cramped cockpit, they sealed the hatch. Through a small viewport, the watery expanse beckoned, dark and infinite. Olivia's voice crackled through an earpiece. "I'm reading you loud and clear. Try to keep communication short so the link doesn't overload if the electromagnetic surges spike." Jake ran through final checks: oxygen levels, thruster controls, lighting systems. "All good. Let's submerge." A mechanical hum vibrated through the hull as the sub began descending. Water streamed past the acrylic dome windows, transitioning from bright surface blues to a dim green twilight. Cassie's heart pounded in time with the pressure gauge climbing. She glanced at the instrument panel, specifically the magnetometer. Already it was dancing. They sank deeper, the temperature dropping. At 100 meters, fish flitted by in shimmering schools. At 200, the sunlight faded to near black, replaced by the sub's floodlights. Cassie scanned for any sign of unusual objects or luminous phenomena. "Nothing yet," she murmured, keeping the tension from her voice. Jake advanced the thrusters, guiding them farther into the trench. A cloud of sediment drifted up, swirling around them. The sub's sonar pinged, revealing the seafloor dropping sharply ahead. Cassie felt a jolt of adrenaline. We're nearing the major drop-off. Let's keep a steady rate of descent. Back on the boat, Olivia's console beeped with an urgent tone. Cassie, Jake, picking up a spiking electromagnetic field. Watch your instruments. Inside the sub, the lights flickered momentarily. Jake cursed, adjusting a dial. Shielding's active, but the surge is strong. Then, out of the gloom, they glimpsed a faint glow far below. Cassie pressed her face to the viewport. Do you see that? She whispered. A pale, bluish luminescence shimmered at the edge of visibility. Jake angled the sub's cameras. On the overhead screen, the glow took shape. A series of patterns, almost like drifting curtains of light. Could be some strange bioluminescent algae, he speculated. Cassie felt goosebumps prick her arms. Let's get closer. Cautiously they descended. The glow intensified. Streams of luminous particles twisted in what looked like a geometric swirl, almost too organised to be a natural marine phenomenon. The sub's instruments crackled. Cassie tapped the camera feed button, beaming the images topside to Olivia. Receiving partial feed, Olivia's voice came faint. It's glitchy, but... oh my god, I see it. That's not normal plankton. At around 400 metres, the sub's sonar picked up a large structure on the ocean floor. Massive, metallic. Jake slowed their approach, shining the sub's powerful headlights. Across the screen, a curved expanse of what looked like dark metal or alloy came into view. Barnacles clung to portions, but large swaths shimmered smoothly. Cassie's pulse thundered. This is no mere rock formation. They edged closer. Some parts of the structure jutted upward in spire-like formations. Others lay partially buried in sediment. Even at first glance it looked too symmetrical, too artificial to be a random undersea ridge. Cassie's mind raced. Could it be a downed craft? Possibly an advanced submarine, or something far beyond known technology? Jake guided them around a protruding ridge, and they beheld a deep indentation, like an entrance or portal. A faint glow emanated from within, pulses of light that matched the swirling luminescent patterns outside. We have to record this, Cassie breathed, activating high-resolution cameras. Liv, are you getting this? Static hissed in their earpieces. Olivia's response was broken. In and out. Massive data surge. Keep filming. Suddenly a wave of energy hit. The sub's power flickered. Instruments spiked red. Alarms blared and Cassie fought to steady the controls. Jake cursed, pushing the shield generator to maximum. The entire sub shuddered. Through the viewport, the swirling luminescence escalated, spinning faster around the structure. For a moment, Cassie glimpsed a pattern of markings on the metal hull, indecipherable glyphs or symbols. Then a bright flare erupted, and the sub's electronics shorted. Darkness swallowed them. Only emergency backup lights remained. Cassie's heart hammered in the pitch black. Jake, systems are down. He fumbled with manual resets. We have partial life support, trying to reboot main power. Outside, the swirl of lights continued. Cassie's stomach twisted at the notion that whatever lay in that structure might be reacting to their presence, or was it sending a signal somewhere else? Gradually some instrumentation returned. Jake managed to restore basic thrusters. The sub's external cameras flickered on momentarily. We should ascend, he insisted. We can't risk being stuck down here. Cassie yearned to explore further. The structure beckoned with unspoken secrets, but rationality won out. They had enough footage to prove something extraordinary. Let's go, she agreed. They rose through the water column, battered by intermittent electromagnetic pulses that threatened to sabotage them at every turn. When they finally breached the surface, the sea greeted them with lashing rain and roiling waves. Above, thunderheads seethed, and lightning forked across the sky. Jake navigated the sub back to the mothership, where Olivia helped winch it aboard amidst the rising storm. The instant the hatch opened, Cassie sputtered out breathless words. We found a craft, or structure. Definitely not natural. We have footage, though it's glitchy. Olivia's eyes were wild with excitement and worry. I caught partial glimpses, enough to show a massive artificial object down there. But their triumph was short-lived. Through the sheets of rain, a series of lights approached on the water's surface, multiple vessels closing in fast. Cassie recognised the silhouette of a military-style boat. The radio crackled with an authoritative voice. Vessel, stand down. You're ordered to surrender your submersible and any collected data. Jake's knuckles whitened on the boat's throttle. "We've got company!" Lightning illuminated the menacing outlines. Cassie's mind reeled. They had the evidence of a lifetime, but the government wasn't about to let them broadcast it freely. The ocean pitched violently, as if echoing the tension. "We have to protect the footage," Olivia shouted over the gale. "I'll start uploading right now." Cassie nodded, adrenaline surging. The final confrontation had arrived. Whether they escaped or not, the truth could still get out, unless these forces managed to silence them first. Rain pounded the deck in relentless sheets as the ominous vessels drew nearer. Cassie, Jake and Olivia braced themselves against the howling wind. The searchlight sweeping across the waves reminded Cassie of the earlier run-ins, but this time it felt more final, like a net closing around them. Olivia hunched over her console under a tarp, fingers flying over the keyboard. "I'm initiating the data dump to multiple secure servers," she hollered. "If they jam us, we lose the real-time broadcast. We still have local copies on drives, but that's risky." Jake exhaled sharply, scanning the boat's limited arsenal. They had no real weapons, just a few flares and a handheld emergency kit. "We can't outrun a naval vessel in this storm," he gritted, "but maybe we can stall them long enough for the upload." Cassie felt a swirl of dread and determination. She clutched the submersible's camera module, which contained the crucial raw footage. If all else failed, they needed to protect that hardware. Leaning into the wind, she keyed the radio. "Unidentified vessel, this is a civilian research craft. We are in distress from the storm. We have no contraband or..." A harsh voice interrupted. "Cease transmissions. Power down your equipment. Prepare to be boarded." A surge of panic struck her. They were going to confiscate everything. Cassie's eyes snapped to Olivia. "Keep the data flowing, no matter what." A spotlight swept across their deck, and they saw the outlines of armed men in black tactical gear on the approaching boat. The staccato bark of a loudspeaker. "Shut down communications or face immediate action." Jake revved the engine in a desperate attempt to shift the boat's position, but a massive wave rocked them, nearly capsizing. The storm had grown furious, waves cresting at 8 or 10 feet. Salt spray stung Cassie's eyes as she scrambled to hold onto the railing. Up on the makeshift command station, Olivia cursed. "They're jamming part of the signal. Upload speed is dropping." Lightning flashed. In that momentary glare, Cassie glimpsed something else stirring in the distance. A swirl of luminescence beneath the surface, reminiscent of what they saw deeper down. Could it be that the submerged structure was activating again, fueling the storm or intensifying it? Suddenly a smaller speedboat peeled off from the main vessel, cutting through the waves toward them. Gunmen stood at the bow. Cassie's stomach lurched. She heard a crack. Gunfire. Or was it the thunder? Jake spun the wheel, but the surging sea left them at the mercy of the storm. The speedboat drew alongside, lines thrown, grappling hooks clattering against the deck. Within seconds, armed figures began hauling themselves aboard. Lightning illuminated one figure stepping forward, gun raised. Even through the rain, Cassie recognized a face. Agent Whitfield. Her silver hair was plastered to her skull, eyes cold. "Doctor!" "Nolan," she called over the wind. "Stand down, you're coming with us." Cassie's rage flared. "You have no right. We're in international waters, investigating a natural phenomenon." Whitfield's expression hardened. "This is beyond your pay grade. Hand over all data and equipment immediately." Jake moved to intervene, but 2 other agents trained their rifles on him. Olivia, trembling, hovered near her console. "We've already transmitted some of it," she spat. "You're too late." Whitfield's gaze flicked to the overhead radio mast. With a curt nod, she signalled her men, who slashed cables, yanking out modules. Sparks flew as the boat's primary radio and data link severed. Olivia let out a cry, yanking the laptop from the surge protector just before an agent seized it. With guns pointed, Cassie and Jake were herded toward the stern. Whitfield advanced on Olivia, wrenched the laptop away. "No more transmissions," she hissed. "And the submersible data, where is it?" Cassie's mind raced. She had the camera's raw storage in a waterproof case strapped inside the sub's cockpit. If they discovered that, everything was lost. She prayed it remained hidden amidst the chaos. She decided to confront Whitfield directly. "You saw our recordings, didn't you? The storm, the structure below. Why hide it? The world deserves to know." Whitfield's jaw clenched. "Doctor, Nolan, this is about preventing mass panic and safeguarding national security. If you understood the stakes, You'd realise we're protecting you from forces you cannot fathom." A colossal wave slammed the boat, nearly sending everyone sprawling. The agent with the laptop lost his balance, and the device crashed onto the deck, skittering dangerously close to the railing. At that same moment, a flash of brilliance erupted from the ocean behind them. Cassie stared in awe as swirling lights broke the surface, dancing like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. Thunder boomed overhead, and the sky seemed to open in a torrent of rain. Whitfield's men balked, momentarily transfixed by the eerie spectacle. That gave Jake the opening. He lunged forward, knocking aside one rifle. Shots rang out into the air. Cassie dropped to the deck, adrenaline pounding. Olivia scrambled for the laptop, grabbing it before it could slip into the sea. Another agent lunged, tackling her. Cassie rushed to help, but was seized by a burly operative who pinned her arms. Lightning illuminated the water once more, revealing those otherworldly luminescent spirals. They seemed to pulse in a deliberate pattern, the same pattern Cassie had seen on her sub's instruments. The storm howled louder, as if nature itself mirrored the fury of the confrontation. Suddenly a deep, thrumming vibration coursed through the hull, nearly toppling everyone. The boat's metal fittings rattled. Whitfield's eyes widened in alarm, and she shouted orders. "Retreat to our vessel! Everyone, we're pulling out!" Cassie guessed the anomaly was intensifying. Agent Whitfield's men grabbed her and Jake forcibly. They motioned to Olivia, but she clung to the boat's railing, refusing to budge. That's when the ocean near the stern erupted in a colossal whirlpool. The swirling lights coalesced in an eerie ring. Another pulse hammered the boat, disabling electronics. The lights on the deck flickered out. Whitfield's expression finally cracked with genuine fear. She stared at the mesmerising vortex. "No, not now," she muttered, as if she had suspected something like this but prayed it wouldn't happen. The swirling overcame the rudder, spinning the boat in a slow circle. Cassie felt the agent restraining her lose his grip, staggering. She seized the moment, broke free and lunged to help Olivia, who was pinned by an operative. Jake slammed a guard with an elbow, sending the rifle clattering. The sea pitched the deck violently. Another swirl of lights rose, forming a halo around the boat. Cassie's hair stood on end from the static charge in the air. She looked up at the roiling sky, pulses of lightning dancing overhead. Shots rang out again. Whitfield's voice, "Hold your fire! We need them alive!" But it was too late. A monstrous wave crashed over the rail, sweeping gear and men alike. Cassie felt herself lifted by the wave, tumbling in cold chaos. She flailed, grasping at the slick deck as water rushed past. She glimpsed Jake clinging to a stanchion, Olivia lost in the swirl, Whitfield's men being tossed by the wave. The boat rolled precariously, half submerged in the watery madness. In a final deafening crescendo of thunder, the swirling lights flared. Cassie could only watch in breathless terror as an impossibly bright glow engulfed them. For a heartbeat, it felt like the ocean floor yawned open, pulling them into some other realm. Then darkness. Warmth on Cassie's cheek pulled her from unconsciousness. She opened her eyes to see pale sunlight filtering through tattered clouds. Pain throbbed through her limbs. She tasted salt on her cracked lips. She lay sprawled on a deck strewn with debris and seaweed. The boat seemed battered but afloat, listing slightly. A groan from nearby. Jake lay under a broken crate, bruised and coughing. Slowly she crawled over to help lift it. "You alive?" she whispered. He grimaced, pressing a hand to his ribs. Alive enough. No immediate sign of Whitfield's men. The boat's main mast was snapped, electronics thoroughly trashed. Cassie felt disoriented, as though she'd been through a dream. The last memory was that blazing light and swirling vortex. Had they been tossed miles away by the storm? She staggered to the railing. The ocean was unnaturally calm, turquoise blue under a watery sun. Far off she glimpsed an unfamiliar shoreline. Not the Florida coast, though. This place had black rocks arching in jagged spires, the terrain dotted with lush green. Jake joined her, wincing at each step. "That's not any key I recognise. Where are we?" Cassie could only shake her head. The compass was worthless, spinning aimlessly as before. The GPS was dead. She turned to check for the submersible. Miraculously, the Aegis Sub-1 still clung to the deck, albeit battered. The crane rig was half bent, but the sub's hull looked mostly intact. Sudden panic seized her. "Olivia!" She frantically searched the deck. They found her near the stern, tangled in rope. drenched and unconscious, but her pulse beat faintly. Cassie and Jake carefully freed her. After a few nerve-wracking minutes, Olivia coughed up seawater, blinking in confusion. "What happened?" Relief rushed through Cassie. "We survived somehow." All around them, the boat's wooden railings were splintered, gear scattered, but it floated. There was no sign of Agent Whitfield or her men, possibly washed overboard or retreated in another vessel. "Any working electronics?" Jake asked. Olivia tried the portable devices, all fried. The only hope might be the sub's internal system, which had its own shielding. "I'll see if the sub's battery or comlink remains," she said, though her eyes held doubt. Cassie, gazing again at the distant shoreline, felt an eerie sense that they weren't simply off the Florida coast. The environment, the colour of the water, the shape of the land, it looked different, almost otherworldly. "Could we have drifted to an uncharted island?" she asked softly. Jake frowned. An uncharted island in these latitudes. Hard to believe in 2023, but the Triangle is known for messing with navigation. They spent the next hour mending themselves and rummaging for supplies. The fresh water stores survived. Some rations were soggy but edible. Cassie discovered a waterproof case lodged in a corner. Inside, the sub's camera memory unit. She hugged it to her chest, a flash of triumph. Our evidence. It's still here. But that joy was tempered by the new crisis. They were stranded. The boat's engine was swamped, the radio dead. Unless they fixed something or found external rescue, they'd remain adrift. By midday, they rigged a makeshift sail from the torn mast and spare canvas. The breeze nudged them toward the mysterious island, which loomed nearer, a rugged coastline of black volcanic rock and thick rainforest beyond. Jagged cliffs rose, casting shifting shadows on the water. As they approached, the atmosphere felt oddly charged. The ocean remained glass calm near the shore, and the sky had an unsettling haze, as if a permanent storm lurked on the horizon but never quite arrived. They spotted a narrow inlet. With careful manoeuvring, they guided the battered boat into calmer waters, eventually mooring at a small natural harbour. Cassie hopped onto a rocky ledge, wincing at the bruises on her legs. The air smelled of moss and brine. Birds cried overhead. No sign of human habitation. Jake tested a chunk of black rock with a pocket knife. Volcanic. Must be a small remote atoll. But the question is, how did we end up here so suddenly? Olivia joined them, scanning with a handheld sensor that had minimal function. Magnetic fields still weird. Low-level interference. Could be pockets of the same anomaly we saw at sea. They ventured cautiously along a shoreline path. Strange, twisted trees grew from cracks in the basalt, their roots glistening with moisture. Cassie noticed patches of luminous algae clinging to tide pools, a faint echo of the undersea lights they'd witnessed. A short hike led them to a broader cove. There, in a clearing, they discovered something extraordinary. The wreckage of multiple old boats, some rusted hulks half buried in sand, others mere splinters. Painted on one corroded hull, Cassie recognised the letters H-A-W-T. She gasped. USS Hawthorne, she whispered, recalling the fabled Navy ship that vanished in the 1950s. Jake's eyes widened. If that's the same ship, this island might be a graveyard for those lost in the Triangle. They pressed on, stumbling upon more debris from different eras, a wooden mast with 19th century styling, plain fuselage fragments that looked World War II era, modern yacht remains. It was as if the island had magnetically drawn in vessels from across decades. Olivia's voice trembled. All those vanishings, they ended up here. Cassie knelt by a weathered nameplate from a cargo vessel reported missing in 1972. She felt a pang of sorrow, imagining the fates of countless sailors. No human remains in sight. Did they vanish, or move inland for survival? Jake pointed deeper into the jungle. We might find answers that way, but let's be careful. They ventured further inland, forging a path through ferns and twisted vines. The air was muggy, insects buzzing in thick clouds. The vegetation seemed oddly vibrant, with flowers of unusual hues. Cassie suspected the same electromagnetic oddity that affected technology might also be fueling odd growth. Eventually they reached a clearing where massive stone pillars jutted from the ground, ancient and covered in alien glyphs, the same style of markings Cassie had glimpsed on the submerged structure. Her breath caught in wonder. This can't be a coincidence. Something or someone built these. Olivia ran her fingers over the carvings. This is beyond known history. Could it be a lost civilization? Or something else? Jake scanned for footprints or signs of life. If castaways survived, maybe they found these ruins, but I see no fresh tracks. A hush fell over them. Cassie's mind whirled. The Bermuda Triangle had been rumoured to be cursed or supernatural, but these pillars hinted at advanced or ancient origins, possibly linked to the underwater craft. She pictured the swirling lights, the ephemeral storms. Maybe the ones who vanished are gone, Cassie said softly, heart heavy. Or maybe they left. In the distance, a rumble of thunder made them jump. The sky overhead churned with grey. Jake looked up warily. We should find shelter. This place doesn't feel safe. Indeed, an uneasy energy filled the clearing, as if unseen watchers lurked just beyond the tree line. Cassie felt her pulse quicken. They had stumbled onto the heart of the triangle's secret, an island seemingly out of place and time, hosting remnants from countless lost expeditions and stone pillars older than any modern chart. With no immediate rescue in sight, they'd have to rely on their own resourcefulness, and the possibility that the submersible might help them solve the riddle of the island's bizarre magnetism. Cassie forced a steady breath. She might be trapped, but she wasn't giving up. The next step was to survive, unravel the enigma of these ruins, and hope that revealing the truth might set them free. Night fell quickly over the mysterious island, wrapping the jungle in a claustrophobic darkness. Cassie, Jake and Olivia had returned to their boat to gather supplies, flashlights, sleeping bags, rations. With no functional radio, they were effectively marooned. Lightning flashed on the horizon, revealing gnarled treetops swaying in the wind. They camped near the clearing of ancient pillars, choosing a spot beneath a leaning rock overhang for partial shelter. Cassie built a small fire using driftwood and scraps from the old wrecks. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the worn glyphs etched into the towering stones. As they huddled for warmth, the conversation inevitably drifted to the day's surreal discoveries. Olivia toyed with the battered remains of a handheld device. I can't get a signal. There's no satellite coverage. Maybe the electromagnetic interference is blocking everything. Jake rubbed his chin, eyes on the monolithic pillars. Could these have something to do with the phenomenon we saw under the ocean? It's like they share the same design language. Cassie took out a sketchbook from her backpack. She started drawing the glyph patterns from memory, cross-referencing them with the shapes she'd glimpsed on the submerged structure. They appeared geometric, almost fractal, could be a written script, or even symbolic code. In the silence that followed, they listened to the distant crash of waves against the rocky shore. The hush felt eerie, as though the island itself was holding its breath. Something rustled in the underbrush, prompting them to snap on flashlights, but they found only wind-stirred leaves. As fatigue set in, they took turns at watch, each haunted by the knowledge that no rescue was forthcoming. Sometime after midnight, Cassie dozed off under the shimmering constellations, though the ghostly pillars loomed in her dreams. At dawn, they woke to a startling scene. The previously calm area around the pillars now sparkled with beads of condensation, and in the rising sunlight the glyphs appeared faintly luminescent, like they'd absorbed energy overnight. Cassie stepped closer, heart pounding. They're glowing. This is new. Olivia snapped photos, though their cameras were reduced to near manual function. Must be the humidity reacting with whatever the pillars are made of, she said, though she didn't sound convinced. Jake rubbed his temples. I want to check the rest of the island. Maybe we'll find more structures, or survivors. They packed up their meagre camp and ventured deeper inland. The path meandered through dense foliage. Gnarled roots tripped them, and vines draped overhead. Occasionally they spotted remnants of old crates or scraps of cloth, evidence that castaways had once been here. Midday brought them to a steep ravine. A narrow footpath led downward. At the bottom, water trickled in a small stream. Crossing it, they found a hidden grotto. Within this natural amphitheatre of rock they encountered a startling sight, a mosaic of stones arranged in a spiral pattern, each etched with the same alien glyphs. At the centre stood a carved altar. Cassie's breath caught. This is no random ruin. Someone built a ceremonial site or something akin to it. Jake circled the altar. Who, though? Ancient civilization? Or maybe those who ended up stranded here tried to communicate with whatever's in the ocean. Olivia knelt, running her fingers along the spiral mosaic. It's meticulously done. Could these stranded sailors have deciphered the glyphs? A wave of dizziness hit Cassie as she stared at the altar, her mind conjuring an image of swirling lights beneath the waves. She recalled the old reel tapes describing signals and attempts at contact. Was it possible that across decades, castaways tried to replicate those signals here on land? Suddenly a crunch of footsteps behind them. They spun around to see a figure emerge from behind a boulder, Agent Whitfield, her uniform torn and hair matted, but her posture still rigid. She held a pistol, aimed warily at them. Jake tensed, stepping forward protectively. "You're alive." Whitfield's eyes flicked from Jake to Cassie. "Likewise. I suspected you'd head inland." Olivia glared. "Looking for something?" Whitfield lowered the pistol slightly, grimacing. "We got separated when the wave hit. My men. I lost track. I found one corpse on the beach, the rest scattered." Cassie's anger simmered. All this secrecy, and for what? Look at us now. Stranded. Tell us the truth. Whitfield hesitated, the lines in her face etched with fatigue. "You think it's simple? We've known about anomalies in the Triangle for decades, maybe centuries. Some in the government suspect extraterrestrial involvement. Others believe it's an unknown Earth-based phenomenon. Either way, it's considered too dangerous for public knowledge. We fear the panic, the exploitation, the potential conflict if foreign powers scramble here," Jake scoffed. "So you're willing to kill for it?" She clenched her jaw. "I follow orders. The directive is to contain the situation, but I never expected we'd end up here." Her gaze flicked to the spiral mosaic. "This island it's not on any map. My superiors only whispered rumours of a lost zone." Olivia folded her arms. "And now you see it's real. Will you keep trying to bury it?" Whitfield's shoulders slumped slightly, as if an internal struggle weighed on her. "I have to protect national security, but this place defies everything. If we want to survive, maybe we do need to pool resources." Cassie sensed a shift, a glimmer of uneasy alliance forming. "Truce, then," she suggested quietly. "We find a way off this island, or we uncover the key to why it exists. But no more guns and faces." After a tense pause, Whitfield nodded. She holstered her pistol. "Truce, for now." They spent the next hour exploring the grotto together. Whitfield admitted she possessed partial knowledge of earlier secret missions that identified an interdimensional rift theory, though never confirmed. The intense electromagnetic surges might warp space-time in localized pockets, pulling vessels from various eras. Olivia found curious remains in a small alcove. Rusted personal items, scraps of journals, no bodies, possibly from castaways who died or vanished. One scribbled note read, "The lights call from beneath. We answer on land. The gate must open." Cassie's skin crawled. A gate? Could they have believed these pillars or altars were a means to connect with whatever is beneath the ocean? A distant rumble of thunder broke their musings. Whitfield frowned. "Another storm's brewing. We can't linger." Returning to the boat, they decided to share supplies and watch each other's backs. Whitfield was grudgingly grateful for a place to rest. Under the watchful eye of the looming pillars, the odd alliance took shape. That evening the wind rose again, rattling the battered hull. As they huddled in the glow of a lantern, Cassie studied the camera unit from the submarine. The footage they captured might be the only real proof of that underwater structure. She glanced at Whitfield, who stared into the darkness with haunted eyes, likely torn between her duty and the unsettling reality they all faced. In her mind, Cassie kept returning to that cryptic note. The gate must open. Could the island's ruins serve as a beacon or a key? If so, a key to what? She recalled the swirling lights, the sense of intelligence behind them. Perhaps the next step lay not in merely escaping, but in comprehending the phenomenon, why it brought them here, and how it might let them go. Storm-laden clouds churned overhead at dawn, casting the island in shades of grey. Cassie, Jake, Olivia, and the reluctant, alley-turned-adversary agent Whitfield gathered near the ancient pillars. Despite the tension in the group, they'd agreed on a plan. Explore the possibility that these ruins interacted with the electromagnetic anomalies, perhaps opening a way to escape. Using sketches from the mosaic in the grotto and the glyph patterns on the pillars, Cassie attempted to piece together a cohesive design. The spiral in the grotto and the arrangement of these pillars. It might be some sort of symbolic representation of the ocean floor structure, she hypothesized. If the castaways tried to replicate signals from underwater, maybe they believed these pillars could resonate. Jake rubbed his sore shoulder. Resonate how? Like a giant antenna? Olivia nodded, following Cassie's logic. Yes, maybe. The electromagnetic surges might be triggered by a certain arrangement or activation. The question is, do we even want to activate them? Last time we faced an anomaly, it stranded us here, Whitfield frowned. But if we can harness the phenomenon, maybe we can open a path back, or at least send a powerful enough signal for rescue. She looked uneasy, admitting that a more extraordinary method might be needed. They spent the morning clearing debris from the clearing, uncovering additional stones that had fallen over time. With each revealed glyph, Cassie felt a thrill of discovery. She recognised patterns akin to waveforms or frequencies. If they matched the pulses recorded on the sub's instruments, they might replicate those pulses here on land. Jake rigged a makeshift generator from the boat's salvageable engine parts, hooking it to a coil of copper wire. We can create an electromagnetic field, direct it into these pillars, see if that does anything. Olivia set up the sub's sensor suite on shore, linking it to a small console. I'll monitor real-time feedback. If we get a spike like we did out at sea, we'll know. Whitfield kept watch, pistol at her side. Although an uneasy truce still hung over them, her sense of mission remained. She occasionally asked Cassie pointed questions. If you manage to open some sort of rift, do you realise the risk? Something else might come through. Cassie paused in her wiring. We're already dealing with unknown forces. Doing nothing keeps us trapped here. I'd rather take a leap of faith, especially if it aligns with how these pillars were meant to function. As the afternoon wore on, they assembled a ring of cables around the largest pillar cluster. With the generator revved, a low hum filled the air. Cassie carefully toggled power, stepping back as the cables glowed faintly. She glanced at Olivia. Any changes? Olivia's console flickered. Slight electromagnetic rise, but we're well below the levels we recorded at sea. Jake frowned, adjusting the generator's output. Let's dial it up, but watch for surges. They increased power. The hum deepened, and the glyphs on the pillars began to shimmer with that eerie luminescence. The ground beneath them vibrated softly. A sudden swirl of wind whipped the clearing, scattering leaves in a spiral. Cassie's hair stood on end. That's more than just a breeze, she muttered. Olivia's eyes widened at her console. We're hitting a spike, like a resonance frequency. Whitfield took a step back, eyes darting around. Is the storm reacting? Overhead, thunder rumbled, but the swirling wind in the clearing felt different, like a localized vortex forming among the pillars. Dust and small stones lifted into the air, circling them. The glyphs glowed brighter, each symbol pulsing in sequence. Jake called out, "Shut it down if it gets too big." Before they could, the column of light shot up from the centre of the pillars, piercing the low-hanging clouds. Cassie shielded her eyes as the brilliance reflected off the basalt. The ground shook harder, a quake rattling teeth. A roar of static filled their ears. Cassie's mind flashed to the sub's dive, the swirling lights beneath the ocean. Could she be bridging a link between the underwater craft and this island? The air crackled with electricity, arcs snapping between the pillars. Then, as swiftly as it began, the vortex expanded outward with a deafening crack. A wave of force knocked them all off their feet. The generator shorted in a burst of sparks. The blinding light receded to a faint glow. When Cassie scrambled up, dizzy, she realised something had changed. The sky overhead was no longer thick with storm clouds. Instead, it was a placid grey, the sort of day one might see on a calm morning back in Florida. She blinked, heart pounding, scanning the horizon beyond the pillars. Jake helped Olivia to her feet. Whitfield stumbled against a stone, thoroughly rattled. Olivia squinted at her console. We've got location data, somehow. GPS is flickering back, signal partial, but we're near Bimini. That's hundreds of miles from where we were. A wave of confusion and relief washed over them. Had the phenomenon transported the island, or them, or simply shattered the anomaly that trapped them? Regardless, they were no longer in that lost zone. The environment around them looked subtly different, the flora slightly more familiar. They rushed back toward the shore, hoping to see if the battered boat had also jumped. Sure enough, anchored in calmer waters, the boat remained, bobbing gently. but the black volcanic coastline was gone, replaced by coral sand typical of the Bahamas. The island they were on now seemed smaller, more in line with known geography. Cassie's mind reeled. They had escaped the lost zone. The swirling, ephemeral realm that had captured so many vessels was behind them. Some kind of electromagnetic or dimensional event reversed by powering the pillars. Whitfield's stance softened, awe mingling with her stoic demeanour. We made it out. Jake breathed a shaky laugh. Never thought I'd be happy to see normal water. Olivia tapped her console. We can attempt radio contact. The interference is minimal now. I might be able to hail local channels. Cassie gazed across the waves, imagining how close they'd come to permanent entrapment. They still had the submersible's footage, plus real-time accounts of the phenomenon. And the final turn of events suggested that these ancient constructs and the underwater craft were linked in ways that defied conventional science. Whitfield exhaled, setting her pistol aside. The best we can do now is orchestrate a controlled disclosure. If we just let the news break recklessly, it could spark chaos. Cassie met her gaze. People deserve to know, but yes, we must do it responsibly, step by step with facts, not sensationalism. Jake stepped in, resting a hand on Cassie's shoulder. First, let's get off this new island, fix that boat, and get medical care. Then we can worry about changing the world. A slight smile tugged at Cassie's lips. She nodded, though deep down she recognised they stood at the threshold of an enormous shift. The Bermuda Triangle mystery might never be fully solved, yet they had glimpsed enough to reshape humanity's understanding of what lurked in the ocean's depths. As they gathered themselves, Olivia managed to get a faint radio signal. A crackling voice responded in English. Cassie felt tears well in her eyes. They were truly back within a known reality, carrying knowledge of an unknown one. Whitfield, listening quietly, seemed oddly humbled. I'll contact my superiors. Perhaps for once we can do the right thing. Cassie left the pillars behind, stepping onto the sand with an unsteady but resolute stride. The camera module pressed to her chest, the cryptic glyphs etched in her memory. An unspoken vow formed. She would devote her life to responsibly unveiling this truth, whatever it meant for science, for humanity, for the grand tapestry of the ocean's secrets. In the distance, the low hum of an approaching plane or helicopter carried across the wind. Rescue? Military? Perhaps both. The final chapter of their wild journey was about to begin, but the greater story, how the world would react to the revelation of ancient, possibly alien influences in the Bermuda Triangle, was only at its dawn. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey into the Bermuda Triangle's hidden depths. If you enjoyed this conspiracy-laced adventure, let us know where you're watching from in the comments below and what time it is for you right now. Don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories to ensure you never miss a story like this, one that pushes the boundaries of the unknown and encourages us to keep questioning the secrets of our extraordinary world. Sleep well and stay curious. Hello everyone, welcome to tonight's video on Sleep Theories, the channel where we delve into curious conspiracy theories and the unknown. Before we start, let us know in the comments where you're watching from and tell us how your day has been. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new episode. Your support helps us keep the theories coming. Now, buckle up, because tonight we're taking you on a surreal journey you won't forget. Let's begin our descent into the endless corridors and flickering lights of the backrooms. Sam Whitaker felt the day's fatigue deep in his bones. At 46, the daily grind of commuting to an unremarkable office job had sapped a vigour he barely remembered having. Despite it all, Sam always told himself that another day meant another chance, a small mantra he repeated quietly over the hum of the overhead lights. Every little thing seemed designed to stress him out. The crowds on the bus, the never-ending digital notifications, the glare of computer monitors. The only reprieve came from late-night reading sessions where he'd let his mind wander into the pages of some second-hand novel. It was during one such late evening at the office, when the fluorescent tubes in the hallway hummed a bit louder than usual, that Sam noticed an odd corridor near the break room. The entire floor layout was typically so familiar that any variation stood out immediately. For years, the hallway led only to a supply closet, but tonight, it looked different. It seemed longer than usual, the far end swallowed by flickering shadows. He hesitated. Maybe it was the eye strain or the reflection of the lights playing tricks. Some part of him warned that this was odd enough to warrant caution, but he was exhausted and needed to drop off a stack of old reports in the closet. The corridor beckoned, the overhead fixtures buzzing steadily. As Sam walked down the hall, that peculiar hum grew uncomfortably loud. It drilled into his ears. Halfway to the closet, the lights flickered. One loud pop echoed behind him. He turned around quickly, perhaps a bulb had burned out, yet everything behind him was swallowed by a pale haze. The hallway felt endless now, an expanse of off-yellow wallpaper stretching back the way he'd come. He shook his head, blinked several times, even rubbed his eyes, but the reality refused to snap back. "This can't be right," Sam murmured, squinting at what should have been the door back to the main office. The crisp smell of stale carpet hit his nose, reminiscent of an old motel from decades past. The hum overhead was the only companion in sight. He doubled back, heart thumping. 10 steps, 20 steps. The corridor refused to end. Each corner revealed yet more of the same unwelcoming corridor. The overhead fluorescents flickered and buzzed in a dissonant pattern. How had he gotten so turned around so quickly? A low-level panic set in. Sam didn't want to panic yet. Panic leads to foolish decisions, an old co-worker had once told him. But his senses told him something was horribly wrong. The deeper he moved, the more the environment seemed to lose any logical sense of dimension. There were more corners than should exist in a standard office floor plan. More identical stretches of damp, dingy carpet and walls tinted the kind of yellow that reminded him of aged paper. He debated calling for help. His cell phone had 0 signal, which made no sense for an office building in a metropolitan area. Then again, a moment ago, there had been an entire row of cubicles and a break room behind him. Now, there was just this. He took a turn and found what might have been a lounge area, only it was empty. No chairs, no decor. The hum from the ceiling felt as if it was getting inside his head, setting every nerve on edge. A bead of cold sweat trailed down his temple. Sam forced a deep breath. "Hello?" he called out, voice echoing strangely. No response. The silence, save for the buzzing lights, felt suffocating. He moved forward, found another corridor, and realised with dread that each hallway looked exactly like the last. The floor plan repeated ad nauseum, as though he were stuck in some poorly rendered video game environment. Anxiety gnawed at him. He considered turning around again, but which direction was that? He could try leaving chalk marks on the walls, but he didn't have any chalk. He paused to rummage through his pockets. He had a pen. He might attempt some kind of mark, but the wallpaper was too old and textured for the ink to take properly. Still, it might be worth trying. As he pressed his pen to the wall, an unexpected sound drew his attention. A distant scuttle, like something scraping against the carpet, far off yet distinct. The hair on his arm stood on end. No, he thought, it could just be his imagination, or maybe the building's ventilation. But part of him, deep down, knew something else was in here with him. Pushing down a flood of fear, Sam took a slow step toward the sound. The corridor stretched on, occasionally turning at sharp angles. Everywhere was that same lifeless colour, that same unwavering hum. He began to walk faster, hoping to find a corner or doorway that would lead him back to the real world. The scuttling sound faded, replaced again by endless white noise. The entire place felt like a stale trap designed to push a person to the brink of their sanity. Finally, after navigating what felt like half a mile of identical halls, Sam found a dead end. Littering the corner of the floor was a single piece of trash, an old wrinkled fast food napkin. That tiny scrap of normalcy startled him as much as any strange figure might have. It was proof that other people, or at least another presence, had been here once. The thought was both comforting and terrifying. Unsure of what else to do, Sam slumped against the wall, the harsh fluorescent glare settling onto his shoulders like a burden. There was no telling how or why he had arrived in this bizarre labyrinth, let alone how to escape. The only certainty was the monotony of the corridor, the old carpet smell, and that faint scuttling sound he might, or might not, have imagined. He reached back into his pocket and gripped his phone, though it showed no bars. Part of him wanted to record a message, in case the phone ever found a connection or someone discovered it. The effort felt futile, but in times of panic, small acts of normalcy can keep the mind tethered. He hadn't realised how dry his throat was until he tried speaking. If someone finds this," he whispered. "My name is Sam Whitaker. I'm lost. He stopped. The scuttling returned, louder and closer this time, echoing through the endless halls. Sam's heart pounded. Maybe there was something else wandering these corridors. Something not friendly. Something that noticed him just as he noticed it. Pushing to his feet, Sam took a long, shaking breath and began walking again, forcing himself to keep moving. If he remained still, that sound might get closer, and he definitely wasn't ready to find out what it was, at least not yet. Sam's footsteps felt heavier with every cautious step he took. Every corner he turned revealed more of the same. Bleak yellow hallways that offered no relief from the oppressive hum of the lights. Minutes, or hours, felt like they bled into each other. He was no longer certain how long he'd been wandering. Without a clock or even a working phone, time had lost its usual structure. Somewhere in the distance, that scuttling sound still taunted him, an intermittent reminder that he was not alone. He had the creeping sensation that if he let his guard down, that thing, whatever it might be, would close in. So he forced himself onward. Each corridor twisted into another, forming a maddening pattern of identical gloom. Then, as he turned one more sharply angled corner, Sam saw something new. A series of faint marks near the floor's edge. Kneeling down, he squinted at what looked like chalk scribbles. The line was barely visible against the wallpaper. He followed the scrawl and realised it wrapped around the edge of the wall, as though whoever drew it had been in a rush. "Is anyone here?" Sam called out softly, trying not to let his voice echo too loudly. The corridor swallowed his words as though it were a living entity. Anxiety and relief fought for control within him. Chalk markings might mean there was another person wandering these halls, someone who might help him find a way out. Or it could be an ominous sign left by something else. Still, it was the first real clue he'd encountered. As he pressed on, he found more markings, each forming a kind of trail. Sometimes the lines dipped low or streaked higher, as if the chalk holder's hand had been unsteady. After a dozen or so steps, he heard something ahead. A faint shuffle. Maybe footsteps. He held his breath, part of him terrified that the scuttling entity was waiting just around the corner. But then a voice, a human voice, low and tense, whispered, "No, no, don't do this to me again." Sam's heart leapt. He hurried forward, rounding a bend. There stood a woman, around his age, maybe a bit older, her hair pulled back in a messy braid. She held a small chunk of chalk in one trembling hand. She froze when she saw him. Her expression flickered between terror and guarded hope. "Oh God," she breathed. "You're real?" Sam raised both hands, palms out, as if to show he meant no harm. "I think so," he said, voice cracking from dryness and relief. "My name's Sam Whitaker. I'm stuck here. I don't know how I ended up in this place." She nodded, swallowing hard. "Grace came." Her voice was strained, as though she had spent days shouting or crying. "I've been here. I don't even know how long, but it feels like forever." The chalk in her hand wavered. Sam saw the raw fear in her eyes. She hesitated, scanning the corridor behind him, as if expecting a monster to come barreling down at any second. "If you're just another hallucination," Grace murmured, "please don't vanish on me again." He carefully stepped closer. "I'm as real as I can be," he assured. The overhead light flickered, making them both jump. Sam tried to steady his breathing. "You've been marking your path?" Grace nodded. "It's my best guess at not going in circles, but the corridors change sometimes. I swear they shift. One day, a hallway will lead to a certain area, but the next, it's a dead end, or a different place entirely." The notion of shifting corridors made Sam's already unsettled stomach twist further. "So there's no set way out?" She shook her head. "Not that I've found, but I keep hoping. It's better than just giving up." They stood there, letting the bleak hum fill the silence. For a moment, the flicker of overhead fluorescence seemed to intensify, painting both of them in a sickly yellow glow. Sam took in her appearance, exhausted eyes, a faint bruise on her forehead, dried lips that spoke of dehydration. She looked half-starved, as though she'd been surviving on scraps. He gestured at the corridor behind him. "I heard something earlier, like a scuttling noise. Have you seen anything?" Grace's eyes darkened. "The entities," she whispered, voice catching. "I've only caught glimpses, shadows or shapes around corners. Sometimes they sound like they're crawling on the walls. Sometimes I think they're behind the lights, flickering them on purpose. Other times they're right there and then gone." Sam felt his pulse quicken. "Can they hurt us?" She swallowed. I believe so. I felt them brush past me in the dark, a hand or limb that shouldn't exist. I've had them chase me for hours. At least it felt like hours. I don't know how to tell time here anymore." Despite the oppressive fear, Sam realised he felt an odd relief. He was not alone. There was someone else who understood this nightmare. "Then we need a plan. Any plan. To escape, or at least stay alive." Grace exhaled, her shoulders sagging in momentary surrender. "There's one idea," she began slowly. "Sometimes, if you can find where this place warps, like a glitch, you might slip back into reality. I've never found it, but I've heard stories, seen references in old notes left behind by others. That's why I carry chalk, to mark where the corridors feel strange. Have you found any especially strange areas?" She nodded, looking up and down the corridor. "A few times. Dim corners that warp your vision, or rooms where you can hear distant voices. They never led me out, but maybe I missed the right moment." She let out a hollow laugh. "It sounds crazy, I know." Sam reached out to lightly touch her shoulder, a tiny gesture of solidarity. "We're past questioning what's crazy. Let's just try." Grace flicked a quick glance down the hall, her eyes brimming with exhaustion and desperation. "All right," she said. "I have a stash of water a few corridors away. Found a cooler in one of the random rooms. Then we can keep searching." They began to walk together, guided by Grace's faded chalk marks. Every so often, Sam would add a small pen scribble, just in case. The idea that the environment itself might shift was horrifying. He found himself glancing at the walls constantly, worried they might move or rearrange in front of his eyes. A part of him still clung to a flicker of hope. If Grace had survived for this long, there must be ways to endure. Maybe the best chance for either of them to escape lay in working together. The only problem was that the corridors seemed infinite, and time felt meaningless. As they turned another identical corner, Grace turned to Sam, voice subdued. Stick close. This place has a way of splitting people up. Even if we're side by side, we could lose each other around a corner, Sam nodded solemnly. I'm not going anywhere without you, he promised. It was only half altruistic. He needed her as much as she needed him. In the dim recesses of these endless halls, the idea of wandering alone was unbearable. So they pressed on, hearts pounding in unison, bracing themselves for the next flicker of the lights or the next scuttling noise in the distance. Neither spoke aloud what haunted them both. If they were going to survive, they would need far more than chalk marks and hope to combat the endless shifting labyrinth, let alone the entities prowling its depths. Grace led Sam through a narrow corridor that smelled of must and something acidic. The floors were slightly damp, the overhead lights flickering just enough to add a queasy strobe-like effect. Their footsteps squished into the soggy carpet, sending a chill up Sam's spine. Wait, Grace said, pausing to press a chalk mark into the damp wall. The mark only partially held. Just in case, she muttered, though she didn't sound hopeful. For the next few minutes they navigated in silence, turning corners so uniform that Sam might have believed they were walking in place. Yet Grace seemed to track these subtle differences. An additional stain on the carpet, a darker patch of wallpaper. After a while, she led him into a small room where a broken fluorescent lamp hung precariously from the ceiling. Underneath was a battered water cooler. The dispenser was nearly empty, but Grace had improvised a small plastic bottle she kept refilling. She offered it to Sam. Here, sip slowly. Don't know when we'll find more. The water tasted stale, but it was better than nothing. He savoured each drop. Once he'd taken a few careful sips, Grace gestured to the lamp. It was working before. Flickered out a day or two ago. Though, days here don't really mean much, Sam nodded. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. He realised he hadn't slept since... well, he wasn't sure how long. How do you rest in a place like this? I don't really rest, she admitted. I doze in corners if I feel safe, but it's never for more than an hour or so. My nightmares about the entities are almost as bad as being awake. He handed back the water bottle. Any leads on your search for a glitch or exit? Grace bit her lip. I found these once. She rummaged in her pocket and produced a few scraps of a notebook. The handwriting was frantic, the pages water-stained. One line read, Level 0 is a paradox. Must find threshold for a stable tear in geometry. The next line, Entities feed on fear, low-level hostility or pure predator instincts. Unknown. Sam felt a chill. Where did you get them? In another area of the backrooms, Grace explained. There were more pages at first, but the place flooded with some weird murky liquid, so I could only save these. The name Dr. Avery Morrow is scrawled in the margins. I think whoever that is studied these corridors, maybe looking for a pattern or a way out. But I have no idea if they escaped, or became something else. Sam's eyes lingered on the half-legible scrawl. They mentioned liminal physics, or something about reality collapsing. She nodded. Sounds like a fancy way of saying this place isn't bound by normal laws, or maybe it's an in-between space that was never meant to be inhabited. She glanced around nervously, then added, Sometimes I see glimpses of him. Dr. Morrow, I mean. A figure in a lab coat flickering like a bad reception. Could be an illusion, but it feels real sometimes. They took a moment to breathe. The oppressive hum was slightly quieter here, but it still vibrated in the background like a headache that refused to subside. Sam scanned the battered cooler, wondering how many other lost souls had taken water from it, how many had made it out, or if that even happened at all. We should keep moving, Grace said at last. Staying in one place makes us an easier target. Sam nodded. He followed her back into the corridor. The chalk marks guided them deeper into the labyrinth. Occasionally Sam heard faint scuttles or scraping behind the walls, but they never saw anything. Yet, each time the lights flickered, his heart jumped. Eventually they came upon a fork in the hall. One branch led to a corridor with a nauseating tilt to the floor as if gravity was uncertain. The other corridor seemed normal by comparison. We've got to take the one that's weird, Grace whispered. because weird might mean a glitch. They entered the tilted corridor. The shift in angle forced them to walk with an awkward sideways lean. The overhead lights were spaced erratically, creating shadowy zones and bright spots. The transition from dark to light was jarring, and Sam felt his sense of balance slip. Every so often the entire corridor would buzz louder, forcing him to cover his ears. Then, to his utter surprise, he saw a shape at the far end, a doorway that didn't fit the rest of the architecture. It stood half ajar, emitting a flickering glow. Grace signalled him to approach quietly. With each step, the hum in the air vibrated more aggressively, as though resisting their progress. When they reached the door, Sam peered inside. The room beyond looked like a small study, complete with a desk, chair, and bookshelves. The light source was a single lamp on the desk, flickering eerily. An opened journal lay there, the pages yellowed and covered with a scrawl of notes. Grace looked at Sam with wide eyes, and he could read the question in her gaze. Do we go in? He nodded, stepping cautiously through the threshold. The atmosphere inside the room felt thicker, as if the air were dense with static. Sam's eyes scanned the desk. The handwriting on the journal matched the scraps in Grace's pocket. A heading read, Dr. A. Morrow's Field Study, Backrooms Anomaly. Fragments of the text jumped out. Experimentation with corridor alignment. Entities behave as guardians or parasites. Searching for the threshold. Grace ran her finger along the pages. So he was definitely researching this place, she murmured. Suddenly the lamp flickered violently, casting the room in near darkness. For a split second, Sam thought he saw a figure standing behind the desk. A man in a lab coat, face partially obscured by shadows. The figure mouthed something silently, an inaudible warning or plea, then evaporated as the light stabilized. Grace jerked back, nearly toppling the chair. Did you see that? Sam nodded, breathing fast. He was there. On the next page, scribbled in large letters, was a single phrase. Threshold, flux point. Observe flicker, align exit. It looked like the writing of a desperate mind, someone who had been close to a revelation but never fully grasped it. Grace frantically searched the drawers while Sam scanned the shelves. There were battered tomes, some in languages he couldn't identify. Others looked like incomplete references to architectural anomalies. Then, with a pop, the overhead corridor lights dimmed, and the hum rattled the desk lamp. A deep, resonant sound echoed from the hallway, an unearthly groan that made Sam's blood run cold. Grace froze, chalk piece in hand. Entities, she whispered. They heard us, or they sensed the flux. Sam grabbed a scrap of the notebook, any clue he could carry, and stuffed it into his pocket. We need to move. Wait, Grace said, scanning the final lines. Level 0 is the simplest plane. Must descend to ascend. She shot Sam a bewildered look. Descend? That means going deeper, to a lower level. Sam shivered, recollecting the water-stained lines referencing level 0. If this was truly the simplest plane, he dreaded what deeper levels looked like. But Dr. Morrow's cryptic clue seemed to suggest that escaping required going further in, not pulling away. Outside the door, the corridor lights flickered wildly now. A black shape darted across the far end, too quick to identify. Sam's heart hammered as adrenaline surged. Grace, we have to decide. Do we push deeper, or try to find another route out? She glanced at the note again. Descend to ascend. Her voice shook, but a resolve flickered in her eyes. If Dr. Morrow was onto something, we can't just ignore it. Sam swallowed, acutely aware of the stuttering lamp, the buzzing hum, and the sense that something was creeping closer. Another guttural groan echoed, this time from somewhere to the left. It was too late for a calm debate. Any further hesitation could mean a face-to-face encounter with the entities. Let's go, Sam agreed, voice taut with fear. Grace nodded, and they both bolted back into the corridor, leaving behind the flickering desk lamp and the lonely study. The wedge of knowledge they gained was minimal, but it was better than the total ignorance they'd endured until now. They raced down the sloping hallway, the environment warping oddly beneath their feet. Shadows loomed and vanished in the corners of Sam's vision. At one point, the corridor lights blinked out completely, plunging them into darkness for several seconds. He felt Grace's grip on his elbow tighten. He held his breath, expecting to feel a claw or a hand on his shoulder. Then the lights returned, revealing they were standing at a T-junction, both directions leading into deeper gloom. "Which way?" Sam asked, voice hushed. Grace bit her lip. "Down," she said, pointing to the left, where the floor dipped further still. She gave him a meaningful look that said, "We follow Morrow's clue." With that they descended, hearts pounding, uncertain whether their only chance at freedom lay deeper in the backrooms, or straight into the jaws of the entities lurking below. The narrow corridor gradually sloped downward, leading Sam and Grace into a layer that felt even more wrong than the last. The fluorescent hum pulsed at an almost deafening frequency, resonating through Sam's bones. Cold, stale air licked at their faces, carrying an odour reminiscent of damp concrete mixed with something metallic. They pressed on, the corridor's angle becoming steeper until they reached a broad flight of stairs that seemed out of place in the endless warren of hallways. With each step down, the overhead lights grew dimmer, flickering with greater frequency. Water dripped from unseen pipes, forming dark streaks on the walls. Once at the bottom, they found themselves in a maze of corridors that made level 0 look almost pleasant by comparison. The walls were covered in patches of black mould, and the carpeting was soaked, squishing underfoot. Grace gripped her piece of chalk as if it were a lifeline, making quick dashes on the walls every few feet. Sam followed, senses on high alert. Their footsteps seemed to echo louder here, amplifying the anxiety coiling in his gut. He kept imagining a scuttling shape darting out from the shadows. Every so often, a deeper, more resonant groan reverberated through the halls. It was closer now, undeniably so. Grace whispered, "We have to keep moving." They pushed into a corridor that felt elongated, the perspective stretching unnaturally. The overhead lights, spaced irregularly, created pockets of near darkness and sudden bursts of harsh illumination. Sam's mind played tricks on him. The walls looked like they were breathing, expanding and contracting with each flicker of light. Then the chase began. A screech tore through the corridor, freezing Sam in place. Behind them, a silhouette flickered around a distant corner. It looked twisted, a caricature of a human shape with limbs bending at wrong angles. "Run!" Grace's voice cracked. They sprinted. Sam's lungs burned as the corridor around them seemed to shift in real time. Corners led to new corners, forming a labyrinth within a labyrinth, and always behind them, that frantic screech, the unnatural pattering of limbs. The entities were no longer content to stay hidden. They were hunting. The overhead lights began strobing. Each flash froze a moment in Sam's vision. Grace's determined face, the black mould on the wall, the water dripping from the ceiling, and behind them in one flash, a glimpse of the entity, half crawling, half lurching toward them. Its eyes were an inky void, set in a gaunt face that defied anatomy. Then darkness, then light again, and it was closer. "This way!" Grace shouted, yanking Sam's arm and veering into a side hallway. They nearly slipped on the soaked carpet, hearts pounding like war drums. The corridor twisted into a set of steps leading further downward. Through the flickering gloom, Sam saw a sign, a battered metal plate that read, "Maintenance," in rusted letters. Was this place once functional? The idea was terrifying. A basement or sub-level of the backrooms that suggested some attempt at infrastructure. But who built it? And why? They clattered down the steps, Grace panting from exertion. At the bottom lay a corridor of exposed concrete walls devoid of wallpaper, with fluorescent tubes flickering overhead. Water pooled at their feet. Somewhere behind them, A roar echoed, followed by frantic scraping noises that seemed to come from multiple directions. A door to the side caught Sam's attention. It had no label, just a rusted handle. "In here!" he gasped, pulling it open. They tumbled inside and shut the door behind them, pressing their bodies against it. The metal was cold under Sam's palms, trembling with each vibration of the corridor outside. They held their breath, listening. Heavy thumps reverberated beyond the door. The screeching and scuttling intensified for a moment, as if the entities were scouring the area. Then, gradually the noises receded into silence, replaced by the steady drip of water and the nauseating hum of the lights. Grace exhaled, sliding down to the wet floor. "We can't keep running forever," she whispered, voice shaking. Sam nodded, equally breathless. The room they had stumbled into was small, cluttered with broken shelves and scattered tools that looked more like props than anything practical. A single flickering bulb dangled from the ceiling, casting a weak circle of light on the floor. As they caught their breath, Sam noticed a piece of paper pinned to a shelf. He reached over, hands trembling, to pick it up. It was another note, likely from Dr. Morrow. The words were almost illegible, but a few stood out. Mel point. Water infiltration. Next level requires caution. Entities stronger. Below it, scrawled in shaky handwriting, was something about final threshold. Grace stared at it, eyes red. So there's more than one level. This must be level 1? Or deeper? Sam felt the weight of despair. How many levels are there? She shrugged, tears threatening to fall. I don't know. Some say infinite. They sat in silence, letting the dread wash over them. Eventually Grace rubbed her eyes. If Dr. Morrow kept going, maybe he left a better clue somewhere else. We have to keep trying. She glanced at the broken tools on the ground. We should arm ourselves with something. Sam found a rusted wrench under a shelf. It was heavy enough to be swung as a weapon if needed, though he doubted it would do much against the entities. Grace picked up a piece of rebar with a jagged end, testing its weight in her hand. They exchanged grim nods. It wasn't much, but it was something. Cautiously they opened the door and peered outside. The corridor was empty again, though the tension in the air weighed heavily. They moved on, stepping carefully through the shallow water. The corridor seemed to lead deeper into an underground maze. Piping along the walls occasionally hissed, dripping condensation. After an indeterminate amount of time wandering, the overhead flickering lights suddenly stabilized. The clarity was jarring. No more strobing, just one unbroken hum. Ahead they saw a large open space, perhaps a maintenance hub. Sam took point, wrench raised. The area smelled of rust and mould, but no immediate signs of entities. In the middle of the room, water dripped from the ceiling onto a mass of soggy cardboard boxes. The floor sloped toward a dark, open grate. Sam's chest tightened. Water trickled over the edge, disappearing into an inky void beneath. Grace shuddered, stepping around the grate. "No way we're going down there," she muttered. "There must be another path." They found a door labelled staff only on the far side. Sam tried the handle, but it was jammed. With a swift kick, the door splintered open, revealing a short hallway that ended in a bizarre sight. An office cubicle, half submerged in water, the overhead lights replaced by a small table lamp flickering uncertainly. The contradictory space made Sam's head spin, like a piece of normal reality glitching into the back rooms. "Is this part of the real world?" he asked, voice trembling. Grace frowned. "It might be. Or it's just another section the backrooms absorbed. Let's look." They waded into the half-submerged office, the water reaching mid-calf. The ceiling sagged, leaking from multiple cracks. File cabinets were strewn about, and a mouldy computer sat on a desk. Sam noticed a single piece of paper pinned under a paperweight. Gateway experiment. Corridor realignment. Exit possible. The final lines cut off in a watery smear. Then the flickering table lamp dimmed, and Sam saw another ephemeral silhouette. Dr. Morrow. The figure seemed to mouth something like "threshold above." A wave of dizziness overcame Sam as the vision vanished. He turned to Grace, who had gone pale. "Did you see him?" he asked. Her lips parted. I think so." Before they could process it, a sudden roar echoed behind them. The entities had caught up. Sam heard pounding footsteps and the scraping of claws against concrete. His mind screamed. "They're here!" "Go!" Grace yelled, brandishing the rebar. They splashed through the water toward a broken window on the far side of the cubicle. It led to yet another corridor, this one lined with flickering red lights, a stark contrast to the usual sickly yellow. The howls reverberated off the walls, intensifying the panic in Sam's chest. They crawled through the shattered window frame, ignoring the glass shards that snagged their clothes. Behind them, an unearthly shape lunged, screeching. Grace swung the rebar blindly, making contact with something that shrieked in pain or rage. Sam saw an elongated arm flail in the half-light, too many joints bending. "Keep moving," Sam bellowed, brandishing his wrench to force the entity back. They tumbled into the new corridor, hearing the monstrous howls behind them. The red light strobed once, then stabilized, revealing a passage that sloped upward. It was an odd ascension, the floor angled in a steep incline toward what looked like a corridor junction. Reminded of Morrow's parted lips message, "Threshold above," Sam shouted, "This might be it. Let's go." Together they scrambled uphill, the entities giving chase, the monstrous echoes rolling through the labyrinth. Fear fueled every desperate step as they raced for a chance at an exit, or deeper condemnation. Neither could be certain. The corridor angled so steeply that Sam and Grace had to use their hands to steady themselves against the damp walls. The oppressive red lights overhead flickered in short, frantic bursts, casting elongated shadows that distorted their every movement. Behind them, the entity's shrieks rose into an echoing cacophony, spurring them onward. The corridor ended abruptly at a wall coated in peeling, discoloured wallpaper. For a heart-stopping moment, Sam thought they were trapped. Then he noticed the wallpaper shifting slightly, as if it were an image projected onto a surface. "This must be the flux," Grace panted. The sense of unnaturalness prickled across Sam's skin. His phone, still in his pocket, vibrated oddly with static. The entire space felt as if it were on the brink of folding in on itself. The entity's roars drew nearer. With a desperate cry, Sam pressed his hand against the warped wallpaper. His fingers sank an inch, as though it were made of rubber. He locked eyes with Grace. There was no time for discussion. They both shoved against the wall. It bulged inward, shimmering like a vertical pool of stagnant water. "What if it's not the exit?" Grace whispered, voice trembling. Sam swallowed hard. "We have no choice." The rubbery barrier gave way, and Sam found himself plunging through to the other side. A jarring sense of vertigo overcame him, and for a second his vision blurred in static. The hum of fluorescent lights roared in his ears, intensifying until it was nearly unbearable. Then, sudden silence. He landed in a tangle of limbs on a cold linoleum floor. Grace collapsed beside him, gasping. The environment around them was dimly lit, but the light was different, more natural. Sam's ears rang from the abrupt quiet. He blinked several times, trying to adjust his vision. They appeared to be in what looked like a deserted basement corridor. The walls painted a drab grey, the overhead fixtures spaced normally. No flickering, no perpetual hum. A battered sign on the wall read, "Loading dock. Employees only." Grace let out a shaky laugh, tears welling in her eyes. Are we out?" Sam stood slowly, muscles aching. He looked around, still cautious. The corridor had a single door at the end, its small window revealing a faint daylight glow. "Let's see." They limped to the door, hearts pounding in collective anticipation. Sam pushed it open to find a large, dusty loading area with a metal garage door partially open. Sunlight, true, honest sunlight, streamed in from the gap. A wave of relief washed over him so powerfully he nearly collapsed. "We did it," Grace muttered, following behind him. She shielded her eyes from the brightness. "I forgot what real light feels like." They emerged onto a cracked asphalt parking lot behind a rundown building. It looked like an abandoned mall or warehouse. Weeds poked up through the asphalt and a rusted chain-link fence circled the lot. Beyond the fence, normal city sounds drifted in. Distant traffic, a siren's wail, the rustle of wind in the trees. The hum was gone, replaced by a world that felt almost unreal after the endless corridors. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They just breathed in the open air. Sam pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the wild drumming of his heart. He had half expected the entities to burst through the door behind them, but it remained shut. No flickering lights, no scuttling horrors. Grace broke the silence. "We have to make sure," she said, her voice trembling with cautious hope. She walked a few steps across the lot, eyes scanning for any odd geometry or flicker in reality. Nothing. The only out-of-place element was a tired old building that looked like it had been out of business for years. Sam joined her, tears threatening to spill down his cheeks. "I thought we'd never," his voice caught. She swallowed. "I know." Her hands trembled and he reached out to give her a steadying grip. For a long moment they just stood there, letting the normalcy wash over them. Eventually they moved away from the building. The fence had a warped gap near the corner, large enough to squeeze through. On the other side was an empty street, a few boarded-up storefronts, and beyond that the faint signs of a more active city block. The sun was setting, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. Grace paused, rummaging in her pocket to pull out the chalk stick, now worn to a nub. She regarded it, then glanced back at the building with a haunted expression. "Do we warn people?" Sam sighed, shoulders sagging. "Who would believe us? They'd say we were crazy." He closed his eyes briefly, recalling the infinite halls, the flickering lights, Dr. Morrow's scribbled notes. It felt more like a nightmare now that he was standing in the open air, yet he could still smell the stale carpet and hear the buzzing in the back of his mind. They continued along the deserted road. The occasional distant car was a surreal comfort. Sam couldn't help a lingering fear that each corner or alley might lead back into that labyrinth, that the backrooms were not done with them. Eventually they found a small convenience store with lights on inside. Grace hesitated outside the doors. "We look like we crawled out of a sewer," she whispered, glancing at their dishevelled, soaked clothing. "And we've got no money, no phones that work." Sam checked his phone again. Still no signal, and the battery was nearly dead. "Maybe we can call someone, at least get help." They stepped inside. The fluorescent lighting was painfully bright but normal. A bored-looking cashier glanced up, clearly unimpressed by their haggard appearance. Sam and Grace exchanged a silent look. There was no easy way to explain what had happened. "Any chance we can borrow a phone?" Sam asked, voice hoarse. The cashier eyed them but shrugged, pointing to a landline behind the counter. "Go ahead, just don't take off with it." Sam dialed the only friend's number he could recall. The line rang and rang, then went to voicemail. He left a stilted message. "Hey, it's Sam. I need help. I'm at..." He glanced at the store's name, reciting the address. "Please, if you get this, come. We'll explain everything." He set down the receiver with trembling hands. Grace was already eyeing a shelf of water bottles. The cashier cleared his throat. "You two okay?" Grace forced a smile that conveyed nothing close to okay. "We got lost. Really lost." Outside, the sky darkened further. The neon sign above the door flickered on, humming faintly. The sound made Sam's heart skip, just for a second, until he realised it was only the normal hum of a store sign. He released a long, ragged breath. They purchased 2 bottles of water with some change Grace found in her pocket, and stepped back onto the sidewalk. The city's nighttime noises enveloped them. Rumbling cars, distant laughter, a barking dog, all so ordinary. They drank the water in silence, each lost in thoughts of corridors that stretched on forever. Finally, Grace turned to Sam, her voice soft. "Do you think it's over?" Sam stared at a lonely street lamp flickering at the end of the block. I want to say yes, but Dr. Morrow's notes talked about how reality can glitch at any time. Any corner could be the next slip. He paused, swallowing thickly. But maybe we can live with it, knowing it's there. Try to avoid it. She nodded, her gaze distant. I just keep thinking about all the others who might still be trapped. People like us who wandered in, and Dr. Morrow, if he never found an exit. A heavy silence stretched between them. Despite the relief of freedom, they both carried the guilt of survival. In their hearts, they understood that the backrooms might always be lurking just out of sight, behind some innocuous door or hallway. Eventually, Sam gently rested a hand on Grace's shoulder. "We can warn others somehow, right? Even if they don't believe us, we can leave hints. Notes on forums, stories that might save someone from a wrong turn." Grace mustered a small, sad smile. "Yes, we'll do that." They resumed walking, each step feeling both surreal and liberating. The lights of the city glowed steadily, no flickering or hum beyond the normal hum of civilization. It was a far cry from the suffocating labyrinth that had nearly claimed them. After a few blocks, a gentle drizzle of rain began. The droplets felt cleansing, washing away some of the stale grime from the backrooms. Grace raised her face to the sky, letting the rain fall over her. Sam followed suit, heart pounding with gratitude to be under an open sky again. Yet, despite their relief, an undercurrent of tension remained. Every time they passed a dark alley, a maintenance door or an oddly angled building corner, Sam's nerves sparked with anxiety. Grace's eyes would flicker to his, as if silently asking, "Do you feel it too?" They eventually turned onto a busier street, where headlights and neon signs offered normal, bustling life. People hurried along the sidewalks, umbrellas up against the drizzle. No one seemed to pay Sam or Grace any special attention, despite their bedraggled appearance. They were just two more strangers in a world that had no clue about the backroom's existence. As they paused at a crosswalk, Sam turned and saw a corner of a building with chipped paint. The angle looked a bit off. He felt a twist in his gut, the same dread as when he first slipped into that supply closet. But a passing car's headlights illuminated it, and the corner revealed itself to be perfectly mundane. He let out a breath he hadn't realised he was holding. Grace's voice was soft. "You see something?" He shook his head slowly. "Number, just my imagination." The crosswalk signal turned green. They stepped off the curb, blending into the crowd of evening pedestrians. In the distance, thunder rumbled, mingling with the city's ambient noise. Though they escaped, a quiet truth lingered between them. Once you've seen the backrooms, some part of you never fully returns. The memory of those endless halls, the flickering lights, and the entities lurking in the shadows remain etched in your mind. And with every hallway, every corner, every flicker of fluorescent light in the real world, that subtle question will always resurface. Am I still safe here? Or is the backrooms just one wrong step away? As if in silent agreement, Sam and Grace continued on together, each finding solace in the other's company. They were survivors now, keepers of a secret they never wished to uncover. Perhaps in time they would heal, or at least learn to live with the knowledge of what lay beyond ordinary reality's thin veneer. For tonight, the rain and the city lights would keep them company, warding off the hum of fluorescent corridors for just a little while longer. And in their quiet gratitude, they held on to each other's presence, knowing that the lines between safety and terror were thin, and that sometimes the difference was simply having someone to hold on to in the dark.